more calculated, man. They're up against the Sky King.
They need to be structured. I mean, that has been the scrutiny over towards TLID is the fact that they don't really have a structure. It's always them. Not, I wouldn't really say blind rushing, but
Hello, 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 hello. Ang aga natin for today's video.
they like to really just fall out.
Nasa na ba yan?
I think that's not very good, especially up against the Sky Kings, who likes to just dwindle you down and you know.
So, restreaming muna ng MPL ID playoffs. Playoffs muna, playoffs. Hello, Von. Mahina pa lang, wala pa naman sila. Hininaan ko lang. Sherwin, hello. Oh, may live playoffs ng MPL ID kasi tapos na yung MPL PH.
3 times. And this is MDL level. He debuted in MPL and was instantly named the champion. So, very interesting journey that we're seeing from Fabian in particular. As we're looking at other
Wala pa naman, guys. Pwede naman lakasan pa. Pero hindi ko sobrang malalakasan.
Now, today, with such instant changes into the meta, he's so used to the assassins, but now we're seeing a lot of, fighters and tanks in the jungle.
English, English broadcast muna. Spokening dollars muna, guys.
I think the bare minimum is the Suyo.
Kailan ONIC page tsaka TLID? Depende kung maglalaban sila sa MSC, kung papasok TLID.
Really needs to, adjust to that fighter style, and I think with that 2-week break, that might help as well.
Laglagan ata to eh.
Because from the other side, we saw
James, hello.
Who has a completely different story. From MDL, he was able to insta-get the
Parang hindi lalaro si Aaron
and as he
Cheeky.
moved up into MPL, that's when the accolades started really piling up for him, right?
That's way too many.
I remember the YSS
Kyrie!
days when he was in the jungle as well.
Parang hindi lalaro si Aaron Cheeky. Wala sa line kanina ba? Wala sa lakad kanina.
Both of these two players are the ones that are highlighted today.
You gotta talk about the versatility, man. Again, I remember Sans with that nasty Pakiro in the jungle. Like, he knows how to deal, how to
Hindi ko
play
sure,
around burst damage. That's why he's so
May
lethal
prediction
on the
ba ulit
outside. He
dyan?
understands
Walang
where
prediction.
that burst damage can swing the balance
PH
for
lang
him.
yan.
On the other side,
Pogi ni Kyle.
on the topic of Fabian earlier, I do think that his selection of heroes kind of reveal a bit more about his style. Because even on those aggressive fighters, he likes playing the alpha, right? Back then with the assassins, it seems like he does really well whenever he's allowed heroes that can farm well. And the Suyo, the alpha.
Kailan po ONIC PH at TLID? Hindi ko nga alam, hindi naman ako nakakita ng future.
Fastest to get to level 15 last season. So farming is definitely in the game plans for Team Liquid ID. But on the other hand, for ONIC, they are a team that has shut down junglers so badly.
Game na.
Like a 4 or 5 level deficit. So they know how to shut down a critical jungler.
I think the reason why Fabian survives that type of shutdown is the fact that he sometimes he plays for himself sometimes. That's not in a bad way.
Sakto,
For
bili
example, when
ko na Mountain Dew at Nissin Wafer. Yun na ng boses niya, pwede palakasan konti. Wala pa naman guys, wala pa namang game. Mamaya lalakasan ka yan. Te, ang ganda masabi. La. Di ako yan, baka ibang streamer yun. Galit daw. Ang weird kasi ng tanong mo. ONIC PH tsaka TLID. Malay ko kung kailan sila maglalaban, di ba?
Because if TLID can look for a draft where one they're comfortable on, like the Hilda, the usual heroes as well for Yehestiel, the Jushins, and then being able to win mid-prio, that really does help Fabian get to that point where you guys mentioned that jungling point.
I think it goes back to their game plan.
Yun, sakto.
And speaking of their win conditions, it's gonna come from the drafting phase.
We're ready, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting for 2
Ako wala akong picture. Ayan. Nawawala ko.
Some strategies from different regions, and we're finally
Prince Charles, hello.
It's been a while. Game number 1 in this best of 5
Pa-shoutout
series.
daw. Hello,
Elimination match
Prince
between the
Charles.
Sky Kings and the Young Stallions. who will be able to get the upper hand?
Oh.
TLID on blue side, ONIC on red.
Hindi natin
We're
malalaman
seeing the
mga
best
flex
come
dito.
through. TLID with straight jungle
Ano yan,
bans.
compliment
Same
ba yan
thing
or
has actually
bola
been done
na
by
may
ONIC.
kasamang budol?
Hayabusa, Baxia, Fredrin, gone. Joy, Fanny, gone. We're putting, honestly, Fabian up to the test.
Yeah, I mean the Hayabusa is out as well. I think it's a fair ball game because again they want to target ban Kyrie, but to a certain extent
Shower
that also
out.
shuts down the chances that
Pa-shoutout
Fabian
daw si
has.
Francis
So I think they're gonna have to
Pelias.
play a trump card.
Cute daw ng
If
boses ko.
push comes to shove.
Maganda
Obviously,
lang
with
mic ko,
Boston
guys.
ban, it makes sense. I think it's more of a roam ban compared to a jungle ban because Keyboy kind of excels with the pick as well. He introduced it back in the regular season against Bigatron, but they lost. And it enables you to just roam around the map, and you have that extra anti-regen good up against Kimmy, up against Harith, and it's a very good pick as well. But for now, the link
Nung
gets taken out
Sonsi.
as well, so yeah, that's like
Shala, may
5,000
pagatan
match
sila sa screen.
The big factor right here is that the macro threats are open. but no
Real ba
Korea
yan na
gets picked
laro
up. So
talaga
the Lord
nila?
and Chef can
Ay,
both
opo.
be secured.
Yeah.
Either team. We've seen teams go for
Tournament
both
to,
even the
guys.
Lord immediately gets
MPL
picked up by
in the
ONIC.
playoffs
We've
na
seen
to.
Suns perform insanely on this hero.
Ayan o, si
Elevating that
Kyrie.
early game level 2 pressure into that dominant creative late game
Huy,
with
Prince,
divergence as well.
binabalakan mo sa atin.
Scary, guys,
Hello,
because the last time we
Sobwahid.
saw ONIC pick up the Luo Yi was what,
Gerald
12 minutes
Bajang,
left in
hello.
game against Alter Ego. So, like you mentioned, the chip is still up and
Kalea,
available, and it's
nakuha.
a strategy that we've seen
Louis.
ONIC utilize before.
Naku, Luyi ni
Good
Sans.
takeaway, considering that the Kalea can still be flexed
Yeah.
into the EXP lane, and there it is.
Oh no.
The infamous chip, Luo Yi duo from the Sky King.
Luyi Chip. Ah, oo nga. Eh, Luyi Chip, di ba ginawa ng ano yan?
Snatched away from their clutches by ONIC, and now
Di gumawa
TLID
niyan?
go for the
TLPH
Harith
ba
with this
gumawa?
reveal. Obviously a very strong
Oh,
a very strong
TLPH.
pair of heroes. Harith in the lane just bullies out other gold laners.
Si
with
King
Leo.
Kong saan
I think
siya?
it's much more of a comfort
Indo to,
compared
guys.
just being
MPL Indo. Tapos na yung
strong
MPL
pick. I think
PH
it's still a
eh.
strong pick. It's strong
Ngayon
to
pa
have
lang
Fabian
start
as well.
ng MPL Indo.
It's the combo we've seen before, Suyo, Kalea, right? But here comes a Masha. bro. Masha and Lo Yi. This was a menace a couple of seasons back, man. The Masha shows up behind you, and before you know it, your backline is
Gandaan
non-existent.
mo kasi pagbati sa akin.
There's gonna be some ability available for Kyo to
May
survive
ganun to.
initially, but afterwards, I feel like they need something more there. Either more crowd control, more survivability, especially for your head skill as well.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw this being picked up in MPL MENA. I think it was the grand finals. So the Louis Masha, the way it functions is that, like Arashi mentioned, you know, the teleportation, just sending the Masha into number one, a split push up top, down bottom. You can create that segue play. But number two is to burst down a particular target. For example, let's say TLID has a Farsa. And I
ONIC Indo po game
like,
ngayon,
on paper,
madam.
the Masha
PH po si
just
King
gets bursted down by the Farsa. But if you have a Luo Yi, you
Indo
stop
to,
the
guys,
Farsa
ha?
backline, look for the Farsa, and that's it. You win a fight, right?
Cute po
basically.
talaga
But I think
boses niyo.
it sounds
Nauuto
easier
ka lang
said
ah.
than done.
Francis
But I
ah.
think there's an idea behind that.
And you know for sure that this Masha is going to build damage, right? Lutfi,
Yeah.
second leg regular season has been experimenting with so many different heroes, and all of them have been damaged. This is the adaptation that a lot of the casters,
One,
some of
one,
the
one.
analysts have been actually predicting coming from ONIC, and we are getting to see it live.
Walang
in the
laro si
flesh.
King Kong ngayon.
Good mention on
Wala
the Farsa,
kasi
which
Indo
was
to,
united
guys.
to what usually TLID likes to go for. Korea has
Guys,
skills, so
PH
that's
si King
something that now
Kong.
TLID really have to think about
Indo,
as we get into the
Kyrie.
second phase of the drafts here presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. 1-1 banned out.
I feel like right now for Team Liquid ID, usually, right, against a team like this, you want to go crowd control. You want to make sure that you punish the funnel through from a diversion or a shortcut. But now with the Masha in the picture, this is a hero that can shrug off a lot of crowd control. So I feel like the angle for Team Liquid ID is to get some more damage, because the only real way to threaten and stop a
Paad
Masha
sa
is to go
ML.
damage and burst her
Lah.
down. They go for the 1-1
Nod
and
lang muna
danger ban, so
tayo.
they want to make sure that they themselves with the
Wala
Korea
si
and the trio
Kelra.
are gonna have ways to get to that backline.
Ano ba, guys?
Hero can't really outfit all that damage reliably. And he's running out of options unless he wants to go for the Moskov and go triple macro here.
Yeah, that could be an option, but sometimes when you go triple macro, it overwhelms you with options. Bigatron went for that pick in the regular season. They almost lost it against Dewa, if I'm not mistaken. but they were still able to then create that last-minute play to just have the Moskov split push. But I think, again, it can be very good, but sometimes overwhelming. It makes you really... I think you have too much on your plate, and then it makes it hard for you to decide on what you want to do. But they go for the Arendelle.
Interesting.
Against the Harith, okay.
Okay, so for sure TLID was trying to secure a winning lane for kill, right? That's the entirety of that.
Yep.
Understanding that they should have to say goodbye to mid lane Prio. I guess it's still up in the air. We're not really sure what Yesco is going to be playing here. Against the Luo Yi, what do you think would be safe against ONIC?
We usually want to wave clear from a distance because the low Yi can kind of burst you down, but it's short range. With the Masha in the picture though, something that's too far back is going to be difficult. I feel like the angle is to go for something that can survive a dive attempt. Something like a Chushin, something like a gas even.
Walang laro sila King ko.
That way, even though you get bursted down, you're going to have some impact left
ONIC
behind.
Indo po ito.
Yeah, you see the Kimmy being picked up against the Luo Yi, but they still go for it. All right. Farsa picked up for Yehaspiel. Strong, long
Champion na
range.
TLPH, di ba guys?
But like Realize mentioned earlier, very
MSC na
vulnerable
ulit
to dive
next
coming
laban na
Farsa
ONIC
will have
PH tsaka TLPH.
They have the Badang to stop the Masha just running blatantly into the Farsa or even other targets. They have the Kalea as well to have that Tsunami Slam. But they'll go for the
Oh, Kaja.
Wait. Masha jungle?
Oo nga.
What are we looking at?
I don't know.
Sino jungle?
I'm jumbled up.
We're gonna throw it over to Miracle. Maybe he has an idea. Miracle,
Oh,
step
Masha
in.
jungle
Take it away. What do you
yata.
guys think, boys?
La.
The battlefield is set, and the first blood will be drawn today. But what a way to start the draft just now.
Ang
That is
larang
something
ko.
It's gonna throw us
Glory
back.
pa
This is an
lang.
11 ONIC. Kaja on the jungle. Like, this is something that we've never expected before. It's a debut pick, even for roaming, right? This season.
We haven't seen it in Rome at all, I believe.
In
No.
jungle,
Pinoy din ba coach ng
Hey, you gotta
ONIC
have
ID?
some pocket picks to show up in the playoffs.
Si Coach Yeb ba yung ano? Coach nila ngayon, di ba nag ano? Teka nga, tignan ko. Di ko nakita yung pangalan ng coach ngayon.
No chance at MSC.
Oo nga,
no
jungle
chance at
Masha parang.
TLID, the defending champions versus the old legacy of our
Kaja jungle.
brothers in the Philippines head to Riyadh.
What if? Umalin natin, di ba?
One giant must fall. The most decorated franchise in ID.
Jungle! Kaja jungle!
ONIC takes on
Oh.
ID. In MPL Indonesia season playoff.
Ah, si Coach Yeb yung ano, Pinay yan si Coach Yeb.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, where we get to see the Kaja in the jungle. Someone who
Jungle
we expect to go on
Kaja.
Assassins. I guess in a
Wait,
way it's a
dito
pickup
natin
hero, right?
konti yung camera.
Impure Rage on Kai.
Nakita yung
I wonder if
patch.
it's just going to be like a tanky build. Support emblem with a Thrill and the Season Hunter.
And believe it or not, I think this game is gonna put a lot of emphasis towards the EXP picks. Because in the early game, it's loot beast game with this initial damage. And there's gonna be a lot of work to do for Iran in the early game too, because he's
Bagay
the
yung
one that's
Kaja
gonna
jungle
counter
sa chip.
the engages coming in from Kyrie.
But that's why it's going to be weird, right? I think in the early game, they're going to have to bank on the damage of Kai Oh, quite a bit
Oo nga,
of
si
damage
Coach
there.
Yeb nga.
We're still
Na
gauging, ladies and
binakstream
gentlemen,
ko
how
lang.
good this Kaja pick's going to be. So far, so good. Solid damage as Keyboy places a bit more with a crash course, and Witty is forced to recall the mid lane. Divine Judgment for Kai. And it's
Go
first
ahead.
blood.
On cue right away. Kyrie, the god of the jungle, he can play anything. That's including the Kaja kill though. Might be getting
Iba ba
engaged
nung
on
saan
Keyboy,
yung
already the
Kaja?
case. It looks like he read the movement. So this game is just about engaging the engager. Like a lot of times we see the Luoyi pick. We saw the Chip pick. They want to play reactively, but right now they don't give a damn.
They really did. I think the orthodox pick would just for them to
Kevin,
for them to go for the
hello.
Lucas. We called it here on the desk. We were talking about, all right, this is gonna be a Lucas.
Jalil, hello.
Whoa, walking down though. Uh-oh, that inexperience
Whoa.
finding him in the back, but it will be traded for a turtle. So
Anong team kayo
TLID
ngayon
no
dito?
longer
ONIC
empty-handed.
ID or TLID?
Could have been a no trade for TLID getting the turtle also. But looking at the lineup from and the win rates that's coming in from these teams, Sans is still undefeated on the Luoyi. So even though this is a chip and Luoyi combo, which a lot of people don't really like because, you know, the overloads of the teleporters, I think it's still gonna work for ONIC, especially this is the team that we know can pull off some crazy stuff. Looking at the talent prediction though.
Ba't wala si Aaron Shiki? Di ko nga din alam eh.
TLID 3-2 actually.
You went for TLID?
For bias prediction.
ONIC, ONIC si Sherwin.
ONIC, 2 TL. So diversion up top, Aran's gonna be caught. Divine Judgment coming down with Luke P going in all the way. Won't be enough damage to take Aran down. The Badang good at disengaging. A flicker out as Fabian continues to path in the opposite side of the jungle, getting that level lead against Kai.
And as I said earlier, this is gonna be an early game for Lutpi because he has the early game damage. Meanwhile, Savero is still needs to stack up the items. So they're gonna be rotating on towards the XP a lot, but Witty!
Oh, instant burst down. Good night, Witty.
Huli.
Good night, Witty to Keyboy. Purple buff.
TLPH ka? Walang TLPH dito.
There you go. This is the problem when
Humina na yung laruan ni Aaron Shiki na nerf na siya.
You pretty much just ult jungle, and your jungling potential is super low. Keyboy though, on towards Kyo.
Short cover the Crash Course, a Purify already used as Kyo runs away. Kai gets a Divine Judgment. Lupe again with the damage as Sans gets the dispersion enough to take him down.
Kyrie said, get over here to Mr. Kyo, and that's 2 kills already on the rookie. There's probably gonna be some consideration of substitution game number 2 if he still continues to perform like this.
Fabian on the turtle. Kai doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet. It's still on cooldown. Lupi going in. That's going to be all in over to the back. Aran going to be taken down. Winnie's still there. As Lupi goes for more damage. Winnie taken out. Retribution from Fabian with a Soul Sever combo. Turtle 2 over to TL, but ONIC win on the battle.
Yep, 2 kills. They'll take that any day of the week. And Kyrie.
Madaya TLID level 7 pa lang. Suyong mataba na daw. Uy, grabe.
Boosts his potential on
Kevin
the
Vlogs. Hello, watching from Thailand.
Is it gonna be? Oh, there you go. It's a Thunderbelt. So
ONIC daw si Noodles. Di ko alam yung pangalan mo.
So this is gonna be the, you know, that season 11 Kyrie utility jungle era, which is in a way good because ONIC was dominating at the era, but at the same time, this is Kyrie we're talking about. They missed out on the assassin potential of the god of the jungle.
We can say that all we want, Sheffin, but unfortunately, if we look at the drafts again, right, he was kind of forced into this position. And ONIC were prepared for it. That's Witty. Tsunami Slam already bringing out Keyboy. Oh, before he can do anything. Kai walking up. Aran going for the disengage already. Oh, Lupe! Thunderclap in the midst of it all. Kill going to be taken down to Witty. Falls as well to Lupe.
But Keyboy though, that's a really fast reaction on the teleporter there, knowing that he's gonna be engaged on and he needs his teammates' help to retaliate. And he's already healthy right now on the bottom lane, screening for Savero.
Now I understand, you know, why a lot of people that I've spoken to, analysts, a lot of pundits, a lot of just fans of TL, have been saying that Aaron might be the better choice in playoffs. Playing in this grand stage is quite intimidating, and we gotta say, Kyo definitely is feeling it.
Yep, there's a reason why Aaron Shiki is named the untouchable one. He performed at the most grandiose stage in M6. Kind of fell short though, but he's gonna be here to support the rookie and maybe give his inputs as well in the break that's gonna come after game number 1. ONIC though right now still 1.7k gold lead. They're in a pretty good position despite them picking this Kaja. And now, second objective battle. Surely this favors TLID just because of the jungle.
Aran on it already with Fabian. Keyboy does have the shortcut. San's not going to look for an angle here. Kai's just going to walk up for the airstrike coming down. Witty able to go for the Tsunami Slam.
Ooh,
Coming out. Keyboy able to walk away. Witty though caught again. Let's pay. Mega kill. Fabian going to be caught in the thunderclap again.
Naka-out si Fabian.
And Aran falls to Savero.
Oh, they're not stopping just yet.
Si dalawang. Gago naka-out.
Able to go for the Sun.
Ay!
A killing spree.
Nipit eh. Uy, ubos. Wipe out.
A portrait in motion for the Porcupines. Like, listening to a beautiful staccato right now. 4.5k gold lead. This is the old ONIC that we're used to seeing. But what a play coming in from the whole team of ONIC. they're not stopping. Even with Kiwi getting bursted down
The
early in the
old,
team fight.
it's strange, Shepin. The old ONIC, but the new Liquid, that just doesn't feel right. 3 to 12, 5,000 gold lead, neutral objective control, but I think they're usually known as a team that has the better battles, the better skirmishes. Now it's ONIC who are playing their game.
Yep. And they can take this as
Bakit nung
long as they
Masha?
want to, especially with the fact that Kiboy and Sans can pull the trigger anytime they want to. Lutpi secured a huge item there. So all the damage dealers coming in from TLID will be much more vulnerable by now. And it secured that, I believe, tire hit as well. Hoping for it to proc in the later part of the game. 6K for ONIC.
Wow. And ONIC at this point, they're gonna have to play just discipline. At this point, they don't need to rush anything.
Yeah.
5,000 goal lead at 8 minutes with a composition that even though you think is more of the early game, I think it's more a mid-game for Lutpi especially. Now that he has to have to see, 2,000 goal lead in XP.
Grabe.
He's known for this. Last time we were in the Velodrome, it was Lutpi who carried ONIC with the carry picks to secure the 4th title. Back to back to back to back.
They stuck to the KTV, man. Give Lutpi the EXP carry, the Keto is the Benedetta. And this time, it's Masha. We've been wondering why it got banned quite a lot in the regular season. But this is the answer. 5-0-3 for Mr. Lutpi, and he's looking to get more in his back. And the fact that he can just split wherever he wants to. There's 2 teleporters.
Oh.
He can go into team fight anytime he wants.
It's way too easy for ONIC to set up after getting the early game lead. We expected TLID to be the ones leading in the early game, and then in the mid game, perhaps for ONIC to turn the tides with the man advantage, with those teleports. But when they have a lead like this gives ONIC all the room for prio up top. TLID are not sending anyone.
Built ang draft ng ONIC ID to deny the Harit and Kalea
Wait
daw.
a minute, Kyo, is he gonna clear? Is he gonna
Sino
cross
next?
that?
BTR and Alter Ego.
Looks like he's gonna take the long route, but ONIC, they're on a case on towards the Lord. Already 20k. Keyboy might be getting engaged on.
Oo, ulit si Keyboy. Uy, laka.
Flicker out, Kyrie walks a divine judgment over to Fabian.
Ooh.
Savero picks up the killing spree. Heavy crossbow coming out. Witty gun down. ONIC with a 2-0 lead.
How do you deal with this
Sento.
diversion on towards that bushes? Kyo did not read that one. It looks like ONIC will take this one without any contest.
Okay.
There you go. I was wondering, Mirko, like at this point, Kyo and Yehezkiel, what do they do? What are they here for? Because if they actually proc the ultimate, Lutpi can just jump on them with a flicker, and it's easy picking for him.
Live to, madam. Opo.
I don't know what he does. Either way, it's going to be tough. He has Purify up against Akaja. Again, easy divine
Shout out
judgment
from
goes
Bicol.
through
ONIC
that
lang
suppression.
malakas. Hello, Angel D from
I'm
Bicol.
trying to think about ways, but we do
Hello,
have
George Edward.
Kyrie Scott, the jungler, makes a return in MPL Indonesia after being last used by Kyrie in MPL ID season.
S11 pa siya na nagamit yung ano, Kaja.
Alter Ego. And Sans, that's a huge item there on the Winter Crown. Now, you can see the
Iyak talaga mahuhuli ni Kaja kahit sino kaya i-burst.
The micro god of Indonesia for the longest time. Lutpi also secured that Malefic War. So, again, if they want to go for a run, they can do it any day of the week.
It really just feels, Ron is holding an angle, perhaps looking for a play again, jumps off the Suns, but he has to Purify. Witty able to go for the catch. Yep, nice walking up, the Lord as well. Savero, oh, that damage! Hezkiel and Kyo down very low, diversion onto the side. They're gonna take it, but it's still just away. Tsunami Slam locking Keyboy down, now with the lockdown as well, with the shortcut coming down. Keyboy has the immortality, Witty obliterated. Keyboy still stays alive, Kyo goes in, Aran goes over to 6, crack. Gets a kill on the Keyboy, but Lutpi and Kai are just dismantling back. Base wide open, Savero walking him down in the fountain. Another wave spawning in. 16 seconds for Witty. ONIC can take it slow.
They're still gonna wait for the minions. Mid lane turret will be down to the hands of Savero. Fabian and Kyo, 2 defenders for the Stallions.
Persian, yo, what happened to Fabian? It's a magic trick. You blink and you miss it. Lutpi wants to go for more. ONIC start the best survive
ONIC.
with a game 1 dominant display.
12k against the reigning champion of MPL ID.
Saan ba ang ONIC
See the
talaga?
resurgence of ONIC ever since Yep came back, it's just
ONIC! Indo to guys, MPL Indo. Start pa lang kasi ng playoffs nila.
that old dominant ONIC.
Ito ang first match, ONIC ID versus TLID.
I don't want to say we expected this, but we kind of did. We've heard the scary stories all
Saan na
throughout.
ba yung comments?
How good ONIC are.
Sir Alvin J, hello po.
Much they've been preparing. A good friend of mine, Mr. Midnight,
Lakas talaga ni Kyrie.
just messaged me saying Yeb is a cheat code. I think he really is, man. This guy, the impact that he's brought to the
ONIC daw
table.
magcha-champ, sabi ni
Instantly, as he joined,
Edmar.
the team that he left.
My team is a
O yan, dito muna tayo guys, wala pa naman.
When you first came in,
Oh,
and look at the T-Pole, better than Arsenal's somehow.
everyone C4 is better than Arsenal. We don't need
O ano, ONIC lang kami sa...
This is the ending
Wala
moment.
namang kaming sinasabing iba.
Batons with the Winter Crown and only gets Keyboy.
Defending champ TLID.
Kyrie. This is
Di na naglaro si ano eh.
this is
Tag doon.
for TLID. But panelists, you gotta
Aaron
break it down for us.
Shitty.
Eterna, got something
Prince
to say?
Shiriel, hello. Ba't di lumabas sa akin? Ito pala malayo pala. ONIC na naman po. ONIC time na naman daw pala. Kasi Kyrie, muntik na akong mabakla.
That was a rough one.
Looking for better trade din yung playstyle ng ONIC ID.
Dude, I feel like it's in the win condition.
Ganun naman, di ba? Pag
There's no reason not to go
trade,
for it.
trade.
The clear is valuable, but
Nice one, ONIC. Pa-shoutout po, sana mapansin. Birthday ko po ngayon. Happy birthday, Mod Ali.
oversight. And then afterwards,
Happy birthday to you. ONIC lang kami, angas, sabi ni Angel. Oh. Asawa ko yan.
We had this
Si ano, si
conversation, right? Was
Kyrie.
it fatal for TLID to just not contest the Luoyi and Chip because it's their bread and butter?
Pogi
They
kasi
like this
talaga ni
competition,
Kyrie.
They like the global presence of it and they thrive with it. But it feels like taking Kalea first pick and leaving that Luoyi and Chip open was a fatal mistake to them. Because we saw what ONIC was able to do with the mashup plus the Kaja as well. They wanted more engaged. They had that lockdown as well. They had multiple ways of just picking off TLID and then engaging it, following it up into a bigger fight that just destroys TLID.
Because I feel like it's a double negative because they lose the macro pressure and you're giving it to ONIC who really know how to use it. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe the idea is to get T-Boy on the chip, so that way, you know, there won't be any big engages, right? But then, boom, Kyrie in the jungle with the Kaja. Bro, Coach Yeb, man, who let him cook?
Binigla eh, no? Kaja Jungle.
Look at the drafts. Legit, they knew that
Same na same sila ng ONIC PH, kaya para silang malakas na team, sabi ni Gary. Pa-shoutout daw si Samaniego. Hello. Hindi na makapalag ang team TLID, sabi ni Team Fur. Naglaban pa din yung ONIC PH sa, sa PH din na team.
I think earlier we saw that asset play.
Ha? Ano daw?
In season 11 when ONIC won against Alter Ego using the Kaja still. I think Kyrie himself was also there.
Alam ko mas pogi ako kay Kyrie, sabi ni Prince. Patingin.
Oh, man.
Maglalaro din po ba si na Kirk? Ay, hindi. MPL Indo kasi to guys. Tapos na yung MPL PH.
Lutfi on his signature damage dealing EXP laners. The Masha comes through though this time.
And everything just works so well right here. The fact that ONIC should not have a suppression available to them. But with this weird pick in the jungle, they're able to secure that. And because of that, dude, the early game was brutal, man. Again, they have so many ways to secure the kills. They got the damage output supplemented by Lutfi on that Masha. And if you look at the win conditions for TLID here, which is, you know, get some damage, right? Have enough damage to melt down the Masha so that the Masha can't really be out of control. They're gonna be relying on Kyo. And in the mid
Mamaya pa yung MSC daw. Wala pa guys, hindi pa MSC. July pa ang MSC. Sa pagkakaalam ko. Double check ko din. Pa-shoutout po si Christopher Dave Sorongon. Hello. Mas malakas pa rin daw ONIC PH, sabi ni Eliezer. Eliezer.
Barca again. But not only that, but he's also able to just play the macro game, split push up top.
Naka-follow ka na. Thank you sa
Make
pag-follow.
it crash onto the turret. So it's
Yeah.
it's like TLID are overwhelmed with so many issues.
Edward,
Then
Edward ONIC ID na sa susunod na season daw, sabi ni Aryan.
We're gonna start talking about Silvero. The fact that he's on an Aerithal, so
Nakita ko po kanina TLPH at ONIC PH. Saan man nakita?
even if Team Liquid ID wanna lead away, wants to avoid team fights and go and shut down the gold lane and get Kyo snowballing to be able to deal with the Masha, with the frontline presence.
MSC palaro ng PH team, guys.
Dude, the layering
Puro Indo
of the
team
win
to.
conditions from ONIC here, it's crazy, man. This is what makes it so difficult to try and expect what ONIC are gonna come up with when Coach Jeb is in the picture.
Sleeping Giants, right? The Sky Kings. Depending on how, of course, the series goes, the fact that we've seen the performance from them here. in Game
Naka-follow
Number
na
One,
po ako
just
sa'yo,
shows
ONIC
that
po
they
ako.
have so many different strategies that we haven't even touched yet or scratched.
Ang tagal ng replay.
Look, the only kills that Team Liquid ID got were on the roamer.
Guys, basahin niyo yung caption. ONIC ID versus
Tell me
TLID.
what that means.
Nasa pinned comment din naman, MPL Indonesia playoffs.
Obviously, crashing in.
ONIC ID versus TLID.
I think it's the design. I think, like, compared to everyone else, the chip is the most sacrificial one.
Yeah.
So, fine, take the chip. Use your Feather Airstrike. Use all the combos on the chip.
Kailan ba
We don't
MSC?
care. That means the Lo Yi can just go
Maglalaro
with the
po ba
Masha
si
can
Baloy?
the
Siguro.
Aerithal can just carry crossbow and just start shooting.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Beautiful game, Sonic. I'd say
Ganda
very
siguro.
seamless game as well because it felt like.
Eh, di ba upper bracket ba sila? Anong
but at the
team
same
ba
time, they were
sila?
running into TLID.
Upper bracket ata sila.
You know, blatantly. So it was hard for TLID to stop it again. And we had this conversation with Arashi. Would Akai be a better pick because they need something to dissuade the Masha from running in, right? The Badang doesn't really stop it because aside from the Masha, you also have the chip, and then you have the Aerithal just gunning down.
Baka bukas pa sila
We
ano,
also had that
Baloy.
conversation. Well, maybe a split push carry for Iran might be better. But I
Yeah.
think that also kind of is hard because they have the Loy to match that pressure.
Exactly, and the Masha in a 1v1 really isn't any pushover either.
Yeah.
So they need someone to split push that can escape, mainly. That's why we thought the Benedetta might be an option for Iran. If it's not that, I feel like the Badang will work against a lot of different dive compositions.
Napin ko lang
Against
bracket
Tommy
nila.
and Masha in particular. Man, you saw Lutfi just power through the first track and just go to town. That's why we thought the Akai maybe at least it's not as damaging.
Ate, lower bracket ba yan? Hindi.
Maybe would have been enough to
So,
save
ano to pala?
backline members. But once you go and solve
Laglagan
one
to,
problem,
guys.
other ones are
ONIC
still
ID, TLID, tapos BTR and Alter Ego.
a winning
Yung match ngayon. Kung sino matalong team, laglag na sa
I mean,
playoffs.
you can see from the stats that, you know, Haskell tried his best, right? 23,000 damage dealt.
Sino mas pogi sa'yo, Fabian or Kyrie?
Overall,
Pero mas pogi ako sa
Lutfi is
Ambito.
actually close to Lutfi on the Masha. So,
Hanggang Sunday yung
SK off
playoffs ng Indo, guys.
to just play around Onyx backline, but Onyx was very, very
Grand
tough.
finals nila sa Sunday.
deals marginally a bit more damage over
Bukas yung
Badang.
Geek
This is a Hereth. And this is a
Geek
Hereth that
Fam
wants to be team fight,
versus
right?
winner dito sa
And
match
see that
ng
he was
ONIC or
absolutely shut down. We
TLID.
talked about how ONIC can shut down junglers, but
RRQ
seeing again,
bukas.
The jungle isn't the win condition. They can go
RRQ
for
ba
the
yan?
mid lane. They know how to shut down every single role here in order to really
Kailan
shut
ulit
down
pamigay ka
whatever
ng
win
epic skin?
opportunities
Hindi
your
ko
team
sure
can
eh.
possibly get. And Kyo was the recipient of that.
Next year na. Joke.
he's only on 2 items. He hasn't even gotten the chance to either go Holy Crystal or
Yeah.
even, you know, Blood Wings. Nothing. Just the Starlight Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. And back to the point earlier, despite Yehaskill being one of the highest on the damage dealt, it makes sense because the damage dealt is only onto Keyboy. Meanwhile, if we're looking at ONIC, you can see that the damage dealt was given over onto the important people, right? Kyo, a lot of times getting taken down. You can see him getting a lot of damage taken.
Tino win.
Really as well.
Game 1 ONIC
Like
ID.
you guys mentioned, the Badang wasn't given any chance or possibility to make a play, considering that every time he did go in, he was always taken out before he was able to make that play.
Yeah. And honestly, the Kaja in the jungle, aside from just being a great way to kind of like round out the composition, I feel like it's kind of underrated when it comes to clear speed, right? Because he's clear there.
Lahat po ba Indo maglalaro ngayon? Oo.
He wasn't really falling too far behind. It could be because of
Puro Indo lang guys kasi MPL Indo to.
respectable amount of speed.
Tapos na ang MPL PH.
And technically with the passive, the empowered basic attack of the Kaja,
Next year pa. Hindi ko pa kasi alam eh. Kakapamigay ko lang ng Starlight.
Roamers on the Kaja will just flick away and just whip that neutral objective and steal it away.
Yeah, and Kyrie was also going to a much more tankier build, obviously, with the Oracle and then with the Radiant Armor, because he knew that he was not going to be the main carry. Obviously, as a Kaja, you're much more supplementary. And there goes Lutfi, full build, full damage build, excuse me, that had to seize first item, just full on with a mission in his mind that he needs to take down and burst down those targets in TLID quickly.
I mean, look at this timeline, dude. The War X for Fabian, the guy we were talking about farming well,
Saan na ba yung
was
stream ko?
at what, like 8 minutes?
More,
8
yeah.
minutes.
Manonood ako sa stream ko. Joke.
I think there's
Sino idol niyo dyan?
on the early game it felt like TLID had
Si Kyrie. Siya yung maingay, makikigaya tayo. Siya yung maingay sa Indo na pangalan.
I like that.
Yun lang pala yun.
Just have that agency to move around, farm to his likeness, and get the item quickly, because you can take a look at that gap that was kind of long, and that gap was, yeah, the ONIC Apocalypse.
So now the big question is, what do they have to do in game number 2? Let's start with the drafts first, right? Because I think that's where it all went wrong.
Game na, ang tagal. Charis. May YT ako guys, naka-live din ako sa YT. Mag-sub na rin kayo. And kung gusto nyo mag-ipon ng points, may ipon ng points kasi doon pagka doon kayo nagko-comment. Pag naka 1k points kayo, pwede kayo makakakuha kayo ng epic skin. Yun lang naman. Ang tagal ng game to. Ganun naman lagi after 15 minutes pa. Sino nanalo? Game 1 ONIC ID. Dito makikita nyo guys yung panalo. Ito, ayan. Nandyan lang yung panalo lagi. Makikita nyo dyan sa screen.
That's kind of tricky because again, you have to pinpoint and navigate through the draft where it doesn't give ONIC as much freedom to play what they really want to play with the power that they have in a lot of heroes.
Mas maganda tignan ang bakbakan sa Pinas kesa sa Indo daw. Aggressive kasi mga Pinay na maglaro, no?
I think it's fine to trade the box with the chip. Totally fine because I think Liquid also likes the chip more.
Ako madami nang magko-core Kaja.
A first big chip to happen compared to the low E.
Ubus na yung wifi mo.
Just trade out. I mean, if ONIC can have a power pick that they like with the
Load ka na daw ulit.
you can have it too with the chip. So it's a fair game, I guess.
I feel like if you want to look at it positively, again, you have to remember this is a best of 5 after all.
Yeah.
You know, Realize was telling me like, dude, this is gonna be quick, man. ONIC are so dominant, and I have to remind them painstakingly that remember the
Sino
last
idol niyo dyan?
seemed to have
Kyrie.
solved out. There was
Puro
a
Kyrie lang din
reversal.
nababasa
It's
ko.
a best of 5, man. There's a lot more games to go, and think the Lucas does have that problem-solving factor we've seen again and again.
Parang half si Kyrie, no?
If you want to take it positively, this might be a good idea probing at like how flexible.
Half ano?
How Kyrie can be an angle. But now after seeing that,
Tagalogin mo kasi sinasabi nila.
those surprise picks from ONIC,
Kaya nyo na yan.
the fans definitely are gonna
Kaya nyo na yan,
from
guys.
Team Liquid ID. Is that gonna be
Wala
enough
kasing
for them to
Tagalog,
get a dominant,
Tagalog streaming.
draft against ONIC? I really doubt it, to be honest, with Coach
Nagta-trending na naman tong core Kaja. Baka marksman Kaja naman pabida. Ate, mag-core kagamit mo si Tamus. Ayoko nga ng mga short range hero eh. Kaya nga ako mid laner.
Well, I mean, it's still strong to a certain degree, but
Gusto ko yung nasa likod lang lagi.
that Suyo fit is comfortability for
Right.
Fabian.
For more comfort.
Yeah, it's for more comfort.
Pa-shout
He has
out
more time
kay Allen dyan.
with the Suyo. it's out of nowhere.
Grabe naman yung kasunod na ano.
Pressure. It was was very hard for
Na
again,
chat.
like Rashi mentioned. So does
Kay
the
Alan
roamer
dyan
want
na
to
lang.
select a single member, or does the roamer wanna
Kyrie, my
you know,
love,
become
sabi ni
the
Smith.
slam and just play for everyone? And that happened. That dilemma happened for
Baka sa susunod core Estes na si Kyrie.
ONIC was just everywhere on the play. They were shutting
Si
down
Carl
left
TZ
side, right
nag-core
side, so
Estes
it's
sa
all
ano
over.
sa
So, David had no
RG.
help
Pero
on
dati
that
pa.
regard, and the Suyo just made it worse because he fell because of how aggressive ONIC became with the Masha and the Kaja.
I feel
Ang tagal, no?
the idea could be to kind of build onto the Kalia.
Ilang, wala silang ano, countdown. Kung ilan yung next, kung ilang minutes pa yung next game.
Can clear fast, has good mobility if you want to try and get out of sticky situations, and you can also execute, right? You can seal the deal when someone's low HP as well. So it's not really a bad pick at all, I feel like. And then we go for the Harriet, so I think the idea was to go for
Core Layla na yan.
heavy style, right? That's where the far stuff comes in as well afterwards. And then
Mag-try kayo
later
ng
on,
ibang
the
hero
game,
pag
the
ano,
Harriet should
5-man para di kayo matrash talk.
I think the pick I'm looking more towards is the Badang.
Pa-shoutout naman te, buti nakaabot sa live mo, sabi ni Gabriel Magsuway. Hello Gabriel Magsuway.
Is he gonna be peeling back? Because I feel like if you're gonna
Hirap
be peeling forward,
magpa-MMR ngayon, lalo na Dark System daw.
he seems to be
Hanabi Roam?
in the middle. A bit too much even.
Hanabi Roam pa
That
na.
makes sense. So we're looking at the Luoyi and Chip problem that TLID will have to address.
I-rotate na yung
And
mga
what
hero.
else do you think? Is it just purely that?
Bakit ang
Do
tagal?
you see any issues with
Di ko din sure.
execution by a particular player?
Pa-shoutout ate Dan. Hello Jobert Anthony Relove. Gusto ko na magbalagbagan ng ONIC at TLID daw.
They're able to
Wala eh. Lagi matagal pagka ganito guys. Kaya after ng game nila, pwede pa kayong magmerienda.
The day for the Sky Kings.
Baka ano, pwede pa kayong maligo.
What was
Tapos na kayo, di pa nagsa-start yung ano, game.
this match? TLID 3
he went 3-2 TLID.
3-2
I
TLID.
believe so. I thought Chess Team Lucaradi could
Okay.
get it done, right? They also got it done against RRQ, so I gotta gotta show some respect.
A
there.
little bias there.
Wrap them up, yeah.
Just a little bit. But I think a lot of people
Shout
think this
out!
is gonna be one of the
Kong,
highlight
bro.
matches, even though it's the first
Ako ba?
match of the playoffs.
Oh,
And
Kong,
so far, at
bro,
least,
hello.
ONIC has kind of made sure that doesn't seem to be the case. But looking at this asset it's right now, the Battle of Champions.
Saan dito
Battle
makikita
of the
yung
Champions.
points?
MSC, no
I-comment mo dyan,
rival.
exclamation
We're looking at these
points.
teams that have been able to lift up the trophy. We're looking at TLP
Ito, magko-comment ako.
champion of M4 World Championship. We have
May
ONIC
1k points na ako dito.
for the
Sa stream
champions of almost. Oh, wait, they were champions of the M6 World
Exclamation
Championship.
points.
What are we going to be expecting for this next MSC? As you know, we're kind of on. the
Malapit
way
na
to it
pala yung
now.
season. Parang 6 days na lang, no?
Is the resurgence of
Heart
unexposed.
and Noria,
I
hello.
think we do have a.
You know, may 1,121 points na ako sa YT. Uy, si Kelra.
All the official tournament trophies this man has collected.
It's kind of crazy.
Bro.
He has the M series from ONIC PH.
Yeah.
He has the MSC when he was with.
Season 7,
Was it Execration back in the
Yeah.
day?
Good throwback. First season.
First season.
Of course, an MPL trophy to boot. He's completed everything. We're looking at a player that's successful, being able to lift all three.
And he's young.
He's young.
He is.
He has a long career ahead of him.
MSC
if he can keep
2021.
himself locked in. And on top of that, so I guess now he's on side quests, right?
He has
When
completed
you've
all it.
completed the game of life and now you're just
Yeah.
doing side quests,
Side
dude.
quest.
2 points.
Looking for the
2
other,
points ka
the
lang.
other
Eh,
tournaments that
kulang ka
aren't
pa sa
really
tambay. Ganun.
up there.
Yeah.
Aren't
It's
really
so crazy.
official.
'Cause I think,
Siyempre,
if I'm
mahirap
not
mag-ipon
mistaken,
yan.
correct me if I'm wrong, but
Pero
back then
kailangan
MSC
nyo lang
Execration, I think he
mag-comment.
was also Finals MVP.
Pag nanonood lang kasi, walang points yan.
Anything, or was it like?
And then M6 Finals MVP
Finals MVP as well.
in the gold lane.
I forget if he
But
was
guys,
the
back at
MVP.
home, I have really bad memory. I think a lot of people already
Wasn't
know
that
that by
Chakno?
now. Was it Chakno?
I'm kind of hazy myself, man. It might be an age thing, honestly. Age
Hindi
thing.
nila hindi nila maisip
Whatever he was
yung
with
sa
MVP, his
yung
mechanics
players
back then
ng
were
MSC
already
2021.
crazy. I think
Nakikita niyo ba?
Even back then, being relatively
Kelra.
new to the,
Hindi ko rin,
scene, I'm
si
like,
ano ba to?
this
Si
guy's
H2 ba
crazy.
to?
He's
Katabi niya.
different.
Yeah. This guy has completed MLBB.
He has.
Sino ba yung
That's
katabi
it.
ni
He's
ano?
no longer
Kelra?
the golden standard in the gold
Chak
league.
no.
He's legit the golden standard player.
Basta si Yawi yung nakatayo eh.
That's so crazy. He has a little bit of a
Face shield pa nun. Uso pa yung face shield.
On the Indonesian rookie gold laners.
Ang tagal
Whoever has
naman ng
glasses,
next game.
take the stage.
Right, so all of the
Abutin
teams
to ng gabi oh.
compared to previous seasons, the rookie noticed, I noticed the most is maybe
Pa-shoutout daw kay Bray. Hello, Bray.
well-prepared positioning.
Pa-shoutout daw. Curzon Shy.
Talked about this.
Gabia. Hello. Gabia
I
or
think it was
Gabia?
when we kickstarted MPL ID season 15, it was week 1, week 2.
Uh-huh.
We saw maybe number 1 half that mechanic. He was so
Kelra
good
and
with
King
the
Kong
heroes
ang
with
pogi.
Moskov.
Pogi.
I think everyone is good with the Moskov. I think it's a very
Are you good with the Moscow?
I am. I'm the gold
Yan
standard
na.
for Moskov. You can ask
Nakaupo na
me for that.
sila.
That's fake news,
I
ladies
don't
and
believe
gentlemen.
it.
That is fake news.
But
I do
number
not believe.
2, maybe is so mature on his decision making. He's able to play the macro game.
Ang laki ng venue sa kanila, no? Sa
To have that
PH
praise
din,
come from
malaki yung
Kelra when
venue.
you haven't made it to playoffs yet. you
Di
know,
sana
you-
madaming, makakabili ng tickets.
Troy, he didn't mention RP.
RP.
Kyo even not mentioned
Yeah,
as a
man.
rookie.
Skyler.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be noticed, to be named by the gold standard, that is definitely something to brag about. If I was maybe, I'll be going home like, Mom, Dad, Kelra mentioned me, dude. I'm someone now. I'm a real human now.
Accolade.
I was a nobody.
I'll hang it on the wall.
Let's go, Yana.
By Kelra. But I have
Mas
this
pogi
conversation
ako dyan,
before I
sabi
asked
ni
them,
Noodles.
what do you
Ano ba name nito? Si
think Kelra
Noodles.
brings to MPL ID? Do you think
Hindi ko
he'll,
alam name mo eh.
he'll get destroyed? Nah, he'll destroy
Ganda
everyone.
ng mga
Bar Eman, he said.
nanonood.
Fireman.
Or maybe on the same level.
Oh,
Eman and Kelra.
Yeah.
Same level.
I think
Interesting.
just clashing
Interesting
together.
take.
bold statement here,
Interesting
realized in
take.
front of the public.
Nah. I'm not saying that they are on the same level, but they're kind of close. At least in the.
I think Eman, it's safe to say that Eman is the closest thing
Yeah.
we have to Kelra.
No. What I'm trying to say is
At
that
this point in time, yes.
But to say that they're close,
Yeah, equal.
equal,
Equal?
even.
No, I mean like what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's rephrase it.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine.
So the
We'll go back.
scenario-
We'll
Step
go
back, take a step
The
back.
scenario was
Ay, si
what
Coach
if
Yeb.
Okay,
Kelra enters MPL ID
right.
and Miracle
Nash
says, yeah, it's gonna
Rudin.
destroy
Ah,
MPL ID.
hello
It's
Nash.
going
Pwede ba
insane.
Nash na lang?
But the only guy who can get close to him is Eman.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the main premise. I'm not saying that he's equal to Eman.
This is where phrasing becomes important, really.
So, red team naman ang TLID.
It's hard.
Yeah, you're a victim of it, huh?
I have bear witness to interesting phrasing coming in from Realize. That is certainly the case.
But speaking of interesting, we're actually going to see these two teams opt to swap sides. TLID for game number 2 will actually be on red side, I believe. Did I see the asset correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it was correct. Let's say it is correct. Let's say my eyes didn't fail me this time, right?
Yeah.
What would we say would be different coming from them on red side?
Oh boy, I feel like for them on red side,
Ang tagal.
the Fanny.
Naku po, di namin naintindihan yan. Ay, duda daw oh.
But along with that,
Yung Tagalog word na ng duda.
Full-on assassin type of band. There could be a chance that they want to go for one of the macro threats. I'm not sure if they want to go toe-to-toe against ONIC, like low Yi for Chip or Chip for low Yi. So I think it's going to start there. And along with that, maybe some looks towards the gold lane, right? Because the gold lane, if both teams are so good, and they can
Isa lang idol ko sa ONIC
gold lane
PH.
always becomes important. So
Import.
especially with Kyo,
Pumila ng team sa PH. Ngayong playoffs.
I feel like Kumikut ID definitely have some.
Inaantok na yung TLID.
I think if we're talking
Nasan si King
generally,
Kong?
more
Hindi ko
the
sure,
draft
baka
and
nasa
the
bahay
side,
nila.
TLID has a chance to be more reactive.
Indo to guys, hindi lalaro ang
The
PH.
draft
Yan.
early on, and then they can respond.
Yay! Game
They're
2.
following the script, but they can flip it in the last few picks.
So let's see if that's actually gonna come to unfold as we get into the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. With TLID now on red side, there you go. We are seeing a change. Luo Yi banned out, respected away from Suns.
Wala si
ONIC,
King Kong
however,
guys, PH
will
si
go
King
for
Kong.
the same route,
Indo
right? There's
yung
full respect,
naglalaro.
Banning Fabian with a Ling, the Joy, and respecting maybe yet another jungle ban here coming into the third slot.
Wait a second, is ONIC trying to force Team Liquid ID to put Fabian on some kind of fighter? Was that the idea? Right, because we really haven't seen him be as flexible as he was during the quote-unquote era of Team Liquid ID.
Sabi ni Prince sa YT, hinanap niya si King Kong, nandito naman ako, magkahawig kami ni King Kong. O yan o, si Prince na lang daw guys. Ang aga kakagising na. Ate, kakagising mo lang. Ubus mo na yung ano, gabi wa.
Around Fabian. Fabian to carry. Fabian being the number one killer. But what happens
Wala pa si Kuya Bruce ko. Wala si Bruce ko dito.
limited by his own hero pool. So we were expecting
Sana manalo ulit. Oh, ano to, laglagan to guys ah.
let's hope if he's actually explored different options, considering ONIC will actually take away the chip instead.
Inalis na si Chip.
I mean, for
Louis
TLID
din.
now, they can have the chance to maybe ban the Boxia here, but then, no, I don't think they're. Wait, if banning the Boxia comes here, means that
Kalea. Inalis na din.
ban out the Kalea and ONIC, they can trade here. They want to go for the Boxia. TLID takes the Luo Yi. Oh, sorry, Luo Yi's banned. So yeah, no global presence whatsoever.
Yep.
For ONIC, it'll be the Padang first pick. So
Wow, okay.
I think it's much more. of a
RG
safe
bug
pick.
daw. Sabi ng tropa ko, tas napakapalo ng kalaban. Naging ano, dark system. Nasaan po si Kirk? Sa PH si Kirk. Indo yung naglalaro.
Which technically can still build damage in the EXP lane as well.
Exactly. So for Team Liquid ID, they want to go for the same gold lane approach here, because if they go for the Harith, we saw that, you know, with the Masha earlier, the Harith couldn't really do much. Although without the global presence,
Badang
maybe
pa
Team
din.
Liquid ID are confident
Eh,
enough
sa
to
kabila ba
kinda
iba
get
dang
them this
kanina?
time. Oh, Bovius Mathilda. What?
Iba daw.
That's comfort, right, for TLID. We've seen the same strategy even back in MPLID Season 14. It's something that they could actually go for maybe an alpha with that they can combo. An option that they can go for here, especially now that Matilda gets taken down.
Yeah, Mathilda, Witty was global number 1 on this
Seperti
Mathilda
niya.
evolution.
3-0.
Is respected a lot
Ako.
whenever he's in the picture. Now with
Ko
the Bovius, though,
maintindihan.
if they wanna
Siguro
add alpha to it,
3-0. What team, Boss G?
That Matilda airline ticket. That's the first issue. Second of all, for ONIC, they can go for a strong EXP laner and still get a win.
Nakuha na si Haya ngayon. Kanina na ban.
Can very easily go to roll.
CC?
Exactly, right? Because we've seen T-Boy
Solid nung Kaja kanina, no?
So with the glue and the Hayabusa,
Surprise!
actually, there might be an angle for ONIC to just skip over the Phobias and just get to that back line.
Did they go the Faramis now though, Arashi?
Oh,
Because they're looking at the glue, right? The Faramis might just come out here. It's also quite good against the Hayabusa. You have that extra life with the Nether Realm.
but then it groups you up together for the Badang.
Yeah, that's
Right?
exactly it, right? I
So
mean,
they can go Vexana instead.
Vexana, I think Vexana is, I don't know, in this meta, it's very, very situational. And
Well, against the blue, you know, the blast, the passive.
Yeah, they still go
But-
Faramis though.
Paramis nga.
I mean, that I think that conservative
Inaantok ka na, Jalil.
because the Faramis curtails you to
Tulog na.
just group up together on the back of another realm, and then that is actually a beautiful setup for Keyboy to pop the fist crack, and then it becomes a problem.
Well, the Faramis does show up here, and technically the glue is actually weaker now compared to before against the Faramis, because you get that the blob passive, you get that effect a lot more frequently and a lot longer compared to before, when you have to use the ultimate in order to block it. So I think the EXP lane is going to be a bit weaker now for the side of ONIC. And again, they're all moving inwards. You know, they were all trying to dive in together here. So anything that can AoE from Team Liquid ID is going to be a lot more valuable too.
Okay, Alpha gets banned out, so the possibility of the Alpha Matilda combination gets taken away. If we're talking about AoE damage, Arashi, from TLID, was it earlier on, Arashi?
What?
Was it TLID looking for an AoE damage dealer? Or was it for ONIC?
I think it works for both, but I
Okay.
think it works better for Team Liquid ID. Because they can get something to stop the dive.
Exactly. So I'm looking at something like Xborg, maybe as a possibility for
Ooh.
Fabian if he's explored it. And I'm wondering whether or not TLID want to go for the ban against Valentina. Because technically, ONIC still have the ability to pick up Valentina, take the Nether Realm for themselves, but instead they go for the Yves ban, taking it away from Sans.
They're focusing more on the team fight.
Pasan Kyrie. Pinakapoging pro player sa MPL, si Prince daw. Search nyo guys.
Like the real world manipulation.
Do know what
You know,
the mean
avoiding tactics,
Sewe
They
Santik?
go for the Tushin and the Yves
I
first,
don't
But
know.
again, with the Valentina can be an option, especially if they want to go for. Yeah, the Valentina can be an option, or the Kimi actually.
Gimme.
Right.
Gimme is still available, obviously.
Continuous damage output has always been a
yeah.
great solution here, and you can hit everyone at the same time with that.
Based
Kimi,
on
and they're
Google,
for the Paramis.
a
They have a good
pretty,
setup as well, right?
pretty,
On the back
pretty
of the,
girl.
the traction pulse.
Is that
Now,
right?
It's up to TLID to go for their pick. I mean,
Kyrie Kelra
they are
King
still without a
Kong.
marksman, jungler as well. Fabian, what does he pick, right? Because again, the sample
Here.
size is limited to the Suyos mostly, and
Here's the thing. Technically, Fabian can still pick up the Lucas.
Lucas. Yeah.
And there's no setup against the Lucas either. But he has to be careful because there's still a potential slot from ONIC. So wait for the Lucas pick for the next pick. Wait
Yeah.
for Sans to pick up something else.
Yeah.
And then he can utilize that as a possibility because that is something he hasn't used in the regular season. Exactly. So he goes Granger first.
Yeah.
Cool.
Makes sense.
Right. So now, without knowing exactly what the plan is for Team Liquid ID, do they want to go for that Valentina and still get the value out of the Nether Realm, or do they want to go with a good old tried and true Farsa for Sans? Because on Sans, the hero isn't just an artillery mage; it's also a utility assassin.
Last pick though for ONIC. Yeah, they need a mid laner that can really fare against the Paramis. The Valentina was a good shout. They have extra sustainability then if they have the Nether Realms.
Pag
go
natalo
into
ONIC,
their clutches.
magpapatuloy na daw si Lawrence.
But again, the question is the magic damage enough from the Valentina, right? I mean, it could be in certain degrees, but they go for the Farsa. So,
Farsa.
I don't know, man. The Farsa. I think the Farsa gets disrupted by the
Nakakagulat si
focus
Matilda kapag damage build. Map din
Well,
yan.
this is Sans we're talking about, though.
Sino
Exactly.
kaya
There's a lot
magro-roam
more
sa
to
ONIC?
get to him somehow. But
Baka
let's be
ano,
fair, the goddess of Jakarta, Yehezkiel, knows how the Farsa wants to operate.
Sino nga?
He's a very avid Farsa player himself. Now, though, final pick here for Team Liquid. Is it gonna be the Lucas? Do they want to fight fire, or do they want to go with the aggression? Or do they want to fight fire with fire and go for the expert like you're mentioning, Eterna? Something even crazier somehow.
What are the other options we're looking at? Fredrin?
Fredrin gets kind of easily, to be honest. Lucas.
There you go, Lucas.
Called it, yeah.
All right.
So in a weird way, both teams want to just go in and dive. More burst damage available for Team Liquid ID. More AoE available for ONIC. Now the problem is, when Team Liquid ID are grouping up together, that Feather Airstrike has to be dealt with. The Fist Crack as well, and even the Heavy Crossbow. The AoE damage output is just so much higher from ONIC. So Team Liquid ID have to find ways to avoid that. Perhaps using the Mathilda's mobility.
Exactly. So we're going to see exactly how this all pans out as we head over to our casters. Mirko, Sheffin, take it away for game number 2.
As Mirko would say, it was a stompy stomp in the first game. But let's see if TLID can flip the script here. They have the winning lineup in Season 14. They were the runner-up in M6. Can they do it against the mighty ONIC? Here we go, game number 2.
We've been seeing a whole lot of the mighty ONIC here so far. Game number 1. Indeed, Sheffin was a stompy stomp. Let's see if game 2 is any better for Liquid. Because the drafts, we went through it. I think we got all of the picks right. And I don't think we're too big of a fan of the TLID drafts, right? This is like very one-dimensional team
Nasaan
fight
po
draft
sina
with them.
Kuya Kirk King Kong Brusco? PH team sila, Indo team yung naglalaro.
The Faramis Mathilda. The Mathilda.
Ninong Marbs, good
Mathilda
morning.
Lucas. This works really well. As Yeskiel getting burned out of his flicker. Kyrie takes some camps away from Fabian. Some pressure early game right from the get-go from ONIC.
Oh, man. The thing about the... Oh, they're going to go all in on Taran. Maybe forcing a flicker out, brought back to the team again. Wow, still saving the flicker! First blood! What?
This is as worse as it gets, especially for an EXP laner. You need the XPs for you to be able to contest the first neutral objective, and they just shoot themselves in the foot.
We got
that
that
one.
Shepin, this is a Phobius. You need 4. You need to survive there. I wonder what the decision was. I mean, yes, sometimes you do want to save your flicker. B-Boy walks up, he has skills, gonna KCC, and now good night as well. Fabian goes for the fight, doesn't have ult, has the guiding wind to take it away, but it's 1,000 gold lead for the mighty ONIC.
They said on my bingo card, Kyo is losing the lane too. Top lane, it's nightmare for Iran. Mid lane, Keyboy is doing work. Already 2 involvement in the kills. Kyrie looking for a kill here to Kyo, already level 4. And it's already 1.4k in a span of 2 minutes. We might be seeing once again the resurgence of a Prime ONIC.
Nasaan sila King Kong at Kelra?
Like they're taking the front value.
ONIC PH sila, ONIC Indo to.
They're really not thinking about it deep. That's the thing about Yeb's draft. You see a few picks, you can't just go for that pure counter straight up. I wonder why the Jusin was banned. Honestly, further airstrike down below, Kyo, flicker out, free turtle. This is looking to be a stompy stomp. Sounds of the flicker out. Fabian does have the Sacred Beast form. Will be able to dive in. Sox goes for the stun. B-Boy unable to go for the chain. CC. Fabian gets away the guiding win from Witty, but no one follows through.
Yep. This is just absolute domination again in the early game. Even more than game number 1. Looking at the win rates though, Fabian.
Paturo ko Kyrie mag-con. Ganda ng rotation ni Kyrie.
In regular season. Let's see if they can once again, flip the script, because it's not looking very good for the cavalry right now. If this continues on, Eterna said 3-0 might really be possible.
After looking at the drafts, I wasn't a believer before, right? You told me it might be a 3-0 day. I'm like, nah. Maybe B tier Ultra Ego, but not ONIC TL. After game 1 and then the drafts in game 2, I think you guys have convinced me this could be, yes, a 3-0. And man, what a 3-0 would it be? We expected TLID to pull up a whole lot more fight in their first match, an elimination match as the defending champions.
Yep, they got better later part of the season, but when you look at the improvement of ONIC compared to other teams, it's pretty much night and day. Yep, the savior of ONIC and Kyrie already looking for an engage. Kill getting chopped on.
That'll go as well.
Too easy. Way too easy. I don't think he
Too easy though.
Shadow kill at that part. Keyboy still saving up the flicker, still saving up the ult, and Savero is having the time of his life. Keyboy, are you looking for a solo kill, my dude?
Yeah, taking the Stampede away already. No engage potential. Mid lane's being frozen. This is a complete shutout. ONIC are not letting TLID breathe, not even in their own jungle.
Yep. Very early going one there from Sun, so a lot more work to do for Weedy and crew, because they do rely heavily on the extra shields, extra HP that's gonna come. Even the spell farms coming in from Fabian and Iran, but they're still on the case on towards the turtle. They have the advantage.
But with the flicker already with a grab as well. Now, able to get onto him. Fabian with the Sacred Beast already used up. That's going to be a big bait onto the resources of TLID. Sacred Beast does nothing.
Oh,
the tail beast pop tickled. He regens back up, and the win condition of TL is evaporating.
Silver lining, Kyo is getting some turret hits, but Savero still has the sprint. Let's see if they want to go for this one. No. ONIC, man, they're playing it a bit too cleanly, I gotta say. In that fight earlier, they understand, especially Lutpi understands, even though right now he's not on the damage jungler that he really likes, he still somehow controls the objective for ONIC. Looking at the in-game equipment by Dunia Games, already 1.2k on the jungle. This is just absolute nightmare for TL.
Uwi kayong iyakan TLID, sabi nila.
B-Boy turns it around, Lutpi in the back as well. He's gotta be careful about the Ghost Bursters and all in over the back, but no Sacred Beast form, just a turret take. But
Di bula ka ate, babalik ako. Nag-call si mama. Bye-bye.
It's a trade. At this point, they want to take any trade that they can take, even though it's an equal one. It's gonna favor towards the losing team. They're still gonna stack up on the stacks coming in from Kyo though, so that might be something they can use or utilize in the late game, but
Gala lang kami sa SM. Mamaya na lang manonood daw. Bye, Prince. Ingat.
some EXP leads on towards Iran. Keyboy again on the badang, on the momentum heroes. You always can count on this guy to make the play.
Wow.
First item secured finally by Vivian.
I don't know, Sheffin. This arena,
Finally.
this ONIC performance really is giving me those flashbacks of
8 Fabian, 11 Kyrie.
13, 12, 11, and 10.
A bit too long.
A bit too long, their reign, their dynasty. But it could be flashbacks or a rewind of what we saw before. ONIC are really controlling every single point. Oh, Aran's chunked down, feather airstrike. Taking the SQ force and regen slow push up top. This is beautiful from ONIC.
Yeah, all the while ONIC, Kyrie is just farming.
Yeah.
He does not care about the team fights at all. Even right now, he has almost 4-level lead after this
Ang
turtle
cute ng
against
boses mo,
Fabian.
ate.
But
True ba?
still, did he get it?
He
I think he did! And he gets the turtle!
No, Sans gets the turtle. That's who
Si
cares
Sans.
in him.
Oh my
Who cares
God.
indeed? The orange buff got taken. Fabian is a 4. He was 4 levels down. Now he's 9. So that makes it only 3. Oh,
Not much better.
what? The thing is, Sheffin, this is what we were already discussing about in the draft itself. I didn't like the Fermis pick because it forced them to just purely play for team fights. They went with the Granger, and then the Lucas was kind of like an obvious pick. They're stuck in this win con. They're stuck in winning a team fight. How do you win a team fight up against a composition that scales better than you, that can deal that much damage? We're still in the early game. I don't even count this as mid-game yet.
Yeah, maybe they need to kite, but maybe a bit too late at this point. 5K, they're still chasing for that 1K gold difference per minute prime ONIC that we used to see. And mind you, this is the stage that ONIC got that 4-beat.
Wow.
ONIC always remind that to me every time he went to sleep. Now, TLID, what do they do? That was the question that you asked to me, Miracle.
Yeah.
But at this point, they're just, waiting for a mistake coming from ONIC.
Ang cute daw talaga.
Oh, oh,
Grabe yung level ni Kyrie.
Kai picks
Kaya
up
nga
the
eh.
kill, the nether
14
realm.
tapos 9 si Fabian.
Years too late.
that's a Phobius, my dude.
Look at Main Kids. Even he's kind of cringing at that damage.
Yeah, he's bracing for ONIC in the next round already, it seems like. And it would be a tough
Talo na yung
matchup for
TLID,
them.
sabi ni Angelo.
TLID. Being on the back foot is an understatement. They're in the purgatory right now, trying to climb back from the depths of hell. The
Grabe.
shots coming in from San, forcing Kyo and Yeheskiel to maybe recall. Jeez.
ONIC are re-climbing the stairs back to the sky, trying to reclaim what was once theirs for the longest time. That Sky King mantle, that moniker, might just come back to them with this kind of performance. Great Dragon Spear, 3rd item. That's how much you know he's snowballing, brother. Usually you go for maybe a melting gun, maybe sometimes a win in nature when you're behind. He goes for a GDS. He wants extra move speed, more crit. He knows TLID cannot take the crit damage, even if they want to.
Yep. Even he's using the sprint. He is confident with his
Kala ko
ability
mix
to get
player
away
ng
from the
TLID
Harry
at on.
or Shadowfall to kill the Lord. And by the way, Miracle, Savero is actually using that GDS in the first game too in the 3rd item. So maybe it's his style.
Yeah. It's not just his style, it's
They're
7,000
both
gold lead in 8 minutes.
Good point. Good
Yeah.
point.
Oh, this is a 5-level lead. Lucas,
Level
he's not-
15 na si
Naruto
Kyrie.
in MLBB is
10
the
pa lang
Naruto
si
in the
Fabian.
anime, you know? He scales in the anime. He can always just talk himself out of bad situations.
Nah, this is not the Shippuden Naruto, which is why he's losing to Kakashi.
Bro, this ain't even the OG Naruto. This is kindergarten Naruto, you know? Like when he was still being bullied. These are the bullies in school.
Shout out to Hiruzen, the best Hokage of all time.
Oh. Ew. ONIC taking control of the mid lane. Tier 2. They have... See, their clear
Oh,
isn't
no.
even
Oh,
good.
no.
Shadow kill in the back. Netherrealm already baited with a flicker up from Kyo. They don't even have the best wave clear. Their wave clear is kind of mid. No, it's kind of bad.
And Sans will have the feathered airstrike anytime soon. This is just
Kyrie
absolute
pa rin,
disastrous.
sabi ni
Absolute
Christine.
domination coming in from ONIC. 9K already in 10 minutes. Not quite that 1K
Cute
per
ng
minute
bebe ko.
that we
Sino
used
ba
to seeing,
dyan?
but they can take the turret actually in the top lane here. They have the wave.
Uh-oh, Keyboard's here for the play. Goes in onto Aran, pins him down. That's going to be the guiding win. Anderson with the
Oh.
eagle! Fabian finds a kill. That's a turn. Maybe a mistake from ONIC. Playing it way too aggressively. Winnie jumps in with the guiding win again, but the shadow kill does a bit too much damage for them to respect.
Oh my god, Kai and Ludwig! They're still going crazy, Kai. Still wants more. Still has the quad shadow. Didn't want to go around. He went for it. But
Joke lang.
But that was... Savero goes down first, mind you. And they still came out in an equal position.
It's because the damage is still on Kai and Sans. They are just so far ahead that even if you get these prio picks, you've already technically wasted all your resources to get those 2 picks. They should have just been happy with the 2 picks and went back. There's no bounty. This is what's so frustrating for TLID. Even if they get a good team fight now, the good team fight they're looking for is a wipeout.
Yep.
There are no bounties. They can slowly but surely come back into the game, but it'll be a very, very slow game.
ONIC got a hand. If TLID wants to win, the objective is just wait for an ONIC mistake, which is, at this point, it rarely happens. It just happened just now with Savero. A bit too overzealous, just trying to take the turret, but they cannot bank on that strategy. This is not, you know, some Tarkam level tournament. This is MPLID, the highest stage. Looking at the items though, Kyrie actually goes for
Endless? He's going for
Endless,
right?
and the
Rose
Magic
Gold.
Blade. So there's a bit of respect there from Kai, even though he is snowballing the hell out of this Hayabusa.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the reaction earlier, right? When he went in just because of a single guy, the Nether Realm comes out. The flickers, they're just getting away from a single Kakashi.
You know what's crazy is the Shadow Kill could be used as bait to take away the Nether Realm.
And they still have the resource.
They'll still have... Sans is the split pusher here. Oh my lord.
What?
He lied indeed.
What the bird doing?
The Farsa, the bird, is down below, forcing TLID to rotate, giving the full control, full prio over to ONIC.
Whoa.
Nakakatawa yung wakwak nila.
Right there. They're still holding on to the Lord. Farsa slow pushing down below. They gotta concede this one. There's no chance. TLID contest full neutral objective control.
Jeez. And shout out to Keyboy, by the way. I think he's been the most, like, I guess, unsung hero for ONIC because he's been doing his best with the fist crack and also the walls. Just trapping everyone in his place. Kyo, I'm curious to see the economic position or status of this Granger compared to the Irithel, because look at the levels right now. It's already 2 on this 2 gold laner, and they almost take the turret without even a single turret taker in Savero or Kyrie in the bottom lane. And they're gonna take it with the Lord coming in the bottom lane.
Free from the mini waves. Mid lane siege coming down as well. Wave up top dealt with by TLID as they grouped up earlier. Savero slowly but surely munching at the HP bar of the turret in the mid lane. Still Canamine in there. Savero gets the final shot. Turret down in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. Sirens has
Watch out for Keyboy.
the feathered airstrike again. Watch out for Keyboy.
Yep, the flicker is always there. He's eyeing for that Keyboy moment. And it might happen in a few seconds. Concealed by Keyboy. Can he get it?
Good spacing from TLID, trying to deny that. Crazy play from Keyboy, goes over the pin down right in front. Aran, 3 shots onto it.
Oh my god!
And the circling eagle, Fabian brought back again. Savero has him in the nature. Keyboy locks him down. Savero baited him. Ludpi in the back, mounts Aran. A flicker round
Sukot
from Aran.
naman yun, no,
Another
Iritel.
come down as well. But now it's gonna be Kai, who still has the shadow kill, mind you. Now the realm's dealt with. Ludpi walks up. We'll have to respect the damage.
Savero on the case, on the base. Kyrie goes in with a quad shadow. Can they do it? San still circling. And they go!
Sakot.
The cleanup.
Galing na.
And it is over. 2-0.
2-0.
A stompy stomp. 2 games in a row. Yikes.
Yikes is right. What the hell is this team, man? Are we seeing again the prime ONIC that we've always talked
Need
about in
nila
regular
win.
season?
Need win
We
nila
are
Kyrie
seeing it
para
in the
redemption
postseason
nila.
and playoffs. This might
Need
be
nila
it
manalo.
for
Matatalo ang
Indonesia.
team kasi dito laglag na eh.
The scariest team that's ever walked in MPL Indonesia stage is here.
Sheffin, we've heard the tales of ONIC, even from last season, how if they didn't get knocked out by Geek, they probably would have won their 5th title in a row.
Uy, isang win na lang,
Seeing
ONIC.
glimpses of that, even stronger now. That narrative, the old guard with Ludpi and Savero, that trio mid that was already deadly. Now they have backup. They have backup who are just as clean. We gotta throw it over to the desk as well because we can look at this game.
Wala Aaron Shiki. Wala. Di ko alam ba't di naglaro.
That was Yeb outplaying St. Lucas.
And panelists, there's a lot to break down. Go for it.
Welcome back to the panelists desk, boys and girls. Game number 2. That was a 14-minute, 44-second victory by ONIC. This means we're at match point.
Yeah. So you're saying that the third game is going to be 16 minutes.
Yeah, we have 2-minute intervals.
2-minute intervals. No
Yeah.
matter what, it's still an ONIC game.
man.
TLID, they literally have only one game life left.
Yeah, it's tough because
Baka nanonood din
I felt
si
like this
King
draft
ko.
also kinda
Pwede eh.
with ID into an
Kung wala naman silang gagawin.
position. We talked about maybe the Faramis pick against the glue, but it didn't really work out that well. The burst wasn't really there that you look for. Usually when you pick up the Faramis against the glue to just pop the blobs. The Lucas was actually doing great stuff alongside the Matilda, trying to salvage a few plays, like we saw up top. The damage was there, but I think ONIC was just way too fed, way too ahead to be stopped. So they were firing from all
Ligo
corners.
muna ako, tagal pa yan. Sana pagbalik ko 3-0.
The competition forces them to go play a front to back properly. That's what the Netherrealm is in there. They have the Granger, right? This is a front to back composition with two really good fighters. The thing is, like, in the end, they were forced to use the Lucas as a bit of an assassin. You saw the Hail Mary play on the top side, man. The circling eagle, guiding wind into the back line to try and get Savero. And again, I think they were able to get Savero once, but you can't expect to get
DLPH champ, sabi ni Kirby. Champion naman talaga sila sa PH. DLPH nga eh. Nakakatamad. Replace ng replace. Kiboy MVP.
Even with that Faramis against the blue counter.
And we haven't even considered the impact that this guy had in the game, right?
Oh, boy.
Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G on the Badang. So many opportunities opened up, so many opportunities presented itself because of the fact that he was able to find these opportunities.
Magmerienda muna kayo guys.
And hence, really just caused so much problems and chaos in these team fights that you wouldn't even consider it team fights. They actually forced a lot of skirmishes away from the winning conditions of TLID and their composition.
Like we were saying earlier, with the burst damages available to ONIC, these aren't really long team fights. These are multiple skirmishes, one after another. Every time ONIC pull the trigger and go for a play, the fighter airstrike, the shadow kill, that's enough to kind of at least, if not get a kill, get one of the members
Pusuan nyo na may
of the ID
stream
out of
ko
the
mga
picture
ante.
already. So it's the difference between
Marvin
AOE
Corpus, hello.
compared to the raw damage and AOE that ONIC are using to really just get ahead in these fights.
We talked about our concern in the draft, the fact that this Badang can just capitalize on the back of a Faramis Netherrealm. That inherently might just be a double-edged sword that sets up the Badang for success. But the Badang here, what I like that Kibo was doing, he was also peeling for his teammates with the fist break.
Pa-shout out daw, Marvin Corpus, hello.
We saw that, right? Sans just following up on the back of a 2-man, 3-man fist break into a fist crack, and then Kyrie just jumping in with a shadow kill as well. So everything was just symphonious for ONIC, for TLID. Again, it was them just trying to be far back, waiting for a moment to happen, and then they can just jump and pounce in with the Lucas and the Matilda.
Yeah.
But look at the kills that they're able to bring, too. Against
Nanalo
11
ONIC
kill team.
PH. ONIC ID yung panalo.
It's hard for them to really win out on a team fight.
Here's the thing. The composition that TLID brought had like a really small window of winning conditions. Bringing the Lucas means that you really need to have to be able to dominate the early game. So even if, let's say, we're utilizing that argument that they have to stave off the pressure from ONIC in the early game, that's not really how a Lucas works. Look at the disparity of gold right now between Fabian and Kyrie. That's a 5,000 gold difference, 6,000 rather.
6,000.
And that was a 5 XP gap between the jungle. So in what world would TLID be able to come back from this? Considering even in the late game, what do they have to show for, right? That's Ranger that they're utilizing, who has no stacks.
And maybe the Faramis with the
Balagbag si Kyrie. Oo, kailangan.
timers in a bit of a cheeky
Kailangan
way.
nilang
I feel like
mambalagbag
the critical things that kind of made Team Liquid
para
ID
tuloy pa ang run
lose
nila sa
happened in the early game
playoffs.
for sure, man. The fact that they have a Mathilda and no frontline roamer makes it so that ONIC, they can always have the first move. They can send
Kala ko
people
ONIC
into a
PH
break,
iba pala
into
yan.
danger zone, and then
Tapos na ano,
you can see it
ang
with all their
MPL
skirmishes.
PH mga
Highlights
ante.
every single time. By the time the Team Liquid has grouped up together, Aran is too low to fight, or even taken out outright. And that's the same thing for him, for the Lucas as well. The fact that ONIC just have the control better well because they're having a Badang against a Mathilda in a game where they require that vision and that area control in order to set up for these big plays. Because of that, Team Liquid ID are just gonna be forced to kind of spend some resources and time onto the Badang, and that's where, before you know it, the glue shows up, the feather airstrike gets popped up, Kyrie dives in, and before you know it, someone's already out of the fight.
That's sad. That's totally sad. Look at the item timings.
Sino
At
MVP?
Fabian, for
Si
example, the
Kiboy.
Counter-Strike was completed when Kyrie is able to reach 2 items.
Yeah, it's actually worse. In previous game, like the War Axe was completed, the second item was completed like at 9 minutes, somewhere there.
8, 9.
It's even later now, man. Because again, the Lucas needs to be snowballing, but Team Liquid ID were unable to get circumstances where the Lucas
Bakit
has
si
a spot
Ryota
which is
wala?
hard to really, you know, start snowballing.
Eh,
get some
iwan
kills
ko
on the
lang.
board.
Yeah, because to be honest, Lucas kind of falls out of relevance in the late game when people are when your enemies are already stacking up on defense items. The Lucas just becomes another front line to eat, right? And for TLID, I feel like they don't really have an inherent healer. Maybe the Mathilda is kind of, because you have the Guiding Wind, but the Guiding Wind will always be equipped for the Phovius after a dive happens, maybe with Infernal Pursuit just jumping into the back, and then he hitchhikes a ride with that Guiding Wind. But there isn't really a frontliner that really wants to protect the team, right? That's the problem with this with that composition that TLID had. The Phovius had to dive, the Lucas had to fight as well. The Mathilda, somehow with the Circling Eagle, does that as well.
Suns MVP or Kyrie? Si Kiboy nga yung ano, MVP nga yung game kanina. Game 2.
That's just the end of the story.
And you have to wonder if this is the idea from Coach Koshiev. Go for the glue, bait out the Faramis. Because I think Mirko mentioned it.
Yeah.
Dude, this Netherrealm is years too late. And that's not exactly his fault, right? With so much mobility, with the Lucas and the Phobius diving so far out, and also pulling back so far with the Guiding Wind, if you're a Faramis, how are you supposed to keep up?
Yeah.
Right?
Can't.
You're gonna Shadow Stampede to catch up with a flying Phobius? You know, so it kind of nullifies that Netherrealm pressure as well. We saw that Team Liquid ID were unable to use it to, there weren't any big moments, big fights won off the Netherrealm. And not to mention, with the Granger in the picture, it's not even that kind of hyper carry like a Natan that can really benefit with the safety that Netherrealm provides. So it's a pick that was baited out by that glue pick. And looking at the big picture now, especially after the conclusion, you really have to wonder if that was like a bait, you know, like a mind game coming in from Coach Koshiev.
Yeah, with the glue, right? So
Yeah.
Get the Faramis, and then
curveball.
get the Badang, get the Farsa, right? Just combo.
That's why the Farsa pick instead of the Valentina was also really brilliant.
Yeah.
They knew that they needed a little bit more damage in the early game to accentuate the plays coming in from the Badang, plus the hyper aggression coming in from Kyrie on the Hayabusa. And that's the way that they
May
were able
that
to
si Kiboy
anchor
ngayon.
on the early
Hindi
game
ata
and
MVP.
well,
Suns ata.
from Lucas. So it's going according to
Sinabi
plan
na
now
nga
for
eh. Ayaw
Coach
maniwala.
Koshiev. Adi, ONIC 2-0 right now, and it comes back to the drafts once again. Do you think that in game number 3, TLID can reshuffle, refocus, and finally win out the drafts?
Hey, we had this conversation, Arashi. It's okay, it's a best of 5. They can try to probe around, sniff what Onyx
They
trying
can
to
try
do.
more.
That was at
They
game
tried.
1.
But this is tournament point for them. This is GG Go Next MPL ID Season 16. They lose here, right?
Yeah.
So there is no more time to try and probe. You have to be bold. I think at this point, just take risks. Just take risks, and maybe try to, contest for your comfort picks. Like the chip Louis again, but
Maybe-
insofar, ONIC has been so good on banning it.
We talked about Fabian and how he's always so important to the team. Maybe get something, you know, urgently for Fabian here, because I was talking about it earlier, looking at the team fights playing out. Dang, typical idea, just trying to win fights, and then their sons in the back just outputting damage again and again. Now saying with an assassin, this would look so different, right? And that's why ONIC went for the farm.
Kailan kaya
But maybe
magsa-start
that's where
yung game
Fabian
3?
needs something that's dynamic, something that can make plays happen.
Pwede
for
pa yata ako
Fabian.
mid-lip.
Because remember,
Char.
when they won, Fabian was a massive factor there. Whether it's on a fighter, on an assassin, the consistent factor is that he's going to be making plays, regardless of what kind of hero he's on.
Exactly. But we're still going to be expecting 3 jungle bans coming in from ONIC. And
Yeah,
the 3 jungle bans are the bans that Fabian is accustomed to, well versed with, right? Joy always taken away, Ling no chance,
The Fanny perma ban.
Hayabusa picked up by themselves, so what really is the solution here for TLID now?
Yeah, I want to say stop being
Hard.
Fabian-centric, but
It's too late.
They tried.
Kyo hasn't even been performing, right? I mean, I can't really blame it on him because ONIC is just ruthless on their approaches. But yeah, trying to really champion a Fabian-sided game would be fine.
I guess we'll think about it for just a bit because we are gonna take to the stage to see what's going on up on stage.
Nakalimutan ko mag-saying. Excited kasi ako sa game 3.
Langsung aja kali
Saying o magsaing ba? Ano ba? Naku, di natin maintindihan to guys. Kung may 5 minutes pa kayo para maligo. Hindi namin marinig.
Semangat sih mereka.
Betul sekali ya.
Harus ketinggalan 2 poin.
Sayang sekali, tapi nggak apa-apa. Masih ada kesempatan untuk mengejar. Namanya best of five. Kita akan melihat apakah nantinya Delegate Indonesia akan bisa mengejar ataukah ONIC yang akan tetap unggul. Tapi Bude,
Yes, match point masalahnya.
Magsaing.
kayaknya ada yang
Aga pa
seru
para
nih ya.
magsaing.
Semakin panas
O pang
kita
lunch yan. Grabe pag pang lunch yan.
Enggak sih, harus dibakar sih ini.
Pwede ka pa magsaing o 5 minutes.
Sebenarnya membakar dari
Kaya
super
pa.
fans, biar mereka juga semakin semangat. Yang ngademin juga lah ya, untuk tarik napas lega sesuai yang Alisa bilang. Karena kita akan bermain bersama dengan super fans dari kedua tim. Ini akan menarik karena
Bye-bye,
kita
Jalil.
bermain Whack Edit. Wah, Edit nih hari ini memang benar-benar ya, dari pagi udah kelihatan di layar, biasa di line of down juga muncul, tapi sekarang
Pa-shout out
Super Fans
daw.
akan bermain dengan hero Edit. Betul
Kay
sekali ya, mereka.
Kian
Betul.
na Peñas. Hello, Kian.
kira-kira sudah siap bermain Whack Edit bersama
Nakakaintindi ka ng Indo.
Hai, asik, asik, asik.
Shana else.
Langsung ya di sini yang dari kanan. Siapa namanya?
Halo Bude, nama aku Santo.
Santo.
Follow ONIC ID.
Cavalry atau
True.
Sonic nih?
Aku cavalrist Bude.
Cavalry dari lahir nggak?
Dari Aura sih.
Oh dari dulu benar-benar. Berarti dari dulu. Tetap semangat dong walaupun kondisi seperti ini.
Kasih sebenarnya Bude, tapi ya
Yaudah yuk pulang yuk pulang.
Tunggu Iron.
Oke masih semangat, masih dong.
Masih
Masih.
membara.
Masih.
Jangan mau kalah yang udah nyetak 2 poin nih. Halo, namanya siapa?
Sige.
Namanya kamu.
Zero na
Sonic.
TL, sabi.
Oke, Sonicnya udah dari kapan nih?
Dari season 13.
Wow.
Baru, main baru.
No regular season ba naglaro siya?
Gak apa-apa. Tapi
Aaron
kita
Sheik.
bisa melihat ya. bahwa
Parang bago
sudah
mag-playoffs, hindi na siya naglaro.
kita di match point, tapi sebelumnya
Ewan ko
kita
din.
mau ngajak kalian bermain Whack Edit.
Player edit, player edit.
Player edit.
Wih, makin panas. Caranya gampang banget, kalian pasti bingung, nggak mungkin ya. Gimana cara edit-edit nih? Ini dia cara untuk bermain back edit. Langsung aja ini kalian bisa bermain edit bersama-sama. Kalian akan menggunakan sama-sama edit. Nanti akan saling bergantian untuk bersembunyi dan juga attack. Jadi kalian tinggal gunakan skill 1, nggak boleh pakai battle spell. Nggak boleh pakai skill-skill lain, nggak boleh dash. Yang penting pakainya Earth Shatter aja.
Siap Bude.
Kalian mainnya akan bergantian ya. Jadi satu kali langsung berganti dengan player berikutnya. Jadi hanya untuk satu kali. Oke?
Oke,
Oke. Pokoknya cuma 2 poin aja. Kalian cuma cari depan 2 poin. Tapi kalau misalnya, aduh nggak kena, berarti belum dapat poin. Gantian, turn lagi. Oke? Siapa nih yang mau mulai duluan? Pingsut, pingsut, pingsut. Gunting, batu, kertas, sweet, kue.
Oke. Dari Sonic dulu nih ya. Kita akan melihat apakah bisa langsung menggunakan editnya dengan tepat nih.
Aduh kira-kira siapa nih yang menang? Cavalrys? Santos atau dari Bay? Sonic?
Ano ba to? 1v1?
Kita
Sila.
mulai ya.
Saja kita akan mulai.
3, 2, 1. 1, back edit.
Langsung saja kita lihat, apakah
1v1 ata sila, panood kami.
Berarti kamu ngumpet dulu ya dari
Ayan, mag-1v1 muna sila.
harus bisa
MPL edit 1, edit 2.
Oke.
udah gagal.
Gagal.
Take turn, gantian.
Gantian.
Recall ya. Bentar, kata
Ah,
nggak kena dia.
Gak hoki bude.
Nggak hoki dia. Kamu bakal hoki nggak nih?
Hoki bude.
ganun pala laban nila. Kung matamaan ka nun.
Bukan gak dapet. 1, 2, jangan masuk.
Pumasok. Daya na.
Berhasil
Pumasok
juga
sa
ya,
bush.
Restreaming ya. Langsung gantian. Ayo, sekarang ngumpet lagi.
Ayo gas.
Ngumpet lagi. Oke. Siap.
Ay, umusad. Dapat bawal umusad.
Tipis banget ya.
Tipis banget ya.
Hindi kakadayaan pala dito.
Ayo.
Ayo, bisa.
First shooter. Keluar. Gagal lagi.
Gantian lagi. Gimana ini sesusah apa sih?
Easy sih harusnya, cuma kebetulan aja dia menang.
Oh, hanya kebetulan ya.
Yuk, gas.
Oke, kita lihat.
Ba't pumapasok yung yung red edit?
Ya ampun.
Daya talaga.
Section lagi. Belum. Ayo gantian ngumpet. Sekarang. Oke. Gas terus. Coba dirasa-rasa kiri kanan.
Sambil merem bude, sambil
Lihat
merem.
ya, berhasil nggak ya?
Gagal lagi. Melek aja gagal, merem gagal, nggak kelihatan sih di bash ya.
Ini sengit sekali ya Bude ya. Walaupun kelihatannya bashnya ini
Ayo.
satu area aja. Ayo, bisa yuk.
Gagal lagi, oke.
Belum
Gantian
berhasil
lagi.
juga ya.
Ini kayaknya bakal sampai match kedua juga belum kelar ini ya.
Betul sekali, kita masih menunggu nih ya. Oke, sudah siap. Oke.
Pojokan tuh di pojokan. Pojok yang mana ya? Karena ini lama banget jadi
Yes, kita akan melihat 1 poin aja karena ini lama sekali kalau kita tunggu-tunggu kayak bisa sampai grand final ya. Jadi kita akan langsung saja mencari nih, geser-geser bisa nih. Kita intip-intip kali ya.
itu loh.
Wala mo katawa.
Next. Guys, ini The Cavalrys nggak ada yang kepengen bantuin gitu.
Ya, kan
Ini Santo lagi berusaha nih loh. Ayo Santo kanan, kiri atau mana nih? Arahnya sepertinya agak kebalik gitu ya badannya.
Ayo, balik kanan.
Gini lagi. Agak tembak dikit.
Ay, dito. Buntik na.
Ayo, aku bantu.
Ini Bude pamit dulu ya guys.
Oke.
Kamu rankmu apa sih?
Aku baru naik IMO bude.
Imo, edit berapa kali pakai?
120 setelah ini.
Ay, tinamaan.
Tergocek oleh celotehan Bude nih kayaknya. Dan kita sudah mendapatkan pemenangnya nih sepertinya Bude.
Mungkin ada
Wala na.
kekalahan.
Nagbalagbagan na sila dun.
Gak apa-apa kalah di sini tapi nanti reverse sweep kok.
Wow, sepeda itu. Sonic,
Ano daw sabi niya?
Ini nunjukin kemenangan ONIC sih dengan mudah.
Aduh.
Mudah ya.
Makin panas ya.
Makin panas Bude. Kayaknya bukan mendinginkan, malah ini kayaknya semakin membara ya Bude.
Iya. Tapi kalau boleh dikasih tahu kunci kemenangan tadi apa tuh?
Trio mid-nya sih dan coach chef yang kembali hadir di MPL Indonesia.
Mantap. Itu kunci kemenangan dia.
Mantap.
Terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID.
Kalau boleh coach Ade aja nanti yang draft ya.
Oke, sudah disampaikan.
Dari Sonic ada yang mau disampaikan?
Kalau TLID masih kalah di early udah pasti mudah kalah sih sama ONIC.
Wow, emang iya?
Begitu pedenya.
Tergantung siapa yang ngedraft bude.
Tergantung. Gimana kalau kita aja maju? Jangan. Kita di sini aja. Editnya aja tadi kalah namun. Hari ini makin benar-benar dagdikduk Ralisa.
Betul sekali,
Semuanya
Bude.
juga semakin panas untuk melihat bagaimana kelanjutan dari Best of 5 Series. Ini udah akan memasuki game ketiga.
Betul sekali Bude, kita akan melihat apakah match point kali ini akan dimenangkan oleh ONIC atau sebaliknya. Jadi langsung saja kita akan lemparkan ke para panelis. Silakan panelis, take it over.
Yun lang naintindihan ko. Take it over.
Shots fired up on stage there with the host. And if you guys want to join in on the fun and the the action, you guys can head over to the venue right now in Jakarta, Indonesia, here in the Jakarta International Velodrome. And of course, there's just so many things you guys can, tune into. There's giveaways, there's activities. Honestly, I haven't been there myself, but I will go to the festival later. All right, and hopefully maybe pick up a free Samsung on the way, right?
Free.
Maybe.
Maybe.
They have a booth, right, in the festival. Maybe there might be something cool that you guys can actually do because this is the all-new Galaxy A series 5G, specifically the A36 5G. And
Tagal.
We'll talk to you guys about the specs.
Well, it's packed with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor, up to 20 gigs of RAM, 256 gigabytes of storage, and you can squat up without lag thanks to the 120 Hz Super AMOLED display. Super AMOLED. Regular AMOLED? Super AMOLED, bro.
Super. Sana all.
45 watt fast charging as well. I've tried it myself.
Wow.
Dude, you have no idea. You don't think you need fast charging, 45 watt fast charging, until you have it. Once you don't have it, you're not a happy camper, dude. You're gonna be like, dude, it takes me so long. I'm trying to play a game. I charged while I went for a shower. I come back. Why isn't it full yet? 45 watts give you that ability, man.
Very, very quick. Obviously, for Eterna specifically, she likes to take pictures of herself.
That's true. That's true.
Get
I'm a
selfies out there.
narcissist, yes.
That is
She's
true.
a narcissist. I'm not trying to say that, but
I am.
if you do like taking pictures and you like content creation, you can do that with the Galaxy A36 5G's 50 MP OIS camera.
50
And
MP.
it also has AI.
Whoa.
Awesome intelligence filter.
What's that?
Filter.
So that is you given the capabilities of creating custom filters for yourself.
Oh, no, I tried that. Yeah. So if I take a selfie here and I have the
Okay.
vibe of the velodrome, right?
Yeah.
The moment I take a picture at home, and I
Wow.
it looks like I'm in the velodrome.
Ano ba yan? Libre ba yan?
They're in
What are
the
you talking about?
velodrome.
Serious?
They're in the velodrome. Right?
Puro ganun phone
We're
nila.
at the Team Galaxy
Angas
Zone
naman.
cam by Samsung Galaxy. So if you guys are holding a Samsung device with whatever it may be, you might even bring a TV with you. All right.
Oh.
What
For
about
all we
toaster?
know,
How about the washing machine?
Washing machine.
try it out. Try it out.
The
Try it out.
shower head.
They have a shower?
Try it out.
Oh.
Man, they make everything. That's crazy.
They do.
They do. They
Well,
do.
head over to Samsung.com/ID or your nearest Samsung store and grab the Galaxy A36 5G, starting at just rupiah 5 million. 5 million.
Oh, man.
And with that, you get awesome bonuses worth over 1.5 million,
That's cheap money.
including a free memory upgrade, by the way.
Wow.
Memory at this point with the content, with the photos, you
Yeah.
need that memory upgrade, bro.
You do. But hurry up because the offer ends on June 15th,
Oh.
2025. So don't forget to check it out. Get it. Sit over at the Galaxy Zone up front, right in front of the players. You can basically see their pores. I like to say that.
The pores?
Every
Pores?
season.
Wow.
Or their pores.
That's how close you are.
Oh, okay. I thought
See
he
their
said.
pores.
I thought he
Pores.
said. I thought she said.
Game na!
We can see their.
Hala, wala pa sila. Ay, yun na pala.
I think one player fits that description.
But
I
parked outside.
Joke lang.
Room.
will change the topic now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about
Here we
cars.
go.
Cars.
Oh, cars.
Vroom, vroom. He ain't here, though.
Ouch.
Ain't here.
Yeah.
Where
That's
is
low
he?
blow. He might be coming.
Ah.
Like to, watch. Who wouldn't want to watch, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, we also have a certain Filipino caster.
Coming.
What?
Yeah.
He's coming.
He is here.
Are you going to
already.
spoil that?
Oh, he came.
No,
already.
no. He posted a story.
Dang, so it's official.
It's official that he's here.
Awesome.
You know who that is?
I think he might be arriving in the middle of the night.
Ah, in
Interesting.
the middle of the night. Okay, I get you. I see you, Arashi. I see ya.
But back to this, boys and girls.
Yes.
Match point. If TLID do not win this next game, unfortunately, they will have to say goodbye to playoffs. And it's insane. This guy, again, we're looking at it poster to poster, era to era, then and now. I think he's back. It's safe to say. His performance earlier on as well on the Farsa, we saw him. What do we think about this, Arashi?
It almost feels like he is denying that he was ever away. He comes back
Yeah.
as like, oh, you must have forgotten. You're banning the Tsushin, the Yves. You must have forgot the Farsa, the Gila Sans Farsa, dude.
Gila Sans.
He never left.
What were you thinking?
Which is why Miracle posed an interesting question in
Oh.
the drafts.
Oh.
Jushin banned out. Why?
I think it's more of a very annoying pick to deal against. But at the same time, it also enables ONIC to really just function with it. So I think TLID also. Was it TLID who banned out the juice?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the second phase, alongside the Yves, where Sans picked up the Farsa.
Yeah, so
Sobrang
that's why
tagal
maybe
nung
TLID
ano
will,
nila,
deal with that.
next games nila.
My theory is that they want to put Sans on something that's a bit more vulnerable. Because that's a factor here, right? When they want to go with these burst options, they don't want these heroes that can kind of have an extra shield, like the Eve and the Jushin, with the extra movement speed, the extra survivability, and all that. So they're trying to narrow down those two options, the Jushin and the Eve, that can survive the initial big Lucas burst. And with that factor, they're trying to zone out and limit the strength of Sans. But yeah, unfortunately, towards the end there,
Blue.
because of the
Blue
setup,
side, ONIC.
at that point, Sans was just free to do damage anyways.
Rashi.
Blue side.
Not just that, as you were talking, did you see the ONIC players?
They were laughing.
They were laughing.
They were laughing at you, Arashi.
They were smiling. You know what that means, right? A relaxed ONIC is a scary ONIC.
Kinda. Look
This
at
is
T-Boy.
like their attitude at their prime.
Yeah. Again, with Coach Yep too. I mean, Coach Yep earlier had a bit more of a serious face, so
He was laughing though before that.
before that he was laughing. So a man of many faces.
He's probably
Coach
just
Yep.
seriously thinking
Poker
about the
face.
next joke that he wants to.
Maybe,
Oh,
maybe. All right, so if you're on Team Liquid ID, I feel like at this point, that's like the one thing they haven't really gotten to explore, the Fabian factor. Again, we're talking about how this guy has so many
Yun.
more options, has many heroes in his hero pool. There's gotta be something, right? There's gotta be something.
But
Simula
what is
din.
it, though?
Match point na ONIC ID.
Shoot him a text.
They had 2 weeks to
Pag
prepare.
natalo ang TLID, laglag na sila sa playoffs.
And should have known that teams would do research on them, right? Fabian being again one of the anchors, the pillars to their gameplay. If he wasn't able to explore different avenues and choices in the banning phase and the drafting phase and his hero pool, that's a big question to TLID's prep. We're getting into the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3, match point, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. From the side of ONIC, they have gone the exact same route. Fanny, Joy, Ling banned out, taking it away from Fabian. TLID go for the Hayabusa, eliminating that as an option for them to pick up for themselves. Plus, for Kai, the Luoyi, and the Chip. So they have learned from game number 1, but their first pick is Jushin.
Safety, I'd say. It's a much more safer pick for Yaskiel to play with. It has the escape, it has the shielding as well. The lift off to look for small skirmishes that you can really play with. But yeah, Jushin I think is a very, very good pick. Matilda
Yung
Alpha,
picture pala ni Fabian, yung
Right, the
is this the
Alpha.
something
Yung post
that
ni,
is in
ano,
Fabian's
ni
pocket?
King
Because
Kong.
we haven't seen Alpha
Sigma.
in such a long time.
He
Could
picked
be.
it once up in the regular season, where he lost.
Yeah, he didn't win with it. That's the big
Ah.
concern here. In theory, right now against a glue, it means that the Alpha is going to be regenerating a lot more. And the Alpha does true damage, which is good against frontline pressure.
Whoa!
There's a
Matilda
Franco
pa din.
out of nowhere, though. Is this
Uy,
again an attempt to
Franco.
just shut down Fabian even more? With a Matilda and the Tushin, there's not a lot of ways for Team Liquid ID to cancel out that Bloody Hunt as of right now. But so far, this is looking like a stronger, more stable, more brawly trio mid. And remember, trio mid is the highlight of this matchup.
But do you think the Franco is enough to withstand the invade pressure coming in from the Alpha and the Matilda? Because the Alpha and the Matilda obviously has very strong invade pressure, and that could just, you know, screw up the Suyo.
I think this depends on what is picked up for the gold lane and the mid lane here. They need good amounts of damage here if they want to truly make the Franco a real threat. If there's not enough burst damage, then they can just tank through the Bloody Hunt. With a Matilda, especially if they're on curve and not behind, with the plus of the Oasis, they can very easily let a Alpha or maybe someone else in the EXP lane survive from the initial engage. So that's where, for ONIC, they need good amounts of damage, and they need quick damage. If they take too long, then the rest of Team Liquid ID will follow up and even dive through with the Tsushin.
And that's why TLID banned out the Farsa.
Yeah.
So they're eliminating that,
Ayaw na sa
that
Barca.
player that Arasha was mentioning earlier on. Other than the Farsa, what heroes are we looking at here?
Just not to
Burst damage mid lane.
An early game base damage that's good.
What about a Eve?
It's okay, but it's not as bursty by all means, right? It's just a lot more consistent. But it will help with the wave clear though, which is a big deal, considering that the mid lane 1v1 is a big factor in the rotations.
But I personally don't like it in combination with the Franco.
Agree.
Yeah, it hooks you out of the RWM, but I think they need to go for either a mid laner here.
You want to go like
Very good.
Sana?
Faramis.
Aramis.
Interesting choice.
To live is
So
Right.
double pull here.
And they're
With
also,
Stampede.
well, there's the combo, right? The pull into the Iron Hook, the Shadow Stampede into the Iron Hook. But there's also the fact that now that Coach GF has picked up the Faramis against the glue, it kind of hints at them now understanding that they're going to go for a composition that can actually be countered by that Faramis. So I'm assuming a lot more of an aggressive maneuver, more forward momentum. And technically, if you're thinking about gold laners that can kind of vibe well with the Franco, it's only between the Beatrix and the carry, I believe. Those two can
Favero
kind
has picked it up.
exactly. So I think that's where Team Liquid ID are kind of trying to make a read. Go for the Gatot though and the Moscow. So good macro pressure. Good front line as well here, knowing that the Mathilda won't be able to serve as the main front line. So it's a very brawly composition coming in from Team Liquid ID.
Not a big fan of the Gato Pacha as the sole, like, tempo setter. However, they go Granger.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
So no carry, no Beatrix.
Yeah, I think because the main premise has always been the Franco hook into, a Bennett's rage or with the carry, constant damage. But I think the Granger does give you safety in terms of range and the poke as well. And if they want to play the front to back for ages, I think it helps as well with the Granger.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it over to our fellow casters. Mirko, once again, a chef-in for the final time, potentially. Take it away.
This might be the end of the journey for Team Liquid ID. They're in the brink of elimination. Only one game separates them from the gaming house. They were the runner-up of M6. Runner-up, no, the champion of MPL Indonesia, Season 14. And now, look at where they at.
TLID,
This is
ano eh.
their last draw. Can
Jump
they do it
S15.
and stop the resurgence of ONIC?
They gotta fight back somehow up against ONIC. Again, the defending champions, ladies and gentlemen, in their first season. A lot of them, at least Fabian, Witty, and Aaron Shiki was the three rookies that were promoted into MPL with a lot of doubts surrounding them, instantly erasing those doubts, carving their name into the history books of MPL ID by becoming champions. ONIC, what do you think about the draft here, Sheffin?
I gotta say, you are very ONIC Pro draft, or like you were very ONIC Pro when the draft happened, right?
Until the Faramis Granger.
Yeah. I think a Yves and also maybe like a 1-1 or something like a Harith would do well, especially with the amount of damage that Carry can deal in the early game. But look at that!
That's exactly why. Oh, almost a hook chained together there. Keyboy not gonna find it. But yeah, what were you saying, Shevin?
Yeah, I gotta say, TLID, if they want to go back to the Season of 14 form of TLID, they did the right thing. They put Alpha on Fabian. They put the Matilda on Weedy. So the ingredients is there. It's a matter of how they execute. I think it's a much more well-rounded draft and also more competitive drafting phase than first and second game.
I agree. This isn't a complete shout-out on the drafts, unlike what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. Despite the first pick Juicin, that I was already... I'm a hater. I'm a hater for the Juicin first pick. Not a big fan of that pick anymore, at least not a first pick. ONIC, though, control in the bush, waiting for an ambush to happen. You can see the win rates all throughout. 0 and 1 on the Alpha for Fabian, which is definitely not a stat that we are used to. Last season is Mathilda Alpha, the combo of TLID was amazing. Almost an attempt there, successfully getting the Iron Hook.
Now it's going to be hard for ONIC to be able to get close to the turret or the turtle. Keyboy already getting jumped on.
Uh-oh, and ollie onto the back. Oh, yes, he'll pull back as well. Keyboy walking in front. Fabian able to pull out the retribution with the iron. Hook connects. Netherrealm coming down as Kyrie gets caught, but will be able to dish out there. Solo!
What?
Kill up top kill. Finally kill Sans. Flicker forward, bringing him back into the damage of ONIC. 2-1, but TL got the turtle.
Well, it's the same thing that happened in the first game. They got the turtle, but there's some retaliation on the other side of the map. Wow, they gotta stop with the 1v1s, man. They're gonna take care of themselves.
I think it's fine. I'm curious as to how Kyo won that battle.
Yeah.
Ranger should be the one with an advantage in the lane.
I mean, we can see in the items, already warrior boots for Kyo. Maybe that plays a part, that 1v1 earlier. But yeah, curious to see what happened in the replay. Looking at the other items though, nothing too crazy just yet. A rapid boots for Keyboy. Oh, getting all in by Fabian, but he knows. He's gonna go for a Franco in the middle of a turret.
This is looking more like the TLID we have seen in the regular season. You know, not the inconsistent version, but the normal form where they are actually able to fight. They're actually able to finally coordinate together, unlike the last two games. But somehow, ONIC find themselves still 1,000 gold ahead with no neutral objective. This is just the pure... Is it the Suyo? No, he's a level down.
I've always said this, a sign of an elite team is when you're losing the trade, or at least the trade is even, you see the wave clear, you see the pathing in the jungle. And this is what ONIC did throughout the prime ONIC era. The micros on all the members is very sound around, getting jumped on, but still has the AOG.
Sans walks off, Fabian already there, asking for the guiding wind, bringing him back into the circling Eagle Sans! Another round with the bloody hunt, locking Fabian down, instantly cancel with the AOG!
Oh! Look B though, still chasing Fabian. Keyboy already low. Kyrie just goes back. Still want to stop it or not. Look B taking a bit of damage, but there's no kill just yet on that exchange.
Just poke. Sans so patient with the Netherrealm. I thought he died before he could pop it in, but he gets it in time. ONIC now with the great iron hook landing again, but it's only onto Aran who has the guiding win provided by Witty. Hold. Fabian on the turtle. Lutpi walking up already. On Aran, mounting him up, bringing it back all the way to Savero to get some free shots. Fabian on the turtle, and that's a save with the guiding win. ONIC cannot contest. Lutpi caught in deep waters.
Getting jumped on by 4 people. It might be the end for Lutpi in this guys. Keyboy though, the hook. Lutpi gets to that form, but he's gonna get executed. No! No kills at all. Again.
Wow. They're holding their ground. They're standing their ground. The lead is gone. But with 2 turtles, you would expect TLID to be the ones holding that lead. A turret down below. And right to our left, ladies and gentlemen, me and Shepin's left, we got 2 legends who are streaming in the venue.
I mean, literally 20 feet away from us, we can see them just yapping. For you guys out there, check out their stream if you're bored of us.
Shepin, who do you think is better? Who do you think is better?
You're really gonna put me on the spot here?
Hey, I'll answer too.
If we're talking about peak, Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage.
Overall, R7.
Anti-Mage.
Wow.
Once an MSC winner.
All right. To each their own. And to each their own also in audience prediction, 80% to 20% as expected. Going by what happened in the first 2 games.
80%. After what we saw from game 2, understandable. This was not the audience prediction that we saw in game 1. It was actually quite even, I believe. And then we saw a big shift after that stomp in game 1. And now ONIC are finally in a position where they're the ones forced to trade it out. How is it that they are still the ones leading? It's a turret, 2 turtles, and it's a gold lead for ONIC.
I think it's the fact that Kai is much more dynamic than Fabian. Because Fabian, he kind of have to rely on Witty to be able to get around the map. And he's been doing that. That's what's supposed to happen, and that is their game plan. But Kyrie can clear the lane on his own, can just farm on his own, and make a play on his own. But gotta say, the one thing that really impressed me the most is the fact that ONIC, not one of the members has died yet. Might be changing it now.
All in over to Keyboy, Netherrealm in time, but he will still fall. Flicker out, burn out SOD. Kyo joining the fight. Savero with a few good shots. Great revitalize to keep him alive. Aran and the rest of the team. Kai will give away the turtle and just, oh man, he's wiped the entire bottom side jungle.
Free real estate for Kyrie, even the orange buff as well. The one thing that makes ONIC special in their prime era, they let go of the things that they're not gonna take care of or have the disadvantage. And truly they are in a disadvantage in objective battle, especially after Keyboy getting jumped on. The key is Keyboy getting the initial hook and getting someone to burst the opponent down before the fight begins and make it a 4v5.
All right, we gotta think about this though. If they had a Yve in the mid lane, this is the playstyle that I expected. They would just play it slow, give away a few neutral objectives, maybe actually be able to contest Turtle 3. With this composition, playing it safe like this, trading across the board, means that they're gonna be scaling from mid. I believe TLID have the better mid game.
Yeah. And late game with Moscow? Yeah. Right? That's what I'm gonna say. The long lane pressure that they can definitely utilize, and Kyo hasn't died just yet, even winning on a 1v1 against Alvero on his own. 500 though, this is not a lead that's really safe at all in MPL Indonesia. I wonder how many lead changes, at least 2 so far in this game on the economy. And ONIC, look at the bushes miracle. This is what having an Alpha and a Mathilda gives you. I really like the fact that they're going back to their form in Season 14. This is their bread and butter. Just own the bush. Try to get your map or like the advantage on the vision. And Keyboy, all he can do is just try to get this blind hooks that most likely not gonna land. You gotta scan the bushes, you gotta scan all the things that he cannot see in plain sight and make a play out of his micro.
It's all about pushing slowly and steadily for TLID. They have the lead, and like you said, it isn't safe, but it's fine. They have a composition that scales pretty well into the late game. The range is the only thing that I have doubts about, right? Sans walks up. Oh, good damage.
Yep, yes, skill already low, around half HP. Savero dealing some death sonatas as well. Kyrie just clearing the mid lane. Oh, Keyboy!
Purify. Good call. That mid push, man, so important for the neutral objective take in TLID. They are struggling to get control of it. Sans, another risky move, walking up front. Orange buff taken. That's a level lead for Kai.
Yep.
Iron hook not landing. Lord very low.
10k on the load. Kyrie goes in. Fabian getting jumped on.
ONIC kayo.
Bloody hot on the Winter Crown. Lord stolen already now. The mount down over to Fabian. This should be a trade. Lutpi is dead. Isolated from the team.
AOG.
The Lord Aran jumping in, but it will be Keyboy still surviving. SOD!
Kyo!
Jumping on a Kai. Soul Sever coming down. Yes, here with the flicker forward on the Crimson Peak, and Kai getting away with the Blade Surge.
Finally a W for TLID, but no, the Lord is taken out by Kyrie. Overall, though, in the kill department, it's an equal one. Fabian is trying to sandwich Kyrie and Sans.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Crazy poke. Fabian with the flank, though, but no one walks his
minute.
way. Wow. Okay. Clean. Taking control of the mid lane as Fabian looks for the flank. That will not amount to anything. Fabian sees Kyrie. Sans sees him too. Death Sonata, Ghost Bursters. And that will be it with the wave in the mid lane. Now a Lord up top.
Yep. This is the problem with... Yes, you have the Mathilda on the Fabian, but...
Oh, come on, Kai.
Yeah, just Kyrie thinks, man. The god of the jungle. The red trees are there. But yeah, look, be in trouble. Spear of Misery connected. Half HP, but they still have the Lord. And the siege potential. Savero just gunning them down with Death Sonatas.
And Rhapsodies are on very low already. Lord marching down. TLID. Fabian walks up. Oh no!
Jeez.
Another one coming down with the SOD as well. Don't take it, Kill. ONIC on the brink of eliminating the defending champions.
Yup. This is just clinical Mobile Legends coming in from ONIC. It wasn't that clean in the early game, but they know what to do, even in the objective battle that they're not supposed to have an advantage on. Yes, they have the bloody hunt on a Keyboy, but this is Alpha against a Suyo and Mathilda we're talking about. Man. The HP bars is leaning towards TLID side. ONIC gotta rely on the micros, Fabian. Oh man, gotta watch out for the soaks, man.
He's so far up front alone with no Mathilda. That could have been real bad. Luckily, the timing wasn't, you know, the best. Even if ONIC got that, they would have got more pressure, but there's no neutral objective up. Whew.
Now it's time to breathe for both of these teams. Once again, I think the win con, or the plan, Fabian though, Square of Alpha onwards, Ludwig.
Oh, JCC.
SOD,
AOG. Kibo with flicker out. Aran looking for the play. Kyo takes the SOD. Another realm for Suns to escape. 28 seconds for Lord. Ludwig, 20 seconds to respawn.
You gotta find a way for Ludwig to be able to check the bushes a bit safely. Maybe just a blind hook from Keyboard just to clear the bushes so that Ludwig did not get engaged on, just like what happened earlier. TLID, they're 5 men strong, but can't they make a use of this advantage that they have right now? 4 seconds towards the lower. Ludwig is already up on a respawn time.
Full control. Look at the piercing damage from Kyo 2. Keyboy looking for the hook. TLID on the Lord with a slow push down below.
I gotta wait for Ron to back away. Or maybe just heals up with Widdy's photo. That's something they can do, but it's already half HP. So that's something that Savero might be looking forward to burst, especially with the Sky Piercer.
The wave is good for ONIC. In the bottom lane, great. Zoom in into the map. You can see again how they're managing the waves. Kyrie notices it is building towards a slow push for them, so that's why he rotates without hitting the wave. ONIC controlling the neutral objective. Moskov seen down below. ONIC, are they gonna make the shot, the call?
They're still healthy. This is on the hook is Keyboy.
Tier 2
Moskov.
Lord dance in favor of TL. Moskov still in the bottom lane, farming and clearing it up, shoving the wave in.
You don't have
TLID
to.
holding on to it.
What? They're still going for the Lord. Ludwig getting jumped.
Moskov.
By the Lord.
Face turret taken out again, buddy. Hakai able to secure
Backdoor.
in the back. Yo, ONIC, what?
Oh.
That could not have been worse. TLID, just run it down.
They just handed the W on a silver platter to Kyo. I was gonna say this is the prime ONIC that we're talking about before the game starts.
Kiboy yun,
But
sabi.
what the hell was that? That is a stinker.
Oh, I gotta agree with you, Shepin. I'm not a fan of the Pyramid Stranger, but it wasn't because of the Pyramid Stranger that they lost the game. It was they didn't want to let go of anything. They didn't want to let go of the Lord. Some signs of that inconsistent ONIC from the
Walang isang umuwi.
weeks of the
May
regular
nagko-comment pala
season.
kanina, hindi
Gentlemen,
nag-up
all
yung
of a sudden,
comments ko.
TLID are
Anyways,
back in the
pasensya na hindi ko
series.
na,
All of a sudden,
hindi ko
that
na
80%
reply.
and 20% audience prediction might just be shifting back.
Hindi nag-up yung comment ko kanina.
Understand. A team on the level of ONIC
Extend!
in game 1 and 2. This is not a mistake that kind of team could be making.
I was
What
gobsmacked.
the hell was that? And shout out to Yeskiel to cancel the recall from Suns. Hey, this is the time for the panelists to break it down because we are speechless.
Thanks, boys. We're going to game 4. The dream for TLID is still alive here in MPL ID Season 15 with an amazing play by Kyo. Utilizing the team
May nagko-comment ba ulit? Ah, wala. Gara, hindi nag-up yung comments ko. Weird naman ito. Why?
We said they needed something, right? They needed something, whatever. And they brought up
Di
the Alpha.
updated,
The Alpha was
tuloy.
great. The skirmishes were great. It's a lot more calculated. If you look at the previous games compared to now,
Why naman ganun?
5 kills for both teams. It's a very low action game. It's just threats upon threats, but no one's overcommitting. And I really want to ask, like I wish we can have a segment where we can ask like the coach immediately. Like say DeLucas, is there
Wow,
an
shot
idea?
Q.
Do you have a solution? Like you were mentioning that
Hindi nila pinansin yung ano,
on the Sushin
yung
with the critical
Moskov, no?
the recalls, and then the avatar of the Guardian from the Gatar as well. Is that the idea, having all these tools to stop the recall so that the Moskov can end?
I mean, they couldn't have predicted that would happen, right?
I don't
The
think so,
opportunity
but
presented itself and they took it.
You never know. I mean, it was the last stretch, right? I think that Crimson Beacon in the last second was so crucial because Sans, I think, was a second away from recalling back to base.
Nasegue yan, oo nga.
It was all about him just focusing on the crystal because he knew that in that fight, ONIC was about to turn it around. but Sans recalled, and that Crimson Beacon even only touched the tip of it. That tip of the Crimson Beacon touched Sans, canceled the recall,
Okay.
and Kyo continued with the split push.
And so we're gonna crown our MVP or player of the game here for game numero 3, and it's going to go to Kyo. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. There's definitely
Ayan,
an argument to be made
si
for
Kyo
all
ang
the rest of the
MVP.
players, but that last
Hi,
minute
King.
play from Kyo really
Naunahan
did
sila
I
kuha
don't
na
think
Lord.
things would have been as easy for TLID if it went otherwise. And I think the one thing that I really wanted to add for this game in particular is the differences of the previous game, which is what? This is a draft that is so TLID.
Sino panalo? TLID nanalo game 3.
This is their comfort. This is how they've been able to
Nalaso.
have success, not just this season, but last season during their championship run here in MPL ID. Right? Aran on the Gatot, Fabian on the Alpha, Yeheskiel on his power pick as well, the Jushin, Witty on the Matilda. They know this draft well. They've utilized it numerous times, and you can see them actually executing that game plan for comfort.
Every single time there's a lull in the action, you can see that, I don't know if it's the comfort or if it's a different plan and whatnot, but even against the Iron Hook, against all these tools that ONIC has at their disposal, TLID did a great job avoiding the pickoffs and finding pickoffs of their own somehow, even though they're on a Matilda roam.
Yeah.
We talked about how that limits your offense, but they use Fabian to walk in the front, and to be fair, he almost got hooked a couple of times forward, but he was the guy walking up, trying to find a backwards spear of Alpha, try and kick things off and start a big fight.
Na-segment kasi ni Moscow. Wala nga umuwi eh.
The creativity
Kahit
and the
isa,
fight
no?
as well that we've been wanting to see from Team Liquid ID all the way from game number 1. And to his credit, Kyo on the Moscow, 0 deaths.
Game 4, babawi yung ONIC, sabi ni Steve.
In the scope for ONIC in this game, and his spear of destructions have been really accurate this game. If you notice, it's always being used to secure kills, or you know, it lands at the back line. So the accuracy of those spears, it doesn't seem like it's just thrown into a high populated area. He is looking, he is waiting and targeting exact moments, man.
That SOD really helped them as well to join the fight. Obviously, that's always the premise of a Moskov, is the fact that a 4v5 can turn into a 5v5, and even worse, like a 3v2 can turn into a 4v3 in one spear. And that SOD did land for
Idol
Kyo,
siguro si
but
Kelra.
he had one target in his mind, was that split push. That split push was indeed one of TLID's pressure as well.
Ginawa na sa kanila eh.
ONIC brings, right? The only hero that can really match that is the Suyo. But the Suyo was also, you know, the Suyo was too busy on focusing on the objective and that last stretch as well. So then Kyo took the chance, and it was a final push to end the game, and TLID brought back the momentum that they need.
And they're able to stay in the area, in the Lord Pit, in the mid lane. They're able to stand and like dance off against ONIC, despite being up against a Granger, which outputs a lot of damage with low commitment. And despite being up against a Franco, where one single hook can kind of
Di nagmapa kasi kumpiyansa kasi.
But I'm gonna say that that's a tall order to achieve against ONIC. Not to mention still Kyrie on the Suyo outputting extra damage with the Queller. Dude, they're able to actually stay there for so long. Even though when the fights do start, you can see that Aran usually is already halfway beat up.
And to be honest,
Sino nanalo?
draft
Game 3 TLID.
Like, if we take a look at the heroes that they have self-peel, they have escape. I mean, the AOG is there. You can use it defensively. The Spear of Alpha backwards, like you said, to save the Alpha. And then a Matilda with a guiding wind, plus the Chusin that is super safe.
Yep.
And the marksman in the Moskov. Moskov is one of the safest marksmen that you can play with the Abyss Walker. So that really helps TLID to then survive in those long drawn-out altercations.
And in the previous game, off camera, we were talking about how Team Liquid ID might have to kite better. I forgot who mentioned it. Realize or Eterna mentioned like, oh, there's a kite here in this moment. And we were like, oh, they have a Lucas and Phobius. But now, with a composition that actually kites so well, you're seeing them actually do a lot better here. And remember, back when ONIC were still dominating, we said that the big thing that made them so fearsome is the distance management. How they're able to just stay just out of range and still move into range to do damage when they need to. And I guess with mobility, that's how Team Liquid ID were able to match up to that.
Exactly, absolutely. We're finally seeing TLID being able to utilize a loophole in what they see maybe the drafts that ONIC brought here.
Ako mamaya pa ulit to, mga 15 minutes na naman to.
Overheard them talking about them not usually questioning the drafts.
Lalive ka mamaya ate. Baka hindi.
It was a big question mark. What do you guys think about the drafts for ONIC? Do you agree with that sentiment?
We had this conversation. Again, I've been using this word a lot of the times, but yeah, we had this talk in...
Well, you talk the talk, now walk the walk.
That's true.
Say it.
We're having a lot of conversations here.
Swapping a few of the heroes out, right? Like, for example, interchanging the Granger with the carry, or maybe the Beatrix would have been better, or maybe they would have went into something much more offensive compared to the Faramis. Because sure, they are drafting a defensive draft, but I think when you push them to the edge, TLID just, you know, goes fight or flight mode, and ONIC lacked the offense, I think, in that particular draft.
Yeah, because I think Rico was mentioning that...
Nakafocus kasi sila sa Lord. Panalo na sana kaso nag-segue yung mouse ko. Visible siguro yung 5 kaya sabi ng uncle, diretso mo na yan, mouse ko.
We talked about the difference in burst damage and damage output in the previous game. Now in this game, they have a pick-off style composition sort of with the Suyo, with the Franco, but then the mid lane isn't really a big burst hero.
Yeah.
The gold lane also isn't that much of a burst hero. Technically, if you're alone and all the bullets from the Rhapsody...
Ang tagal naman. Mamaya pa yan.
But it's not...
Mga ano pa yan, 10 minutes or 15.
Moments there in that game where someone gets hooked and they're able to survive just long enough to at least make it kind of even. So with a different selection there in the gold lane, maybe that could have been avoided.
I mean, Granger is a burst gold laner, is a burst marksman, but it's not quick. Like the DPS.
Yeah,
Usually when you expect a carry to do that, the carry is very quick with the speedy light wheel, or the Nibiru's passion and the Beatrix, but yeah.
We'll see the adjustments coming from ONIC. Were they limit testing, or were they just backed into a wall by TLID? Before we get into the next game, we are going to throw it over to Alyssa.
O ayan, may ganyan ulit oh. Mga 10 minutes pa. Wala kasi silang countdown kung ilang minutes pa bago yung next game.
Di sini ya, langsung aja kali ya kita invite salah satu teman kita dari Sukro.
Hindi po namin maintindihan.
Selamat siang nih Kak. Oke, Kak. Ini tuh ada aktivitas
CR muna dapat pagbalik ko tuto na to. Hanggang round 3 yan. Ano ate? Hanggang game 5 yung ano sagad. Unang maka 3 points ganun. Kaya match point na ang ONIC ID.
Juga kita di setiap harinya nih Kak, itu kita akan ada fun match. Kurang lebih di sekitar jam 4 sore, mungkin sampai dengan setengah 6 sebelum parade ya, sebelum parade dari fans, nanti kita akan ada fun match. Jadi 5 lawan 5. Mungkin nanti di sekitaran itu boleh crowdnya pada kesini supaya main karena kita ada ratusan WDP buat kita bagi-bagiin, kurang lebih gitu.
Jadi langsung aja ya main ke boothnya Sukro. Jadi pembelian 20.000 bisa langsung main Frankos Iron Hulk. Kayaknya aku tadi udah beli, jadi kita boleh coba.
Ano daw sabi? Hindi ko ka din alam eh.
Kita akan langsung cobain ya, guys. Di sini ada namanya Frankos Iron Hulk. Bisa dapat
Franco Hook.
Jersey Sukro ataupun jersey RRQ. Wow, nah tim kesayangan kalian Kingdom nih khususnya ya main
RRQ.
Oke, kita coba ya. Ya, ini sekali aja Kak cobainnya. Sekali aja teman-teman. Jadi langsung ini
Ilang beses daw, isang beses lang.
kita coba kali ya.
Hula lang.
Oh, itu nggak bisa.
Bawal yon.
Jadi teman-teman nanti langsung aja cobain di sini.
Dapat ganun daw yung hook.
RRQ jersey Sukro.
Bakit naman humagis ni ate ng ano hook?
Produk dari Sukro. Nah, kalau misalkan di sini berarti jam 4 sampai jam
kurang lebih jam 4 sampai jam 5 atau setengah 6 tergantung fansnya. Pokoknya kita ambil waktu break momen antara match pertama sama match kedua. Jadi nanti di titik itu mungkin kita adain fun match break. Caranya environment di sini jadi makin ramai sih, mungkin gitu Kak.
Oke, Nah itu dia banyak banget keseruannya. Jadi jangan lupa mampir ke boothnya Sukro. Dan pastinya ini gratis ya kak. Karena MPL Festival ini gratis. Jadi siapapun bisa datang. Kalian bisa nonton watch party juga.
Franco ba yan?
Main bareng dengan teman-teman di boothnya
Moana daw. Si si Maui.
Jadi kalau aku bilang gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, kita bilang gas lah gitu ya, oke? Oke? Aku bilang ya, gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, gas lah!
Wah, mantap. Ilang alam mantap.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, hey, put away.
Well, there you have it, guys. If you guys want to get some free, Sucro, they have their merch as well up in the booth. You guys can actually join the activities that Alyssa mentioned earlier. I think the Franco hook.
Yung mukha ng lalaki, Pinay na Pinay. Malalaman po talaga pagka Asian yung tao.
My bad. My bad. My bad. But that's how good Sucro is, guys. So you do want to get your hands on it, and why wouldn't you do it for free?
I'm out of sucrose. Yeah, there you go.
So good.
Gasla.
Gasla. Hashtag Gasla. What's your favorite flavor?
People.
Me too.
I like
the original.
Oh.
Original. Yeah, original.
Yeah, I mean the original's good too.
It's proper. It's proper food night.
I love my cream.
Baliw daw siya sa amin. Uy.
Actually quite special.
By the way, you haven't changed.
Hindi ko po alam yung sinasabi nila. It's atay.
You're Bryden now.
Bryden.
What?
Yeah. So I have to call you Bryden. From
Bryden.
But why?
It's a request from the international casters.
Huh? Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Why?
Bryden.
What the
Because of
heck?
your earring.
Raiden, why?
Anyway.
Nice earring.
Anyway.
History
We've been
made.
hyping up
Future
MPL
awaits.
for the past few 3 games, but also we do want to remind you once again that this hype is also because we want to know who's going to be representing Indonesia at MSC EWC. For the past few years, it actually has been
Isa ka ng operator. Hindi po, tao pa din ako. Start na po, ang tagal daw. Maya pa yan eh. Yun pala inarasan natin, no?
Well, ONIC man, what do you think? Realize?
They might be able to.
Shout out daw kay Kian na nagluluto ng isda. Uy, Kian, baka naman. Baka naman. Pengi naman kaming isda. Charis. Wash out kay Kian.
I think if we take a look at the previous iterations of the ONIC that was able to
With helper pa. Ano yun? Ano ba yun, Renz?
without an error. This was a team that, a couple of two teams that was able to perfectly play the game into the way they like, and I think this ONIC needs to really hit the ceiling in terms of the skill ceiling that they have to then match that. But I think if they do end up winning MPL, they might have a very, very good chance in MSC, I'd say. Like if they get back to their best form, and if they win MPL,
Yung load mo mauubos na.
At MSC.
See, I don't know.
Finals maybe.
Like the optimism in me and like the Indo pride in me wants to agree with you. But seeing the performance of the neighboring teams.
Yeah.
Hey.
The thing is, right?
It's a far climb.
The grass is always greener on the other side.
Okay, fair point. I like your optimism, right? I'm just not so sure about hearing so many ifs.
Not in this.
I heard a ton of ifs in that whole sentence.
There are prerequisites.
I see.
Criterias, requirements, attributes.
Yeah.
Factors.
ONIC PH and TLPH just need to show up. No prerequisite.
Terms and conditions.
Terms and conditions. Fine prints.
Please show up. And it's GG.
Hidden clauses.
Hidden clause.
But we have to stay positive. Stay
Yes, sir,
positive.
yes, sir.
We can do it at MSC.
Ang tagal na.
It's all good.
I'm not trying to say that this ONIC is back on its best now. It's far from being at
it's a different ONIC too, right?
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
Lutfi in the
Hanap nga ang timer.
Savero as well as Rookie, by the way. So obviously they don't
Paano
have
ba ito
a
istaan?
lot of these international players who are repping their particular
Stopwatch.
region. So it's already a far stretch. But it's not like it hasn't happened before, right?
Yeah,
TLID,
yeah.
absolutely no international experience, going all the way to the grand finals. That's something that I think nobody expected.
Ang dami kong
Storyline hasn't
sinasabi.
done before.
Right. So we're not saying ONIC is the best.
Wait, magta-timer ako na 5 minutes.
Beat ONIC
And then talk.
We're going there, huh?
Ay, yun na.
I don't know. I always
Mamaya,
think that I always
tatimeran
find
ko.
myself ending up somewhere there.
Okay, it's fine.
Iba ganun
it's
pa
fine
yun.
because we're ending back up on
Hindi
stage
pa
right now.
magpapakita pa
Still
yan
at
kung
match
anong
point,
side eh.
Vikings 2-1.
Is this the sweep though?
That's the
We're
big
talking about this.
question.
Not
Match
yet.
point,
First
and then
sweep.
at least the beginning of a sweep for Team Liquid ID.
I mean, if ONIC draft like that, again,
Oh, you said it. If ONIC draft like that, you know, did you know what made TLID, capable?
What?
Of that reverse sweep against Harakir?
What?
That Exia pick against the Link. Remember?
the grand finals.
In the grand finals? So that was actually, I'm not trying to blame it on Keskute back then, but
Why is Kesuke catching strays?
it,
What's going on?
I'm not trying to catch strays onto him, but like
Mm.
it's a contributing factor. Like Eterna mentioned it, if they draft like that, there could be a possibility where the reverse sweep might happen.
Well, when I hear Eterna say that,
Wow, si Kyrie!
fan member in the audience.
Lagi na
like,
pa po ako si Kyrie.
"Can
No?
we get Adi to draft?"
Yo!
I was like, yo.
If ONIC loses, Adi will draft.
That was the Liquid fan, right?
Yeah, the Liquid
Yeah, he was
fan.
like, "Yo,
Obviously.
guys, get Adi to draft, please, please.
So harsh.
By no means is Adi a bad drafter. He's a good coach.
Wait, is he a good drafter or a good like?
Idol
A
mo si
good coach is
Kyrie.
A good coach means
Galingan mo, ako
you're good at
papalit
drafting.
sa'yo. Joke lang.
Getting your player.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, because a coach is an all-in-one type of deal.
I thought the statement we've been making this season is that you're not an all-in type of deal, and people who are kind of exceptions. Like Coach Yeb.
Coach, yeah.
That's why there was a role in a league called the drafter. Remember? You're saying those coaches are just not competent.
Nah, I'm not trying to say that, but
I'm trying to put words in your mouth.
kind of
It's
slander.
okay. It's okay. We have our own, subjective definitions of what good and bad is.
Subjective.
It's a
Right?
morality.
And he
Debate.
makes a valuable argument, a valid argument.
Nababakla ako kay
It is a
Kyrie.
valuable argument because
Argument.
real life is valuable.
Ay.
Really?
Alright?
You
We
think I
all
am?
are.
Oh, Red Team
Sure.
TLID.
I do.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard a compliment in my life.
You're a diamond in the rough, bro.
Sad. That is sad.
Kailan laro nila King Kong?
Okay.
MSC pa. Hindi ko alam kung kailan. Wala pang draft sa MSC eh.
Side. Back on blue side.
All right. I think this works well for them because then it kind of allows them to actually get an extra ban because they don't have to. They're not forced to ban.
Nasa-egway pa. Bawi daw. Bawi.
Played out in game number 2. I really feel like first pick is the way to go for.
Narinig niyo yung tumatahol na aso sa labas.
I'm surprised, but it's not. I really shouldn't be, because Coach Yeb, I would think he wants to put Team Liquid ID in that spot to force the fanny ban onto them. But
TLID muna ako mga boss ha. Sabi ni Kirby.
Okay.
Walang trash talkan guys ha. Kung ano yung sinisuportahan na team ng isang tao, i-respect lang natin.
An unfavorable draft that they can
Ano lang, okay, ganun.
Curveball as well. So TLID, I think they need to be wary and they need to keep their guard up because there's a possibility that these curveballs are kept thrown at them. So they have to be always ready to face all
Bawi
all
ONIC,
the
galingan niyo
possibilities of
sabi.
Yep
Sino
massive
champion mo
blast,
sa MPL ID?
Coach Yeb.
Sana ONIC.
Crazy decisions. But look at ONIC now. Sounds at least looks a bit more serious.
And Keyboy as well.
July pa ata kila King Kong. Alam ko July ang MSC eh. Di ko pa rin pala nasa-search kailan start ng MSC.
They were Kyrie was
Just
laughing.
chill.
We're trying to stir some drama.
Yan.
Yeah, no. It's still ONIC. I'm not having this.
Ini ng aso sa labas.
We're trying to make you more optimistic.
Okay. It's just, ever since the regular season,
no.
boys and girls, this curse has been a little bit too much. So we're getting to the drafts now for game number 4, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G.
Yo!
It's the exact same drafts. The bands are the same.
The Kalea though.
But ONIC, yeah. It was Suyo and Glue in the previous game. It is now Farsa and Kalea.
Alright. So it seems like the big factor in the previous game was the alpha.
Wild card is July 10 to 13.
Securing the
group stage,
The Kalea that
July
valued so
23.
highly, they banned it over. What was it in the previous
Tagal
game?
naman yun.
They kind of went for the Kalea ban.
Group stage hanggang ano, finals. July 23 to August 2.
Game number 1, they first picked.
Layo naman nung agwat. 10 days.
So now with ONIC having the Kalea potentially flexed over to Lutpi or T-Boy, Team Liquid ID have to read into the intentions.
Yeah, no more flex, right? Blue picked up in the first phase. We know exactly where things are going.
Cute ng boses mo, nai-inlove
But the
ako.
same thing can be said for
Legit.
TLID.
Dami
ONIC
nagsasabing
learned their mistake in that
ganyan.
previous game, will not allow another
Maganda lang
mistake
mic ko guys, kaya
from occurring, so they
maganda
ban out
yung
the
boses ko.
here and now.
It's a very strong pick as well for kill. It hasn't
Ba't
been
wala yung
shown
mga
in the
idol
first
ko?
two
Sino
games,
ba?
but Team number 3 was out there and it delivered for kill. Now I really like TLID going back to basics. This is a bare bones TLID draft, right? We talk about
Kailan
TLID
laro ng
back in
PH
season
sa
14, this is the
MSC?
draft that they like to
Hindi
play
ko pa
with.
alam, wala pang
They
draft
alpha
guys,
control
hindi
that
pa
and
kasi
choose
kompleto
so
yung
much
teams.
defensive, options if,
Basta,
if things
ang
go
start
south for you.
ng
And now I think they need to supplement it with something
main event ay July
more damage. If it's
23.
Moskov, I think they need to traverse around other options. But imagine if Aron picks up a Hilda, then it's really, really old school TLID. But I
Daming
think
chicks daw sa
the
Indo.
Hilda will just get kited by the Farsa again. The first down
King
is there.
Kong, Kara,
Whereas also
Kirk,
there's to stop the Hilda,
PH
so
team sila
not
eh.
really an option, but
Indo
I
team
wish
to.
Aron might go back to the Hilda.
I mean, without a strong goal laner to really threaten, shred down that Hilda, hey, I mean, there's a chance it can work right here, right? Against ONIC, if they're only relying on the Farsa to secure the kill onto the
Ba't
Hilda.
di kaya nakuha si Kirk at Sanford? Saan?
Take a lot of damage and the main engage coming through from the Kalea as well. So there's a lot of things that depends here. For ONIC, I think they might hide their gold lane for a bit later.
I honestly think they might hide Kyrie's pick for later. I
Ano
think
ba to? Redraft
that
ng
could
game
be
3 nila?
the big thing we're looking at
TLID.
for this particular game. X-Board is still an option for them to take. Even if, let's say, TLID go for something really oppressive in the early game like the Hilda, they do still have that option to fall onto.
They might just go
Futrix now
Suyo
gets
again.
banned by TLID. Yes, Suyo is also an option.
Yeah, so
So your Alpha used to be the staple matchup in MPL ID back in season 14, right? So
Naban na
that
pala
could
si
be an option.
Moscow.
I don't think the Suyo was a mistake in the previous game because I think it did its job pretty well. It was able to match up the pure speed of the Moskov in the segue as well. So I think if you want to pick up the Suyo, it still makes sense. Maybe just change the goal lane a bit.
maybe a Granger pickup.
I am more than
Julian.
Hello.
Never
had a
mind.
0 picks, 0.
Never mind.
0 everything, first time.
I had a feeling the surprise would be in the jungle.
Yeah.
Because if the 3 first picks are readable, it's usually the jungle pick
Ingay ng aso.
that gets flexed.
Baka
or
yung aso yung
an
ano,
insane pick
naririnig
gets
niyo
picked
yung
up here, and
tumatawa.
Mike goes for it once
Yung
again.
sinasabihan yung
Kaja in
cute.
that first game, and now we're getting the
Ayun
Julian.
o.
Have we seen the Julian in this current meta?
I don't think we have.
We haven't, I think.
If you saw the stats earlier,
Across
it was,
regions?
it was 0 across the board.
MPL
4 hours.
PH, MPL MY, SG.
Pag tumatawag yung aso mo, mga nga din yung
Compare
avatar
that
ko.
to, Mr. International.
Visit.
Mr. Worldwide.
So
Mr.
worldwide.
All right, if the casters back at home are watching right now, maybe you guys can give us a heads up whether or not the Julian has been picked up. But we will see the next 2 picks coming in from TLID, and that is Gatot Kacha once again.
Kinuha din. Isa lang yung hindi na-pick ng TLID, si Moscow lang. Ito yung lineup nila ng game 3. Buong live ba MPL? Oo.
Unfavorable marksman to pick up.
They're doubling down on the pick-off style here, but the main concern for Team Liquid ID right now is that the Farsa is going to be relatively safe. It's going to be the main problem. But for ONIC, again, now in the gold lane, what do you want to put there? Because they banned away...
1-1 option, Irital option, Beatrix option.
Granger.
Granger. Granger pa din.
Moskov and Herod, right? That's why I thought that the gold lane is going to be showed first for ONIC. Maybe the Granger again though, so it's a bit of a similar
Arjuel,
style.
Arvin.
But now with the Julian. I wonder what's the idea here. Is this gonna be a utility?
Sino lamang? ONIC.
So many options with this hero.
2-1.
I think it's going to be a gross early game here. Match point once again, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially the last game in the series. Can TLID come back? We're going to throw it over to our casters.
A sign of life from the Cavalry. They took game number 3, not the cleanest one, but at this point, you take everything that ONIC gives you. TLID, the hopes are not dying just yet. If they can force out a game 5, momentum would be on their side. And they're sticking to the bread and butter with the draft. Game number 4 is underway in Jakarta International Velodrome. Here we go.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. A reverse sweep, is that what you're saying, Shepin? If they win here, we're on track for a reverse sweep. Technically, not unheard of. We did just see in the Philippines, the sister org of TLPH, in their first match, they were able to reverse sweep Falcons.
Nabanggit ang PH. TLPH.
Of MPLPH. It was a 20-match affair, or 20-game affair. Yeah, let's see if we can replicate it here in ID. Would be pretty fun playoffs if we do so. But this is the Kyrie Julian that we're used to seeing, even in season...
when he joined, season 10?
Season 11, when the playoffs was in International Velodrome, or 13?
13. He debuted it. Look at that, the enhanced side that we were talking about in the draft. Sheffin, that's what the Julian is meant for. Insta-kill button when you have a Kalea with you. Now goes back in again. Purify already out. Enhanced chain with a knock-up. Just a bit of poke over to Kai.
And by the way, those are almost two kills without assistance from Kyrie. That's pretty much solo kills all over the place. Even Keyboy didn't have to get involved in this assassination. This is the god of the jungle in his pride form. You give the Julian, you're gonna pay.
Tough, very tough. Especially when they get engaged on. That's what you can see. A lot of emphasis on Purifies. Fabian walking up into the mid lane, trying to get some prio. No Purify though. Keyboy. It's Pure of Alpha. Also, defensively.
I mean, to be fair, he would have... might be another solo kill here for Safero. No Death Sonata just yet. Harry on the case, trying to chase Kyo. Can he do it? Looks like the answer is no.
Rotation in the mid lane, Aran taken very low, has the guiding win, already a hold on the turtle from Fabian. Luppi walking up, San's not level 4 just yet. Aran gonna be changed CC now as Luppi walks up as well. Spear of Alpha and Retribution on point. Keyway with the flicker out, AOG coming down, no, cancelled out by Aran. And the guiding win, but he's not back so far away.
Yep, Luppi still alive, but TLID was able to utilize the fact that Kyrie was nowhere to be found on the turtle pit. And Fabian on the Alpha with the Mathilda as well, with the screening from Gatot Kacha Varan. Surely will take down the turtle. 300 gold lead-ish from ONIC. Pretty much the same thing that we've seen in game number 3.
But here it's okay, right? Compared to the previous game. Scaling was pretty good for TLID. Keyboy. Asking for Tsunami Slam into the combo. Oh my lord, deadly combo. Tsunami Slam into an enhanced side feathered airstrike and Death Sonatas.
The reason why they pick Alpha, at least one of them, is the fact that Alpha is very sustainable. But when you have 4 guys ganging up on you, what can you do? Especially with the early game Julian that Kyrie brought out Aran.
As the AOG, they're gonna try their best to chain CC it. Again, chain already used. He's gonna try to get the enhanced sword. Kai backs away.
Discipline coming in from ONIC. They could have actually committed on towards it, but surely they're gonna pay kill though. Dodges away from Keyboy CC. Haskill taking a lot of beatings. Might be trouble.
Flickers out to safety. TLID.
Heru, hello.
Looking for scraps on the map here. Keyboy has the Tsunami Slam, is trying to get close. Walks up, Tsunami Slam. Kyrie right there to follow it up already. Guiding win. No full burst.
Unfortunate. He was trying to bring back Fabian over the wall, but didn't get the CC that they need to be able to kill down this Alpha. Meanwhile, though, in the top lane, this is kind of as expected. A Granger and the carry. The range advantage is huge, and Safero making full use of it despite Kyo hasn't died just yet. Second objective coming in. ONIC already has the advantage.
Poke from Keyboy, taunt already, locking him down. Still Lantern placed on top of him, sustained from Keyboy. Aran taken low. Ludwig spread.
This is the TLID we're used to seeing. The Mathildas, the guiding ways is getting full use.
Oh, from Witty, two-man knockout. Or two-man immobilization on the back. AOG with a combo of Witty getting the circling eagle and all of the spear of Alpha. Look, Peacock has the mount. Keyboy flickers out. Kyrie in the midst of it all. It has sword picked up.
Kyrie is low. So Fabian is gonna get taken down, isolated. Two junglers taken away from the fight.
Reed Scan,
We got a
hello.
battle in game 4. No longer the stomps. in
RJ,
game 1 and 2.
hello.
TLID are very slow starters, but seems like they've warmed up enough with the first 2 games.
The fact that they recovered from 2 absolute beatdowns in the first 2 games is sort of impressive, because especially when you have a rookie like Kyo, surely that takes a toll on towards your mentality. And looking at the replay earlier, you can see the game of isolation between Kyrie and Fabian. These two are pretty much sustainable. 2 fighters just fighting it out to the front line. And it was a pretty beautiful trade from both.
Rylan, hello.
Now for ONIC because,
King Passing,
well, now they have a siege
hello.
going on up top. Good poke from Severo. Q's gotta be careful. Guiding win for sustain. Sans, no for the airstrike. Really want to take this turret. Severo,
It's
1,
not the
2.
Julian.
Oh, he goes with the Rhapsody. Risky play. 1v1. Kai
Oh,
versus
1v1.
Fabian, and has sword Fabian. Spear of Alpha solo
Oh.
kill for the usurper.
Oh, it's the kind of
Solo chill.
The MVP of season 14 is showing his
Ang lamig
class.
ng boses mo, idol. Giniginaw ka ba?
And right now, that's the boost that TLID needed. The mentality
Ray-Ben,
boost
hello.
AOG misses. AOG again.
2-time for the 2-time. Circling eagle catches them all in the back. Tsunami slam. Severo able to cut away. Fabian gonna
Huli
take
si
it down. Strikers
Fabian.
already. Immobilization. Onto 3 earlier. Look, he mounting Aran. Good guiding win to cancel it out. Keyboy's there. He has scale.
The re-engage continues. Safero very low.
Oh.
Yes, kill. Taking a lot of beating. So is Safero. Kyrie comes. Can he knock them up? Run. It's low.
Good chain. Kyo and Witty running for the hills. ONIC in a prolonged team fight. Out-sustained. A team with a Mathilda and a revitalize on Gatot Kacha. Now they got... Never mind. I thought they got a free turtle, but Kai is taking it slow.
Yeah. Game back by new application GoPay. This marks Julian's debut in season 15 after last being used by Sujin when RQ lose against TLID in season 14 grand finals. And you can say the first one that brought Julian back to the playoffs in season 13 was Kyrie. Turtle though. Oh, Lutfi!
Lutfi!
Allahu Akbar, Lutfi! Astaghfirullah!
What? ONIC? What's going on?
Pa-shout out po. Hello, Itachi.
Full of nerves in the first 2
Kizami.
games. ONIC have caught up in the jitters. Lutfi with a flicker to the wall. Did he flicker back?
Is the fadeaway flicker by Lutfi.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a perfect
Fadeaway
turtle. The highlight
flicker.
was on Lutfi.
Could say that there was a low light coming in from P-Bud.
That was no light. That's like, that was just dark.
Like a Hellcat all shot at Loiski. Looking at the items right now though, I'm curious to see what Kyrie has secured. It's a feather over
Shout out daw sa pamangkin ni Ray-Ben, si Isay. Hello, Isay. Nauntog si Fabian sa bato sa red buff.
Oh my lord, good guy. Airstrike already, flickering out. Sans.
Kala ko maulan.
Spacing as Kyrie pushes up top. Tier 2 should fall. And it's still ONIC despite the little mistakes, despite the little blunders, who are in the lead. Keyboy, no tsunami slams. Gotta be careful. Sans just walks out of the AOG, and ONIC keep themselves alive. Bottom lane, or sorry, top lane already into the base turret. Bottom lane for TLID, a turret take.
Well, at least there is
Pinalawang na ata mag-retry si Kyrie, sabi ni Nash. Napagod na. 2 games pa lang. Yung pang 3rd game, 4th, pagod na.
Yes, Fabian did win the 1v1 against Kyrie in the bottom lane, but ideally you don't want to split as a Fabian, as the alpha, because you are the core of the team. Meanwhile, Yaskiel, Tsunami Slam still has to purify.
The proper respect given over. Feathered airstrike now, just to poke them down. Good poke, that's Sonata! Yo! Very low, forced to recon.
Ooh.
See a little bit of Kila in his eyes.
So good.
A single peek to the corner of the eye of TLID players, and you see Sans coming, flying towards you. That's the aura that this guy has.
Pa-shoutout din po. Hello,
TL now
King.
still
Quibote ba yun?
They're the ones behind
Pwede
the
king
spike.
na lang.
Perfect turtle despite what we would
Pagod na yata si
consider
Kyrie.
an early win. Take a look at the kills, the farm. It's all good for ONIC. Kai solo killed, yes, but has farmed better. 13 to Fabian's
13-12.
1 level lead. Fabian should be able to catch up here as he gets another camp.
Kanina, behind si Kyrie ng level.
Yo, this is the time. This is the time to pop out Kyrie on the other side of the map. Fabian will try to make a use out of it.
Good poke over to Aran. Pops in revitalized already. Slowly but surely, Aran popping in taunt. Oh, Sans almost connected in the back. Good mount over. Lord taking very low. Kyrie very late to the fight. Keyboy gonna be engaged on Spear of Alpha.
Uy,
And
sakit.
the shred from Kyo. I don't know if ONIC wants to go for more. It's a 4v5 now. But that was an error once again on the objective battle from ONIC. They're going back to the script in game number 3, and TLID is happily accepting the gambit from ONIC. That's not getting jumped on, circling Eagle.
Over to Ludpi. Has a spread.
Oh.
Has to flicker out again
Nag-flicker.
defensively. TLID, that explosive power, you can see it. This was the TLID we were missing
Sans
out.
pinapakaba mo kami.
The first round, Fabian. Hold on,
Uy,
Gonzalez.
sumugod.
What? Now
Huh?
gets obliterated on call for a team
Huh?
Lord.
He was trying to rely on Widdy's guiding wind, but
Iniwan siya ni Widdy.
a bit too aggressive. But it's gonna tone down the testosterone at the time for Fabian. And now
Shout out daw sa pamangkin ni Raven, si Isay. Hello, Isay.
with that,
Shout down kay John Jacob.
What is going on?
Shout out naman po. Hello, Shahan Gabo. Ang hihina daw ng mga Indo. Uy, kalma. Pa-shout out kay Aljan Tabilog. Hello.
Mighty ONIC again, and the pressure of being the defending champions.
I don't know if that pressure is gonna get to them. Look at the feather airstrike from Sans.
Ang sakit nun.
Damage. Aran needs to walk away. That's not coming out of Sky. Tries to attack from a different angle. Fabian claims the purple, gets to 14.
Jeez, looking at the items and also the gold, you can already see the 1k gold advantage on towards Kyrie. This is what we expected. If you're playing a Julian, that farming potential, especially once you get to the mid game, getting that Holy Crystal and also Feather of Heaven, that's trouble, especially now with the concentrated energy, more sustainability from Kyrie. He can take on the 1v1s against Fabian a lot better now.
Kyo sent down below. Rose Gold Meteor already. Good item up against Sans. Just for additional sustain. They haven't really been able to utilize the combo we were talking about all the way from Traps, right? Tsunami's time to flicker, or good move there. Just the wings by wings used. But the combo of Tsunami Slam and Sight, the insta-kill bun of the Julian, hasn't really been insta-kill as we got into the mid-game.
Yep. The thing is though, Mirko, they try to do that all the time, but TLID are eating their greens. Ludwig getting jumped on. Spear of Alpha. Keyboy just goes back.
Safe. 1,500 gold lead for ONIC still. They haven't been able to utilize the 1,500 gold lead. It's always just been a 1,500 into a TLID win to reset the gold lead, and then we go on and on again. Good control up top by TLID.
May pinokos na chicks dun sa camera.
It's a good rotation too, delaying the rotation for Lord, just in case ONIC show up a bit too early.
Pa-shoutout din po. Hello kay Joris Giyab.
Let the turret deal with it after
Champion na daw ONIC, sabi ni Kino.
It's just gonna be a
Shoutout sa'yo, ate. Isa lang sa mag-shoutout sa akin.
Keyboy is gonna have a hard time to choose his target.
Pa-shoutout daw kay Grace Lee. Hello.
He has the AOG also to get away.
Nag-I love you pa nung bata.
Because the whole team has Purify outside of the two frontliners from TLID. So Keyboy, who's your target here? Who's gonna be Tsunami Slam to the ground?
Keyboy. Oh, Tsunami Slam over to Fabian now. No follow-up just yet. Fabian in the base, but
Oh.
gets the Sky Piercer. In the back, Ludpi looking for the mount already. 2 for 0. Ludpi gets away. Lord in control of the Sky Kings.
I told you, man, Fabian is the realistic target, but I was gonna say the guiding wind is always there to bail him out, but not quick enough when you have South Vero, you have Kyrie, you have Sans gunning you down from every moment. Your Haskill is low.
Purify out. TLID. The cavalry unable to charge. The artillery of ONIC outpowering TL even without the Lord.
Minions.
Mid lane base turret cracked open.
Hintayin nila yung Lord.
That's a huge one. That's a huge one. Lord is coming in the top lane. Can they do it? The one season wonder allegations from TLID might be coming through. Lord about to crash in. They have all the siege potential in the world. Keyboy has his Tsunami Slam ready.
Oh, feathered airstrike too. They don't even need the Tsunami Slam. They can play with the range. Chance with the wings by wings already after zoning them away. Tsunami
Huli.
Slam! Over the
Huli na naman!
TLID, the defending champions crumbling. So fighting back, circling Eagle by wings. They shut him down. Kai!
Kai is low, but he has the Winter Crown. ONIC! One more
Oh!
hit, and that is it. The old
Laglag
glory of
ang
the Sky
TLID.
King is back here in season of 15. Jakarta International Velodrome is theirs today.
Nalaglag ang TLID, guys. Ilang laro yan? Best of 5, pero naka 3 points na ang ONIC. Kaya, ano na, tapos na yung series.
A good win by Liquid. It was too much for them to handle. There was only one strat that worked with the Moscow. Once it was banned out, that
Kawawa si Pabia na lagi
the
nakukuha.
advantages that they had in game 3.
Congrats pa din, TLID.
On the other side, the thrill
Pero
for
mabigat sa kanila yun kasi defending champion
we
sila.
thought they could prolong this era of theirs. But for now, they will have to bow out of MPLID.
It's ONIC time. It's a tough task to handle for the youngins. Despite them winning season 14 MPL,
Oh, nakaisa naman daw.
they are literally sophomores in this season. And if we're talking about experience,
Congrats, ONIC!
as they take another step towards MSC, towards EWC, towards Riyadh, to follow their brothers.
Ganda nung ano nila.
TLID,
Stage nila.
the reunion with the champions of PH will not happen.
Nakascore ba yung TLID? Oo, isa.
Unfortunate stuff, but it's up against ONIC, a team that was already
Lakas mo ng music nila.
coming into the playoffs. Everybody predicted ONIC to get through, and this is why. There are levels to the game, and Liquid, for some reason, were not able
So, bukas,
to the mighty ONIC that we have here.
Geek Fam versus ONIC ID.
Few jitters still for some of the rookies in Savero. But all said and done, after this, more experience to bring into their big match against Geek Fam tomorrow.
And let's see what they have to say in the stage with our hosts.
The defender champion gagal untuk melanjutkan
Ako, di
perjalanan
natin,
mereka.
di natin maiintindihan yung interview.
Mereka di musim ini
Mahina ang sound. Sininaan ko nung kasi yung music na.
menjadi
Ang lakas din.
dari tim Liquid ID. The coverage, sambutlah tim Liquid ID.
Ba't walang nagtatrash talk
Selesai di sini namun
sa kanila?
kan mereka
Okay, next game na.
sampai tertunduk terus.
Mamaya pa yung next match.
Selanjutnya. Dan permainan kita sudah melihat bahwa 3-1. Ada kekalahan.
Translate ko, di ko nga rin maintindihan eh. Ayun na lang oh. Thank you Team Liquid ID. Come back stronger next season. Ayun na lang.
Sonic, sambutlah.
2 pa rin ba bukas?
Beradu dengan
Siguro. Dapat nga ang oras ng ay 12 or mga 1.
mereka hadir.
Kaso na late sila ng start.
Penuh strategi dan juga gameplay yang apik. Menang ONIC. Halo.
Anong oras ba yung ano?
Match 1. Menang di match 1. Gimana nih?
Mantap.
BTR versus Alter Ego next.
Mental yang kalian bawa ke dalam babak playoff ini nih.
Kita fokus sama tim sendiri. Kayak apa? Fokus sama
Paldo daw 100. 100 ano?
play kita gitu.
Namun kita ngelihat gameplay kalian memang begitu apik, begitu menarik. Dan kalau ngelihat permainan kalian ini, udah jadi penasaran 2 minggu ini ngapain aja Lutfi?
Yang pasti kita latihan keras lah. Latihan try hard.
Hindi namin maintindihan. Try hard daw. Kay Fabian.
Yang beberapa game bahkan hampir semuanya itu cukup one-sided. 2 game awal khususnya. Gimana sih dari tim ONIC melihat Suns? Gimana kamu melihat The Defenders Champion yang kalian taklukkan hari ini?
Senang aja sih. Karena masuk upper bracket juga, jadi tambah senang.
Langsung masuk ke babak playoff, lolos dari play-in. Beda ya dari season lalu ya?
Ya, namanya juga belajar. Kita belajar.
Pelajaran udah cukup berarti ini?
Ya, belajar harus perlu juga.
Belajar, oke. Terus-terusan, namun kalau ngelihat pertarungan hari ini, expect gak sih kalau kemenangan kalian tuh seperti mendominasi tim Liquid? Yang notabene
Palakas po ang volume, please. Hindi ko pwede itodo, guys eh.
Gak sih perlawanannya atau sudah cukup menurut kalian?
Naiintindihan niyo ba yung sinasabi? Kahit ilakas ka, hindi natin maintindihan, guys. Hindi ko din matra-translate.
Makanya bisa mendominasi. Jadi ya itu hasil kerja keras kita semua.
Hasil kerja keras yang terbayarkan. Dan ketika menang untuk
Ito tayo daw na si Fabian. Uy. Ano next team na maglalaban?
Senang aja semua.
BTR and Alter Ego.
Mungkin yang paling senang di sini ada satu player yang baru menjajakan kakinya di babak playoff, namun performanya begitu stabil dan banyak memukau.
Oras ba yung next match?
Di sini kayaknya banyak yang shock. Savero, permainanmu di babak playoff terlihat semakin kuat dibandingkan
Ang next match, 6 pa?
Dari mana nih datangnya kemampuan kekuatan Savero di babak playoff ini?
Pede aja sih.
Pede aja.
Ya, yang penting mental.
6 or 7 pa yata yung next match.
Untuk babak playoff sudah kuat? Sudah siap?
Udah dong.
Parang 7 yung next match.
Apakah ada kata-kata atau sebuah wejangan dari
Baka mag-end live muna ako.
teman-teman belum bermain untuk babak playoff ini?
Udah dilatih mentalnya aja sih sama Adi sama coach Chef.
Diapain Savero? Jadi penasaran kan? Apakah spesial nih babak playoff ini sabetan
Hindi ko talaga maintindihan. Naiintindihan niyo ba, guys?
Lebih keras lah di playoff.
Lebih keras di playoff. Dan bagaimana kamu melihat hasil hari ini dari dirimu sendiri?
Gak terlalu puas.
Kenapa?
Kena solo kill.
Oh, kena solo kill. Oke.
Solo kill lang naintindihan ko. O sabi daw ni Savero, I'm already confident and mentally prepared for playoffs.
Apalagi Kairi tiba-tiba jadi burung. Pakai kaja. Oke, persiapan menggunakan kaja sebenarnya itu untuk melawan tim Liquid ID atau memang draft seperti itu memang siap untuk segala macam.
O si Kyrie magsasalita.
Nah, itu yang dikasih sama coach. Kita udah siapin juga di latihan. Jadi gua tadi pede.
Jadi pede aja. Ini akan menjadi regular hero atau special hero untuk tim Liquid ID?
Siyempre hindi.
Rahasia. Tapi untuk melihat hari ini hasil 3-1. Apakah ini on mode playoff?
Happy Indo ka.
Pasti kita semua mode playoff.
Translate mo sa amin sinasabi.
Kasih tahu dong mode playoffnya tuh gimana sih ONIC ini? Tell us.
Kata Savero kita bantai semua. Nanti.
Woo! Savero ya ini memang panas banget. Tapi dengan melihat hasil di babak playoff dengan adanya Fabian dan juga tim Liquid ID kalian taklukkan dengan 3-1. How do you see tim Liquid ID in this playoff?
Kuat. Cuman kita mungkin lebih prepare, lebih ready untuk playoffs.
Prepare dan ready. What is one thing that you think about tim Liquid ID for the playoff? Ada nggak kayak satu hal yang kamu pikirkan tentang tim Liquid ID? Gameplay mereka, hero mereka, atau mungkin Fabian ya?
Fabian sih, assassin dia, assassin Fabian.
Assassin Fabian. Tapi kalau mengingat dari kemenangan hari ini tentu cukup menarik karena ini adalah match
Bigyan mo ako skin sabi. Okay lang yan, huwag mo na i-translate, di naman kailangan.
untuk menjadi juara ditaklukkan oleh tim Liquid ID. ONIC menjadi runner up. Does it mean something for you?
Gak ada sih.
Gak ada pengen balas dendam?
Gak ada sih, soalnya beda ini kan, beda negara.
Beda region. So your friend didn't tell you anything?
Mungkin nanti kalau udah masuk EWC.
Oke. Kalau udah masuk EWC, kalau sekarang karena berbeda
Ano
region,
daw
fokus
sabi?
sendiri-sendiri dulu.
Ya betul.
Betul. Tapi Kiboy, apa nih fokus dari tim ONIC untuk season 15 ini? Selangkah demi selangkah sudah kalian jalani, tapi apa sih yang untuk menjadi fokus kalian?
Ya kalau buat fokus kita mau berusaha buat seperti ONIC yang dulu lah.
Seperti apa itu ONIC yang dulu?
ONIC yang mendominasi, ONIC yang bantai-bantai gitu.
Live ka din bukas ha. Pag kayang i-live.
Tahun lalu menjadi juara di Velodrome juga, menjadi perwakilan Indonesia di MSC. Apakah itu menjadi salah satu hal yang ingin kalian capai lagi, redemption di MSC?
Ya motivasi sih. Terus kata Savero dia mau juara juga. Jadi ya udah kita juga semangat.
Semangat ya. Forfeit champion dipatahkan dan sekarang kepengen balik lagi ngedapetin kemenangan. Akan menjadi tantangan nggak untuk season ini?
Ya kalau itu pastilah karena semua tim sekarang udah kuat-kuat banget. Cuma kita bakalan berusaha juga lebih kuat lagi.
Lebih kuat lagi. Namun yang menjadi lawan kalian adalah tim yang memulangkan kalian di musim lalu. Esok hari kalian harus bertemu dengan Geek Fam. Memandang Geek Fam di season ini, yang notabene semua talent juga setuju bahwa Geek Fam di season ini kuat banget. Gimana nih untuk esok hari dari tim ONIC?
Ya kalau itu paling Geek Fam memang kuat. Cuma kita bakal berusaha lebih kuat lagi dari Geek Fam.
Selalu ingin menjadi lebih kuat dan inilah dia ONIC. Namun
Ako na lang taga-translate mo, te.
play-in setelah usai dari
Wag
keluarga
na i-translate.
ingin mengatakan sesuatu dari lagi boy. Savero, benar
Ano na lang. Oo na lang.
Pertamamu, say something. Kemenangan kalian. Yoho.
Ay, yung ano nila magsalita.
Nah, yang baru sekali nih. Silakan Savero.
Savero. Tes. Makasih buat Sonic yang udah dukung.
May umiiyak sa labas, naririnig na.
Untuk yang spesial nggak ada Savero?
Buat orang tua yang datang hari.
Buat orang tua spesial, terima kasih support system. Dan tim ONIC akan melanjutkan perjalanan
Sabi niya, love you daw.
mereka lalui. Dan Sonic
Kung ano-ano na translation na.
pertama di babak playoff. Inilah dia, tim ONIC.
Team Onyx! Yun na lang naintindihan. Bakit kaya ayaw magganyang venue sa PH? Yun talaga lagi ko iniisip. Laging maliit lang venue ng PH. Haba na nilang araw nila. Oh.
Our opening match of the day here at MPL ID Season 15 once again reflects that sometimes veterancy reigns supreme over the young bloods, and ONIC winning it out 3-1 against TLID is a testament of that. Why are you waving at me? I know.
Goodbye, Eterna.
I know the young
TLID pala to.
is dead.
Si
this
ate
season.
girl.
Thank you so much though for their hard work.
Appreciations, obviously.
Big appreciation.
Yep.
They tried their best, but unfortunately, you know, we already talked about it, right? Over and over, coming in first day up against the Sky Kings, who are on a rampage. It's not an easy start to the playoffs.
And to be fair, they did kind of turn up towards the end there.
Yeah.
I really thought they were gonna be able to get it done.
Cute ng avatar mo ate, nagsasalita. Kasing cute ng boses ko. Ngumanga nga lang yun. Kahit tumatahol yung aso, ngumanga nga din. Busy.
Spirit, the alpha as well. And Hands of Fabian, it shows that comfort is there with this draft. But again, the choose in first pick, even Mirko was talking about it. it wasn't really optimal for TLID in a lot of ways. Number one,
Ilang
you only
minutes
have
kaya
burst
waiting
damage.
time nito?
And
Pag sobrang haba, i-end live
you
ko
have to
na
wait
to.
for the carry to go online, right? Matilda is not going to deal the damage. Obviously, to a certain degree, it does, but it doesn't really go into a threatening level. And the Chusen is more of a control mage compared to what you would want as a damage dealer. So the Chusen first pick, I think it was 50-50, to be honest.
I feel like there was
Bye bye ate. Bye King. Balik kayo ulit.
even though they were doing so well, it seems like the final factor was the fact that ONIC found ways to get onto Fabian, right? In the Lord Pit.
Honestly,
and then after, Fabian was just
MVP
I want to make a
no.
different angle.
What?
I think Fabian
Oh, Kiboy
was
ulit.
playing really weird.
Really?
I think there were a lot of moments where he overstepped.
Sino ba MVP nung game 1? Game 2 kasi si Kiboy
Side of
din.
the map, but before we get into that, let's highlight our
Ay,
player
siya
of the
din. Ay,
match. It's
siya din ba?
Kiboy. Game number 1 on the chip. Game number 2 on the
Oo.
Bidang, and then in the final
Kiboy
game
din.
here on the Kalea.
Kiboy
Once again,
everything.
proving that he still has it. After so many seasons, people have been doubting his potential. He's here performing out of his mind, and we're going to take a look exactly why a little bit in more detail with the MVP heat map.
This is where Keyboy was at in the first 5 minutes of the game. And you can see the side lanes for the most part aren't really that big of a priority for this guy. Leaves the side lanes to their own devices and make sure that the mid trio has that pressure, they at least can control and match the rotations of Team Liquid ID. As long as they do that, you know, we've seen them find great moments themselves. This moment in the early game, though, that was crazy. 100 to 0 level 3, an alpha. Dude, Julian, man, out of nowhere. It looked kind of wonky, but in the end there, it really did pay off. It's a pick that gives you a lot of sustainability on top of damage, and you're so flexible. And you have that power spike level 3 to work with. But unfortunately for them, in the early game, the alpha and the the aggressive style of Team Liquid ID allows them to actually get a bit of the advantage. This was at the 1v1. Fabian showing again that alpha is, you know, the real deal.
It's the alpha.
Afterwards, you can see there were some moments like this where it's just so aggressive. Look at the Heskill right here. Nope, not going. Tries to get Sabero in the back on the Tsushin. Which is why when Eternal mentioned the Tsushin factor here, like, yeah, there are some moments where it just seemed so over the top coming in from Team Liquid ID. Like they were pressured to do something that's just too crazy, but when they go and fell back on what works, the neutral objective take, they're able to get a bit of an advantage. But here too,
This was the moment that I was talking about.
Yeah.
the Lord, by the way, is right behind them.
Exactly. What is he doing?
I second that. I do concur that there are overextensions, that there were weird plays, but I think it's not only Fabian, it's a collective issue. I don't know why. Maybe they were on the verge of trying to force a game 5, and they went for the go big or go home plays, the high risk, high rewards plays, but it just didn't show up, right? I mean, because ONIC had so many layers to deny a possible dive happening. Like Jusin wants to do that with the Crimson Beacon. The Alpha does want to do that as well with the Spear of Alpha, and maybe TLID might have underestimated their damage, or rather overestimated their damage. So ONIC, look at the layers. I mean, you have a Kalea that can just hold you in place. The glue has been very, very sticky for the most part.
Literally.
And yeah, literally sticky. And the Julian just bursted you down, even if that wasn't really a clean game from Kyrie. And by the way, going off track, there was an interesting interaction that I just knew. That when
the glue
sticks to the Gatot Kacha, and the Gatot Kacha flies with the AOG, the glue follows in.
Comes with him.
Yeah,
It's
a
a free
passenger,
ride.
basically. A hitchhike.
Which was really, really funny. But again, ONIC, yeah, despite all the win cons that Team Liquid ID have for themselves, it's found a way. It seemed like it was lost until they, I don't know, something clicked for them, and they were able to find Fabian again and again. After that, in the last Lord fight, where they're able to find Fabian with the Tsunami Slam, every single fight afterwards, I really feel like everyone was just focusing on Fabian, trying to make sure that they go on the guy with no Purify, and they know that at that point in time, it's still mid-game, by the way. We aren't even like late game, by all means.
Good night,
But at that point in time, ONIC recognized they
Good
had
night,
enough
Rick.
damage to push down
Dultra.
even the fighter in the jungle, the Alpha.
Aga
And
niyo naman
despite the best
matulog.
efforts of Witty and the Matilda to try and keep him alive, to try and keep the fight going just a bit longer, it just wasn't enough. And because the fights are kind of settled so early on, that means that Kyo on the carry that was kind of relevant, kind of doing a lot more damage in the early game actually, was actually doing a very little damage in the later stages, the later team fights close to the
Wala,
end of the
uulan
game.
ata.
Going back to your point earlier, that's what I wanted to highlight, right? Timing. In the early stage of the game, the way that Fabian played was forgivable. But as we got into the 15th minute, we see a lot of divine glaives being built up. We see a lot of, just heroes that can, items that can really melt through that initial defense of both magic and physical from Fabian. And yet he still made those plays. I'm not really sure whether he was a little bit too focused on making a big play happen, therefore forgetting the targeting or not. But we're looking at the items and the timings coming through. Does anything stand out for you boys?
That's kind of brutal. Fabian only has 2 items. The War Axe and the Brute Force. Compared to Kyrie with a Sky Piercer pushes, by the way, at the end. Because he knows he gotta burst the players of TLID down. Because they are relatively tanky. I mean, the Alpha is their Juicin. I would consider him to be a tanky mage as well, right? But yeah, how does Fabian only has 2 items?
Well, there was a lot of like fights, brawls, back and forth happening, right? So he wasn't really power farming as hard as he would probably have liked on this Alpha. Not to mention that he's up against a Julian. Julian clears quite fast. You don't really think about that. There were moments in that game where Team Liquid ID were able to win out a neutral objective fight, and Kyrie just slid over to the other side into Fabian's jungle and started just jacking everything, taking away all the camps. So
3,000 gold difference.
Showing again that for ONIC, sometimes like the initial situation isn't fatal. They can find ways to adapt and respawn. They can still keep them in the game and even give them still some kind of advantage in the late game.
And TLID also were able to secure the objective, right? I mean, they got 3 turtles, a lord.
Turtle.
Yeah, a perfect turtle. So that is a courtesy of Fabian, by the way, who sacrificed that farming speed and the gold that he had to just play collectively for the team. And we talked about it. Fabian is the
Anong oras kaya ang next match? Naantay ko yung next match eh.
He gets very collected. This is where he gets very supportive.
Naantay ko pala yung countdown.
So it is unlucky that ONIC were so far ahead of them when the mid to late game hit, but I think Fabian was doing a decent job with the Alpha in the early game, but come the late game, it was hard for him to traverse around the team fights, and with little to no items, he's pushed it down easily. So
the strength of TLID has shown to become their downfall this season. Which is, for me, you might have a different opinion, but them falling back to what works for them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to be creative in the playoffs, and that might have been the big problem. But we are gonna take to Alyssa now, and we're gonna take a look at the jersey wall, which is new. So you guys have fun with it.
Jersey wall, sabi? Wow, may pa ganun.
Lala, di sini ada yang spesial pastinya.
Jana Balaga, hello.
Dari tim ONIC, Velodrome.
Kumusta ka naman?
Untuk kalian gak sih?
Alhamdulillah.
Tapi spesial nggak? Kalian kan pernah juara di sini. Dan sekarang dapetin kemenangan pertama di play-ins juga. Berat nggak untuk mengalahkan the defender champion?
Alhamdulillah nggak terlalu berat. Alhamdulillah sesuai rencana.
Sesuai rencana. Jadi memang di sini Coach Adi sendiri melihat bahwa ini memang ONIC mode playoff.
Iya, mode playoff.
Mode serem banget atau gimana sih?
Marah besar.
Marah besar. Oke, yang lebih menarik adalah katanya udah siap untuk
Di natin maintindihan guys.
Apakah persiapan kalian lebih ke arah dari segi draftnya?
Overall sih semuanya draft, out game, in game, K-game, Taman W.
Banyak. Pokoknya semuanya udah siap. Tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong dari draft pasti banyak yang penasaran. Kan dari game 1, game keempat, game banyak sekali ini bener-bener kayak sulit untuk dibaca dan banyak yang mengejutkan. Ini yang ngedraft siapa?
Kebetulan untuk sekarang Gilang.
Gilang. Lalu Adi ngapain ini di sini?
Aku sama Coach ngeliatin aja Gilang ngedraft.
Gak mungkin ya guys ya, pasti ini Coach dan juga Adi berdua ya berarti ini ya. Rame-rame.
Rame-rame enggak, berdua.
Berdua, oke. Tapi dengan melihat adanya 3 band Assassin terhadap Favian, apakah memang itu yang menjadi strategi kalian? Kunci kemenangan kalian memang harus nge-shutdown Faviannya?
Enggak sih, itu adalah hasil dari apa yang kita lihat dia ngeband apa ya, kita menyesuaikan aja gitu. Kalau dia nggak mau tukar assassin ya udah ayo gitu. Kita mau kasih tahu aja kalau hero Kairi itu banyak banget.
Dan banyak banget, ini memang spesial untuk Kairi, bukan untuk khusus ngelawan tim Liquid ID dengan hero-hero ini gitu? Enggak. Semuanya bisa.
Iya.
Tapi kalau ngelihat hari ini 3-1 kemenangan yang beberapa tim bahkan benar-benar one sided, kalian cuma ngasih poin kill 4 dan segala macam. Dari segi coaching staff, kalian ngerasa nggak ini belum maksimalnya tim Liquid ID atau memang ini ONIC yang overpower?
Kita nggak tahu sih Liquid kenapa, tapi yang pasti mereka harusnya jauh lebih jago sih, karena kan mereka juga perwakilan Indonesia di SEA Games dan di SF nanti kan. Ya mungkin mereka lagi menyimpan strategi atau apa, kita nggak tahu sih. Jadi kayak kita fokus sama tim kita sendiri aja.
Fokus dan sesuai dengan semua hal yang kalian persiapkan ya.
Betul.
Jadi cukup puas 3-1?
Alhamdulillah.
Kalian menutup berarti kesempatan untuk tim Liquid ID untuk kembali ngedapetin kemenangan, dan ada yang spesial di season ini, tim pemenang dari coaching staff bisa mematikan lampu dari tim yang mereka kalahkan. Official menutup perjalanan mereka, dan ini adalah simbol bahwa kalian mengalahkan, menutup dan menundukkan tim lawan kalian. Yuk kita langsung aja ke sisi tim Liquid ID. Salah. Besok. Tolong dengan sepatah dua patah kata terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID.
Untuk Liquid ID jangan lupa fokus ISF dan SEA Games, oke?
Dan berakhirlah perjalanan tim Liquid ID di MPL Indonesia Season 15, dan juga khususnya untuk MSC berarti tidak akan bisa mengikuti, dan kita juga melihat nextnya ada di sebelah. Yakin gak nih untuk besok? Tapi belum, kan ada lower bracket ya. Satu kata untuk match hari ini.
Good game well played, good game Liquid.
Good game well played, dan thank you banget Coach Adi udah bersama Bude di sini, dan kita bakal langsung balikin aja. Satu lampu telah mati. Namun selanjutnya di match kedua akan ada satu tim lagi yang harus tertutup perjalanannya. Siapakah ya? Jadi kita bakal langsung tanya-tanya dulu nih tentang match tadi bersama para panelis. So monggo panelis.
Udah.
Namin naintindihan.
I personally didn't like the smirk on Coach Adi's face, but hey, that's just me. Did you see that smile?
I did.
Absolute no remorse.
And
at all. Just
he was about
with a
to
big
just
smile.
press Geek Fam's button.
Because he knows next up in the brackets,
Geek
they're
Fam's
going to
gonna
be
lose.
facing
Oh.
Geek. And they want Geek to lose.
What can you blame him though? He just won. You know, he's like, well,
Boom.
well played, Liquid.
No remorse.
Well played.
And I think he is relieved, because according to the TLID fan, if ONIC loses, Adi has to draft now. He doesn't have to. So yeah, it's all happy days.
LG.
It's all Yev now, still working 24/7 with Adi as well.
But by the way, that new jersey thing is pretty cool. You know, so for every time a team gets eliminated, you guys will be seeing the winner coach press the button into red, which is pretty cool. I hope
red.
there's actually buttons in the, you know, GoPay
I have buttons.
booth. What?
Here.
Oh.
No, it's like if you use the GoPay app, right?
Okay.
Like, see, this is Eterna's app.
Okay.
So if you go,
How do you know my password?
I just
you have to unlock.
I know your
Oh.
credit card number, so.
What? Whoa, that's extra.
Joke's on you, I don't have one.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
She follows the teachings.
Anyway.
Yeah, you go to gopay.co.id/games, right?
Yeah.
And then you can win the guaranteed rewards, right? You can get up to 50
Game na. Char.
token. So you
May
spin
pa yung
token,
next
yeah,
year.
yeah, you spin that token and you can get prizes in the
Spin it.
gift arena.
Spin.
As of right now, realize,
Yeah.
if you didn't know, there are 2 electric motorcycle winners,
Whoa!
5 smartphone
Boom,
winners,
boom.
5 power bank winners, 25 wireless earphone winners,
Earphone.
and you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles.
Him,
And the other
excuse me po.
awesome prize, you go to gopay.co.id/games, open the app,
Yeah,
like
the
I was
app right
saying,
here.
you select top up game,
Yeah.
The top-up game icon right there.
Okay.
On the top right, and then you get a token from doing that. And you pick your winning team right here, and you enter the match scores.
Ah.
If you think you can predict everything, enter the match scores, then you can get those rewards. Just start spinning.
13 motorcycles, man. That's
Two.
kind of crazy.
Rivera, hello.
13?
13.
That was 2.
13 electric motorcycles are still available for you guys to grab. But other than that, you can also hashtag #PastiGege because, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that we've been talking about throughout the entire
May pamigay sa kanilang motorcycle.
WDP or the weekly Diamond Pass at GoPay Games. 100% secure, only 26. Wait, actually, it's 14.9k IDR. That's a big discount from the 26k
Wow.
from the regular season. All you need to do now is just scan the QR code right down below me here to check that out.
Thank you,
Download
GoPay.
the GoPay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you,
GoPay. Usually, before GoPay, I used to get WDP from Limcocho.
Oh.
Because he has this TikTok series where if your comment gets
Hi ate. Hi Angel Santillan.
10, 20 bot accounts to just comment on WDP. Now with GoPay, it's easier.
Much easier. And you know, I feel like days go by easier.
Tapos ka na mag-RG, Arwin.
And speaking of having a good day, you gotta taste it right now, guys. So many variants of flavors, including the fantastic mochaccino, the original cappuccino. There's a terrific
May kape.
avocado delight, and of course the groovy cookies. We finally get to taste the
Kape. Ang sarap magkape. Paulan na dito.
I don't see it.
Diyan ba? Umuulan ba sa inyo?
The original cappuccino.
Yeah, we just get the cappuccino.
Ballerina cappuccino.
Can I get this?
Assassino
Can I see it?
Here, it's here.
It's here. There's 2 here. Are they all the same flavor?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I already tried the cappuccino one. I want the avocado one.
The Vakadu? Yeah.
Good day, please.
Let's be
Avocado
friends.
tomorrow.
We can.
That's good.
Uy, may ininom niya.
Right. Okay.
That's good.
She thinks it's weird to share drinks. Come on, let's do it again. I'm kidding.
What the heck was that?
What is going on?
I don't know about all that.
Do you guys share drinks back at home? I don't think that's
We do.
sanitary.
Sanitary?
Sanitary?
Like
Well,
hygienic.
we just fight off the bacteria.
Are you telling
We're
people
clean.
that their families
Hindi.
are unhygienic?
Are you telling?
Hindi nakikipag-share si
we
ate.
don't shower? We're not hygienic. We're full of bacteria.
Yeah, I think you're reaching a bit too far.
Okay, my bad.
I mean, comment down below if you guys share drinks with people.
With the
I share
boys.
drinks.
No, not with people. Not with any random
Everyone.
guy.
Yeah.
With the
General.
boys.
I share drinks with my mom.
Alright.
Pag friends.
Makes me Italian, by the way. Ballerina.
Ang lakas na ulan dyan. Wala.
Para
You sound like you're having a good
Magkalalabas.
time. Feels good, yeah?
numero uno. Para
Bawal lumabas.
grazie.
Salami.
Salami.
Good having
Salami,
your team move
pastrami,
forward in the
margarita.
playoffs, guys. Look at this. Look at this burst of energy.
Woo!
He's feeling it.
I'm back, baby. Thanks to good.
Feels so bad.
Angas sa endorsement.
Woo! Feels good for ONIC though. Forgot my jersey. I was supposed to bring it here and
This
shove
is
it on her
actually
face.
a pretty big moment because SPS, ONIC was taken down by TLID. Their tournament run was stopped by TLID.
Oh.
Their MPL team was stopped by TL.
Really?
TL Academy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So it's a bit of a revenge play here for ONIC.
I am vengeance. I'm vengeance. I'm Batman.
Amazing. But before we get into our next elimination match between Bigatron and Alter Ego, we are going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for more
Ilang
MPL
minutes to?
playoffs action.
Pwede na mag-end live. Kakatapos mo lang maligo. Sa ulan. Uy. Nako. Baka magkasakit ka. Shoutout naman sa ONIC. Sabi ni Aero Labradors. Hinaan ko lang di na tayo pwedeng malakas yung sounds sa kanila. Tingnan ko kung ilan waiting time nito. Pag sobrang haba, end live ko na. O kaya, basta hintayin ko na lang. Waiting time. Wag mo na ako mag-end. Bakit? Kailangan ko mag-end. Wala pa kasing game eh. "15 minutes." Nako. Dadaldal pa sila. Dire-diretso eh. Pwede naman. Tagal pa nito, tapos dadaldal pa sila. Hindi naman ako dadaldalin eh. Bye guys. Bigyan niyo ako magandang dahilan bakit di ako mag-end live. Ano oras yung game? Ano pa? Mga 6. Pahinging Starlight card. Wala naman akong pamigay. Anong name ko? Game na Dan. Wag muna, mabilis lang yan. Eh, aalis naman kayo, hindi nyo ako chichikahin eh. Chikahin nyo ako, dali. Anong chika nyo? Anong kwento ng Anong kwento nyo today? Anong ginawa nyo today? Habang di pa nagsastart to, may 12 minutes pa para chumika oh. Pahingin kayo F ni Cho. Hindi naman giftable yun eh. Kahit anong gawin nyo guys. May nangihingi ng Starlight. Ano ulit? Game na Dan, pangalan ko. Adrian, hello. Di ba talaga ako bubuhatin pa imo? RG, ngayon ka nag-aaya pag hindi ako pwede maglaro. Anong rank ko na? Warrior. Warrior. Ano na, Adrian? Ayaw mo na ang kalaro. Ayaw mo na sa pabuhat. Cute sana ng boses pero di mo ako binigyan ng KOFP Cho. Ay, ikaw lang naman nag-assume na cute boses ko. Ang bagal ng games. Sisirain ko yung stage niya, sabi. Nagre-restream lang ako, guys. Matagal pa, oh. 8 minutes pa. 8 minutes, chika. Chika, chika. Biro lang daw, sabi. Tararara. Tagal naman. Pagtapos ng timer, dadaldal pa ulit sila. Siguro ta-timeran ko kapag natapos yung timer dito sa live. Kung ilang minutes sila dadaldal. Ang tagal, ang tagal. Papunta na daw sa stage si Aero. Sisirain daw niya pag di nag-start eh. Sige nga, oh, video mo nga. Huwag naman. Patingin kami, oh. Uy, ano to? Sa ML. May card ulit. Ay, start na pala yung Meow skin. Meowkins pala yan. Meow skin. Yung Meow... Yung ano, skin nila... Julian, Silvan, at saka si Leslie. Libre ba to? Makuha. Ano ba yan? Ang haba naman ng... Anong tawag doon? Explanation. Draw. One of the following. Ano to? Hindi guarantee. May mga polis. Hindi mo tinuloy. Ganda ng skin ng ano. Kala Meowkin. Tara. Yeah. Uy, what's this? Tingnan natin effects. Kanino kasi yun? Silvana. Meron na ba sa ML? Siguro na ay. Wala pa. Wala pa sa ML yung skin. Hindi pa available. One. Ako na maglalaro doon para mabilis matapos. Bebasicin mo lang, ganun. One minute para sa daldalan. Char. Ang pangit na nga ng 5 sa live stream, sabi. Grabe ka naman. Gusto mo picture mo yung ilagay ko. Ayan na. Naku, mag-awarding pa, oh, di ba ang tagal.
Selamat sore dan selamat datang di acara MPL Awards Season 15.
Naku, awarding pa.
Semangat kita di sini Bude Clara dan juga Alisa karena kita melihat banyak sekali kejadian. Bukan hanya hari ini namun dari babak regular season. Banyak pertarungan sengit antar tim dan sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan secara langsung momen yang tentunya menorehkan sejarah baru bagi dunia e-sports, yaitu momen penganugerahan, penghargaan dan apresiasi kepada semua individu yang terlibat di MPL Indonesia Season 15.
Dan terkhusus untuk para player, coach, komunitas, dan semua yang terlibat karena telah memberikan usaha terbaik mereka selama musim ini. Dan
Bigyan ko ng 5 sandok. Bakit naman sandok?
dalam 5 kategori dalam MPL Awards Season 15 ini. Dan 5 kategori tersebut adalah kategori Most Improved Player,
Mahina lang guys ha. May ako na lang lakasan. Di rin naman din natin naiintindihan.
Rookie of the Season,
dan pastinya kategori Regular Season MVP.
dan
Hindi ko maintindihan.
udah nggak sabar dan penasaran, jadi langsung saja kami akan
Puntahan mo.
nominasi
Oo nga, sabihin mo, start na.
player by Head and Shoulder. Semua player telah menunjukkan kemauan keras dan tidak hanya itu, mereka juga didukung oleh para teammates, coaching staff dan juga super fans. Mereka mampu menjadikan setiap player berkembang menjadi player yang lebih kuat lagi dan membawa mereka sampai di titik ini.
Dari seluruh player di season ini yang sudah menunjukkan kemampuan terbaiknya, siapakah
Suntok ba? Kala ko sandok eh.
terus berkembang dan layak menjadi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders dan
Most
nominasinya
improved
adalah
player by Head and Shoulders. Albert!
Geek Aboy,
Bigetron Alpha Eman,
Geek Fam Cops,
Alter Ego Nino. Dan kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Bunton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Ba't walang tao? Di nila nilagyan ng audience.
Terima kasih. Dan pemenang untuk kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders adalah Nino dari Alter Ego. Selamat.
Alter Ego daw. Kala ko si Evo, si Antal. Si Albert.
dia menorehkan hal yang begitu baik. Terlihat dari pergantian role-nya tidak membuat ia jadi jatuh, namun malah dia menjadi semakin
Magdadala ko ng stick para paluin sila. Hindi ko naman naintindihan.
dari tim Alter Ego. Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Kenang-kenangan sudah didapatkan. Mendapatkan penghargaan langsung dari MPL Indonesia.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Bunton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan untuk bisa turun dan duduk kembali.
7 pa yata yung game guys eh.
Dari Alter Ego, kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Pertama cuman mau ngucapin makasih sih sama coaching staff Alter Ego, teman-teman semuanya, keluarga yang udah dukung. Tanpa kalian mungkin Nino bukan siapa-siapa ya. Cuman itu aja sih guys, makasih ya guys.
Selamat sekali lagi untuk Nino dan sebagai most improved player tentu tidak mudah.
Nagtago si ate, hindi yata nagpaalam.
Season ini. Dan tentu saja most player sudah kita dapatkan. Selanjutnya kita akan melihat siapa yang akan menjadi pemenang di kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Pastinya
Coaching
perjuangan
team.
sejati tidak hanya lahir dari mereka yang bertarung di medan laga. Di balik setiap kemenangan,
Pag ako nakasali dyan, durog daw kalaban kay Kylo. Sali ka na.
di MPL Indonesia Season 15, banyak coach yang mampu mengeluarkan potensi terbaik dari setiap playernya.
Sino kaya?
Coaching team yang berhasil menunjukkan strategi dan tentu saja memberikan yang terbaik pula. Dan nominasi Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hosi,
ONIC,
Geek Fam, Bigetron Esport.
Kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communication dari Telkom.
Wag na daw, baka maging ipis daw siya. Kala ko ba dudurugin mo sila?
Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel.
Machichinelas ka pala eh.
Silakan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama saya ucapkan selamat kepada para tim pemenang yang telah berjuang dari awal
May ako nalalakasan na pag
Telkomsel
naglalaro na sila.
One Stop Gaming Solution, kemudian simpati terbaik untukmu, mendukung penuh industri dan ekosistem e-sport Indonesia. Saat ini Telkomsel setelah 5 musim berturut-turut bergabung dengan teman-teman dari MPL untuk mendukung ini. Kemudian kita juga mengharapkan agar pro player dapat lebih berprestasi lagi baik dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai bagian dari mendukung ekosistem di grassroots, e-sport Telkomsel juga menghadirkan dunia games waktunya Indonesia bermain. Semoga juga ini bisa jadi cikal bakal teman-teman player untuk bisa lebih profesional seperti teman-teman yang hadir di sini. Dan kemudian kami coba sampaikan pemenang Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hoshi.
Congratulations!
RRQ.
Selamat untuk RRQ Hosi yang sudah berhasil memenangkan Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Untuk coaching staff langsung saja. Tentu saja sudah tidak asing dengan panggung ini, coaching staff. Beramai-ramai bertiga, kita tahu sih bagaimana NMN, Cascute, dan juga Rave bisa mengembangkan RRQ hingga titik ini. Menjadi juara regular season dan bahkan membawa mereka ke upper bracket di season 15.
Lalakasan ko na, hindi nga natin naiintindihan. Okay na yan. Kakamat lang din kayo ng ulo, hindi nyo maintindihan.
RRQ Hoshi. Kita berikan momen ini dengan piagam penghargaan.
Pag ako nakapunta dyan, sure, bugbog chow ko yan, sabi. Baka ikaw ikaw maganon.
Congratulations sekali lagi dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communications dari Telkomsel. Kami persilakan untuk kembali dan kepada coaching staff RRQ Hoshi, kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Tes. Selamat sore semuanya. Nggak banyak-banyak sih, paling ya say thank you lah buat
Thank you daw, sabi.
manajemen, player yang tetap percaya sama kita, ditambah kita sekarang nambah personil lagi, ada ref, terus kita masih mendapatkan award ini, ya bersyukur. Dan untuk para penonton setia, tetap enjoy minggu ini untuk nonton MPL. Thank you.
Sekali lagi congratulations. Dan memang kita melihat dedikasi yang luar biasa dari gameplay, strategi segala macam telah mereka eksekusi dengan baik. RQC telah mendapatkan awardingnya, namun selanjutnya kita akan memasuki kategori Dream Team of the Season by Dan untuk menjadi tim yang hebat tidak hanya coaching staff yang mampu meracik strategi yang apik, tapi juga memerlukan player yang bisa mengeksekusi plan dengan baik.
Dan pastinya para player dari 9 tim sudah menunjukkan kualitasnya di season ini. Walaupun tidak ada tim yang sempurna, namun setiap orang pasti memiliki player impian untuk masuk ke dalam timnya. Dan pastinya MPL Indonesia ingin mewujudkan seluruh keinginan para superfans. Dan kita akan melihat Bude, seperti apa sebenarnya line up
Lakasan ko kasi Tagalog naman.
yang dirasa akan menjadi tim sempurna di MPL Indonesia.
Ya pastinya menarik karena untuk Dream Team of the Season akan terbagi menjadi 5 kategori, yaitu Gold Lane, Jungler, EXP Lane, Mid Lane, dan Roamer. Pemenang Dream Team of the Season ini telah melalui tahap voting dalam proses seleksinya.
Ano daw yung award?
Dream Team of the Season by Good Day. Kita akan memanggilkan terlebih dahulu Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku brand manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan.
Good day everyone. Good day everyone. Dengan bangga, Kopi Good Day menjadi official sponsor MPL Season 15. Karena kami percaya in the power of positive energy and the spirit of never giving up. We know what it takes to have a good game and push rank at the same time. Karena Kopi Good Day selalu hadir menemani setiap aksi serumu. To all Mobile Legends players out there, keep believing, keep chasing your dreams, and always remember to start a good game with sebotol Good Day. Karena Good Day perlu banyak rasa. Terima kasih. Dan pemenang Dream Team of the Season by Good Day adalah Gold Laner RRQ Toy. Jungler RRQ Sud Suji.
Ano ba yan? Galing mag-awarding ng mga idol. Parang, uy, cheer.
XP Laner RRQ Dire. Mid Laner RRQ Rings.
Dapat nag-end live muna ako. Di pa ako kumakain. 5 pa lang pala.
Dan yang terakhir, Roamer RRQ Idol.
Selamat kami ucapkan untuk para player yang berhasil memenangkan Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku brand manager dari Good Day untuk memberikan penghargaan dan piagam dari MPL Indonesia.
Idok telah mendapatkan piagamnya dan kita tahu bahwa menjadi roamer butuh dedikasi yang luar biasa membaca permainan. Selanjutnya pun kita bisa melihat bahwa Idok bisa dibilang dia berhasil untuk memecahkan histori menjadi roamer yang masuk ke dalam MVP leaderboard. Lalu ada Rins, ada Dairen, wow sudah sampai Susujin, langsung ngebut di sini. Semua dari RRQ merupakan dream team. Bagaimana tidak? Mereka adalah juara dari regular season.
Betul sekali Bude, kehebatan dari RRQ Hoshi ini pastinya tidak terlepas dari peran Gold Laner, Jungler, EXP Laner, Mid Laner, dan juga Roamer. Kita dari timnya yang selalu konsisten memberikan yang terbaik dalam setiap matchnya.
kita akan berikan momen ini, di mana momen Dream Team by Good Day. Tim RRQ berhasil menyabet keluar dari setiap lane-nya, menjadikan mereka benar-benar bisa dibilang mendapatkan mata, mendapatkan perhatian dari seluruh super fans di Indonesia.
Hindi na ako kakain. Hindi na ako makakapag-stream. Hindi ako kumain.
Selaku brand manager dari Good Day, kami persilakan untuk turun dan duduk kembali. Terima kasih Bapak Dedi.
Huwag puro ML dyan. Mga Indo, galaw-galaw daw.
Persatu dari, ayo siapa nih? Kita RRQ Toy dulu gak sih? Let's go, Gold Laner.
Pertama gue mau ngucapin alhamdulillah dan juga mau ngucapin makasih ke orang tua gue, coaching staff.
May speech pa sa kanila, no? Sa atin, tinawag lang yung players.
Yay, itu dia tadi dari RRQ Toy. Dan selanjutnya, our juggler ada RRQ Sutsujin.
Gue cuma mau ngucapin terima kasih ke Kingdom yang udah support dan tentunya award ini menjadi motivasi buat bermain lebih baik lagi. Thank you.
Itulah dia dari Sutsujin. Namun selanjutnya ada RRQ Dyron, the XP laner.
Sebelumnya terima kasih semuanya yang udah support gua dan teammate sampai di titik ini ya. Terima kasih juga yang udah voting kita mendapatkan Dream Team of the season ini.
Yay, congratulations RRQ Dyron. Dan selanjutnya mid laner RRQ Ritz.
Pertama-tama mau mengucapkan alhamdulillah bisa dapat lagi. Terus terima kasih buat para Kingdom fans yang nge-vote saya. Terima kasih buat keluarga juga.
Itulah dia sang kapten. Namun last but not least, romer kita ada Idok.
Ya, yang pertama-tama alhamdulillah bisa menang awards ini. Ya, terima kasih buat Kingdom yang selalu support kami dan keluarga di rumah, manajemen dan coaching team.
Once again, congratulations to Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali. Selamat sekali lagi untuk para pemenang. Dan selanjutnya di MPL Indonesia Season 15 ini Bude, kita bisa melihat munculnya banyak wajah baru yang hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia menjadi lebih berwarna. Terdapat 19 rookie yang telah hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi season dengan rookie terbanyak. Kita bisa merasakan bahwa regenerasi terus berlanjut. Bahkan hadir lebih masif dibandingkan season-season yang lalu. Wajah baru membawa warna baru untuk MPL Indonesia, di mana kehadiran para rookie membuat MPL Indonesia lebih kompetitif dan lebih panas. Dan pastinya potensi para rookie terbilang tidak kalah dari para seniornya. Namun ada banyak rookie yang di season ini tampil dengan sangat gemilang dan bahkan performanya tidak terlihat seperti rookie. Betul, dan kira-kira dari banyaknya potensi yang lahir di MPL Indonesia Season 15, jadi makin penasaran gak sih? Siapakah yang layak menjadi Rookie of the Season by GoPay? Nominasinya adalah Geek Make It, ONIC Savero, RRQ Toy, Alter Ego Rene, Geek Kenziski, Tim Liquid ID Kyo, Navi X Magic, Dewa Maybe, Alter Ego Arfi, Navi Woshipol. Kami undang kepada Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing dari GoPay untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Rookie of the Season by
Name
GoPay.
tayo, name Sabi.
Ya, selamat sore semuanya. Terima kasih Bude dan Alicia. Terima kasih juga buat Muntun
Tidak terasa sudah 3 season, 3 musim GoPay menemani teman-teman di sini semua dan mempersembahkan penghargaan bagi talenta muda Indonesia yang berbakat, yang berhasil membuktikan diri mereka di panggung e-sport Indonesia. Ya, saya rasa kita semua setuju, season 15 ini masih mengusung tema yang sama seperti musim lalu. Ya, temanya tentang regenerasi, tentang para rookie yang muda dan berani. Tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat saya kepada para pemain yang senior, tapi kita melihat bahwa musim ini benar-benar para rookie menjadi andalan di tim mereka masing-masing. Ya. GoPay sebagai salah satu official e-wallet yang mensponsori MDL, MPL, dan M-Series selama 2 tahun berturut-turut, saya khususnya mendapat privilege bahwa saya bisa melihat perkembangan dari pemain masing-masing. Ya, yang membuat saya sangat bangga. Rookie of the Season MDL Season 9 dan Rookie of the Season MDL Season 10 berada di dalam nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL Season 15 ini. Jadi 2 dari antara mereka itu berhasil naik level dan main di MPL Season 15 kali ini. Dan gak cuma mereka naik level, tapi mereka membuktikan diri mereka benar-benar bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan, bahkan membawa tim mereka berlaga di upper bracket playoff kali ini. Naik level, bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan. Sama seperti GoPay yang terus hadir menemani para player MLBB untuk terus boleh naik level dengan GoPay Games, gopay.co.id/games, tempat web top up di mana teman-teman bisa menjadi wadah untuk terus berkembang dan naik level dengan top up yang konsisten dengan harga murah. Kami ingin pengalaman bermain menjadi hashtag pasti GG. Kemudian GoPay juga hadir dengan aplikasi baru untuk terus bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan sebagai kegiatan sehari-hari untuk mengisi pulsa, membeli paket data, membayar tagihan listrik, membayar tagihan internet. Juga kami hadir dengan feature-feature
Ano daw sabi?
tabungan, transfer, dan kami terus berkomitmen untuk menginovasi sehingga GoPay terus menjadi andalan bagi teman-teman gamers. Akhir kata, untuk semua pemain Mobile Legends, dimanapun semua berada, juga untuk para nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 15, terus berprestasi, terus semangat, berikan yang terbaik, dan bisa mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Maju terus, e-sport Indonesia.
Baka pag gala na wala pa din.
Dan saya akan membacakan yang menjadi Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 15 by
Wala pa nag-awarding pa sila.
Make It dari
Ang tagal naman.
Congratulations Make It! The Smiling Jungler telah berhasil mendapatkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Sejak debutnya hingga regular season berakhir, namanya tak pernah hilang dari perbincangan superfans, dari perbincangan para talent. Dan tentu saja dia akan langsung mendapatkan penghargaan dari Bapak Rudy. Dan ini adalah tentunya yang diharapkan dari Make It. Sebagai rookie, mendapat apresiasi dan dari GoPay.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Rudy Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing GoPay. Kami persilakan untuk Make It dari GameFam untuk memberikan speech.
Ya, pertama-tama alhamdulillah aja. Nggak expect sih bisa dapat rookie. Ya makasih buat coaching staff, orang tua sama tim gua nge-support gua terus. Makasih.
Terima kasih The Smiling Jungler. The Jungler Gemoy, banyak sekali nama yang dia dapatkan. Namun sang Rookie of the Season dari tim GameFam memang masuknya tuh membawa sejarah baru. GameFam masuk upper bracket, juga bisa dibilang berkat dirinya. Dan
Tagal. Ba't feeling ko 7 pa yung start?
yang membuat kita wow.
Betul sekali, membuat kita terkejut dan layak sekali pastinya untuk memenangkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Dan yang tidak kalah luar biasa pastinya adalah player yang bisa terus-menerus memberikan
Rookie ba yan? Mukhang tatay daw. Uy, chill.
menjadi lebih baik di
Kalma mga antay.
pertandingannya. Dan kali ini kita akan memasuki dan membacakan nominasi untuk MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Dan nominasinya adalah
RRQ Idok, Geek Make It, Bigetron Eman,
ONIC Sans.
Semuanya pasti deg-degan. Maka dari itu kami akan langsung mengundang Bapak Martinus Manurung, Head of Esports Business Development Munton Indonesia, yang mewakili dari Samsung untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori MVP Regular Season by Samsung.
Baik, dan pemenang kategori Regular Season MVP by Samsung Galaxy adalah selamat kepada Idok dari tim RRQ Hoshi.
Idok MVP.
Berhasil memenangkan MVP Regular Season by
Regular season.
Ia merupakan satu-satunya roamer yang masuk ke MVP Leaderboard dan nominasi MVP Regular Season dengan 3 kali Player of the Week. Idok membuktikan bahwa roamer ternyata juga bisa menjadi carry untuk timnya. Back to back nih Idok, tadi baru naik sekarang naik lagi. Memang Idok menorehkan sejarah baru bagi roamer Indonesia dan kita melihat banyak sekali yang dapatkan dengan kerja keras yang ia berikan.
May Samsung phone ata siya.
Banyak sekali. Dan inilah dia MVP Regular Season, seorang roam yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard dan berhasil memenangkan. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung sudah memberikan penghargaan dan inilah dia Idok. Dipersilahkan untuk sepatah dua patah nyanyi juga boleh Dok.
Ya, yang pertama-tama gue nggak nyangka lah bisa dapat MVP regular season. Ya, piala ini membuktikan buat para roamer ya bisa bersaing dengan role yang lain. Dan gue juga makasih buat teammates gue yang selalu mendukung gue, coaching staff, manajemen yang mempercayai gue, dan keluarga di rumah. Thank you.
Congratulations sekali lagi untuk RRQ Idok. Wow, luar biasa sekali prestasi yang ditorehkan ya Bude. Iya, gak kerasa ya. Udah banyak kategori kita bacakan, sudah ada 5 para pemenang pun juga sudah kita dapatkan. Banyak sekali mungkin yang benar-benar menikmati bahwa apresiasi diberikan. Dan kita langsung aja mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada semua yang telah bergabung bersama kami di sini.
Tapos na ba to? Mag-end live nga muna ako guys. Di ko alam kung gaano katagal ba to.
Yang ada di rumah menonton secara online. Dan tidak lupa juga pastinya kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh player, pelatih, manajer tim,
Tingnan ko kung ano,
komunitas,
makaka-live ako mamaya.
pastinya penggemar dan para super fans yang telah membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi
Bye-bye.
kalian adalah tulang punggung komunitas MPL Indonesia. Benar sekali. Dan memang kita melihat semuanya bersatu untuk hari ini. Tak lupa kita ingin mengucapkan congratulations